bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
They make shoes of the skin of the baby's skin. They've got a special tool,
what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
For 1,000 years or so, they believed that the kings of France initially, and then France and England, could cure scrofula by giving the sufferer a gold coin.
Yeah, this is called the King's Touch, isn't it?
It is. That is.
Yeah, this idea of the king's touch is actually really interesting. You know, people believe that if they could touch the king, the diseases could be cured. And because the king was held in such an exalted position, I guess it had a huge placebo effect. So,
well, I think you're absolutely right there. And it goes back in history for nearly 1,000 years because 2,000 nearly 2,000 years because Vespasian, and here's a coin from Vespasian.
Wow.
So
this is the Roman emperor.
He was the Roman emperor. He used to touch people and tell them they were cured of diseases, and they believed him. This one here is a James II gold touch piece. That will have been given to somebody to cure them from the disease. Of course, it didn't cure them. It made them acceptable in society, but it didn't cure them, and it probably spread the disease.
If anything, it's a fomite, isn't it, I suppose?
Yes, it may have made them feel better, but it probably didn't make other people feel better.
But I've learned never to underestimate the power of the placebo effect.
No, the placebo effect is astonishing, but so, of course, is the nocebo effect, which does the opposite. So if you tell people they're going to get something, or that it's highly likely that this pill I'm going to give you will make you feel really bad and sick, and then they'll feel really bad and sick.
Oh, yeah.
So I can understand
that's how witch doctors stay in business, isn't it? You know.
Yes,
I've put a curse on you. So, and some people will even, people will get sick, and there's some intimations that people even died.
Poisoning people. That's the other thing they did.
Yeah, that's cheating a bit, though. Anyway,
actually, going back to the Bible, you mentioned the Bible earlier. When it says, "Do not permit a witch to live," it actually was referring to poisoners.
Oh, really?
People, yes, and that's another translation. Do not permit a poisoner to live, because they'll go on poisoning people. Yeah,
I suppose once you're in the habit, it's kind of hard to break it. So.
You can lock them up. That's another way. Yeah.
Right, let's go on. Tuberculosis. No, maybe a bit more on tuberculosis. I mean, I've seen tuberculosis in the colon.
Yes, of course.
You can get it,
and it was very difficult
anywhere.
It was very difficult to tell the difference between Crohn's disease and tuberculosis of the bowel. That was the problem until people managed to isolate tuberculosis. People thought these things were just the same, and this is where sometimes scrofula in the neck might not have been tuberculosis. It might have been sarcoid or some other condition, which might have been self-limiting. So some of the people might well have looked as if they were cured by being touched, but it was in fact a remitting disease. Yeah. I'd like to say a word of, I've mentioned it several times, typhoid. And the main reason I want to say about typhoid...
Can you just say something else about... I'm going to come on to that. But can I just say something about... just about tuberculosis, because it's still such a huge problem in the world. I worked with a doctor in India, and he still called it Koch's disease.
In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Looking on the World Wide Web. Looking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Not without all of what has been going on for the last 10 years. The two individuals who have actually been making, who give the impression of stalking and harassing these, still promoting this conspiracy that they've been involved in a sort of cult sort of thing, is yourself and Kaylee Ironeth, who I think is your girlfriend now or something.
So yeah, you've been mislaid. You've been misrepresented the truth here regarding what's occurred.
Right. At the end of the day, it's stuff which has been put onto the internet.
No, but I'm saying your premise, the premise of what you're basing your suggestions of misinformation is in turn the inversion of the truth. So there is this active. They were involved in child sexual abuse, trafficking, and the murder of small babies.
Well, that is your opinion, of course, and I respect your opinion.
No, it's proven. It's proven.
Well, the thing is there has been investigations, there has been court cases.
Incorrect.
Sorry.
In
In court.
No,
I think you have been in court.
The evidence wasn't. No, I was not charged with any any wrong intention. I was charged for only offending in the wording that I used against Ricky.
Okay, so let's put aside this debate of whether what has happened sort of 10 years ago. What is your position now? You know, everybody's had their chance, had their say, etc. about all this. What I want, from my point of view, as their representative, I want all mentions of Mr. Dearman and also his children to cease. You and Kaylee are, at this moment in time, the two key people throughout the world. I mean, there's been hundreds and hundreds of people on this, sort of promoting this thing, but it's kind of like died down as things do. The circus has moved on, but you and Kaylee are still promoting this, and it's not giving the kids in this and Ricky Dearman any kind of peace. And I'm just asking you if you can.
But you're not listening to what I said. So you're asking me to what? Sorry, to cease.
I'm asking you to stop mentioning them.
Yeah, so you've just presented some incorrect points as well to say that every side being heard. So the case was covered up in the private family court. It should have gone through a criminal investigation. The boy describes how he's seen pictures of his dad doing sex to him on his devices. He describes how he's forced his dad gives him white powder to sniff out of a big bag but puts it into a smaller bag. None of these points were addressed. The hair sample, which would have had those, went missing. The mother never saw the hair samples with that drug test. So there's just so many incorrect points that you're making that you really need to go back to the drawing table and figure out actually who's telling you the truth.
I'm not interested in everybody's had their investigations. The police have done their
No. I just told you. It got funneled to a private family court. It did not go through judicial process to the criminal court like it should have done.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know because she comes and they do sex to her. Mostly.
The social services and the police did not find anything
the parents, the staff.
Prosecute, charge, or
every single teacher, specific teacher.
No, so you're either involved or you've been mislaid, misrepresented the information. So whatever you want to do going forward, you do what you want to do, and you'll be held accountable along with the rest. So, are you with an organisation, or is this just a freelance activity you're doing?
They go to families.
My company's called Castle Corbenek, and I represent clients like Ricky Dearman and the 2 kids. I've been appointed to deal with this.
Castle
Corbenek Limited.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I deal with creatives, yeah, and one of my clients is Ricky Dearman and also his youngsters. And I've been asked to deal with this. Now, what I'm asking in a positive spirit to let this go. So if you proceed to continue to post about Ricky Dearman and his children, then things are going to get more serious for you. In the situation
investigation,
of court action will be taken against you.
Designer
Plus,
behind a decade of
will be
esoteric online
referrals.
warfare, Colchester, UK, a meticulous analysis of open source intelligence, OSINT, public corporate filings, and unique botanical and historical breadcrumbs has permanently dismantled a decade-long web of internet mystique. For years, digital tracking networks, counter-conspiracy researchers, and occult circles have fiercely debated the true identity behind the notorious online personas, Jay Vendoza and James Hind, the operator of the Satanic Views Archive and the modern decentralized intelligence footprint known as Project Nightwatch, PNW. Today, the curtain is definitively pulled back. The empirical evidence leaves zero margin for doubt. The individual behind these elaborate digital shields is Alexander Oliver Jones, a resident of Colchester, local history enthusiast, commercial director, and creator of the Romano-British tactical board game Aquila. Here is the unvarnished, factual data trail that bridges the virtual mask with the physical man. The corporate blueprint, Castle Corbenek and Project Nightwatch, the primary legal pivot point connecting Alexander Oliver Jones to the digital counter-intelligence platform occurred when the chaotic battles of the internet required corporate teeth. According to public registries at UK Companies House, Jones is the sole active director of Castle Corbenek Limited, Company No. 081829663, incorporated in August 2012, listing its operations under data processing, hosting, and artistic creation. For years, internet forums tracking the fallout of the infamous Hampstead Satanic Ritual Abuse, SRA, hoaxes debated who was issuing aggressive intellectual property enforcement actions against conspiracy theorists. The corporate veil fractured permanently when legal filings, copyright strikes, and platform safety complaints were formally executed under the name of Castle Corbenek Limited. On its official digital repositories and YouTube community announcements, the operator explicitly declared that Project Nightwatch, PNW, the digital identity that succeeded the Satanic Views brand, is the official sister entity of Castle Corbenek Limited. This corporate nexus directly ties Alexander Oliver Jones to the technical administration of the PNW network. The Eagle signature, from Satanic Views to Aquila, while corporate registrations provide the legal proof, the subject's profound psychological fixations offer undeniable behavioral corroboration. Throughout his digital evolution, the operator has left a distinct thematic calling card, the Eagle. 1. The digital footprint. In the mid-2010s, the James Hind persona operated the Satanic Views WordPress blog, frequently utilizing distinct eagle imagery in profile segments. When the operation rebranded to Project Nightwatch, PNW, and migrated to Blue Sky and YouTube, the operator explicitly highlighted an eagle as the official corporate logo, publicly stating on streaming channels that real-world encounters with birds of prey were regarded as highly symbolic personal omens. 2. The physical reality. In the physical world, Alexander Oliver Jones is the recognized creator and commercial founder of Aquila, a tactical board game inspired by a 2,000-year-old Roman board game excavated by archaeologists in Stanway, Colchester. In Latin, Aquila translates literally to eagle. The entire mechanics of Jones's game revolve around securing a central, vital Roman eagle piece. The linguistic crossover extends even deeper into the digital archives. On early tracking forums, the James Hind persona openly referenced a silent, technical partner codenamed Ajax. In classical Greek mythology, Ajax is intimately intertwined with the eagle, his very name, Aias, deriving from the ancient Greek word for eagle, Aiatos, born as an omen from Zeus. The mythological naming convention perfectly mirrors Jones's dual real-world passions for Colchester's Romano-British history and eagle symbolism. The botanical smoking gun, the 12 Oaks of Colchester. If any skepticism remained, it is thoroughly eradicated by a highly specific, decade-long biological experiment that Jones inadvertently tracked across multiple platforms under different names. Filled circle. The seed is planted, the James Hind era, in the early years of the Satanic Views WordPress blog. The persona, James Hind, published a personal photograph documenting an array of precisely 12 newly planted acorn saplings, detailing a long-term personal project to cultivate oak trees from seed. Filled circle. The tree matures, the Alex Jones, PNW, era, fast forward more than a decade to the modern era. On the official Project Nightwatch Blue Sky profile, Alexander Jones published a multi-stage photographic update showcasing his favorite homegrown oak tree. In the accompanying text, Jones explicitly stated that the tree was now roughly 10 to 12 years old, and revealed that it was the strongest survivor of an original batch of precisely 12 oak trees he had planted. The chronological math is flawless, but it is the name Jones assigned to this surviving oak that cements his exact physical geography. He revealed he named his prized tree, Boudica. Boudica was the iconic Celtic queen of the Iceni tribe who led a historic, scorched earth rebellion against the Roman Empire in AD 60-61. Her very first, most devastating military action was the total destruction and burning of Camulodunum, the ancient city known today as Colchester, the exact town where Alexander Oliver Jones resides and runs his commercial operations. From physical logistics to cyber intelligence, the final piece of the puzzle lies in the structural mechanics of how Jones operates. In Colchester, Jones is the director of LDS Leaflet Distribution Service Limited, company number 08381254. LDS heavily markets its utilization of specialized, high-precision GPS route logging software to track physical distribution pathways across local territories. This highly regimented, data-driven approach to physical logistics seamlessly informs his online methodology. The Project Nightwatch and historical James Hind platforms have consistently operated not as emotional blogs, but as technical, cold-palette counterintelligence units, utilizing sophisticated IP logging, metadata scraping, digital archive mapping, and forensic data tracking to expose and document online harassment networks. Conclusion: the illusion of the mirror maze. For over a decade, Alexander Oliver Jones successfully maintained a complex digital ecosystem. By adopting the historical name of Captain James Hind, a witty, 17th-century royalist highwayman who famously fought on the front lines of the 1648 siege of Colchester, Jones engaged in a grand piece of historical roleplay. He reframed a grueling, highly toxic internet feud against conspiracy theorists into a romanticized, historic crusade. But the data trail does not lie. When the corporate filings of Castle Corbenic, the Latin roots of the board game Aquila, the tactical mechanics of GPS tracking, and the 12-year-old growth of an oak tree named Boudica are overlaid, they converge on a single, inescapable point. The mystery is solved. Alexander Oliver Jones is the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, but what does that mean? What does that mean? You're willing to lie for people and threaten people? Is that what you're saying? You're representing, threatening me.
I'm asking you to stop mentioning these.
Why are you not going with the truth, though? Why are you willing just to relay these incorrect statements?
Well, from my point of view, there's been 10 years for you and others to actually prove your case. You have proved your case.
Yeah, we have. Yes, we have. It's not been refuted. The evidence is available. Have you seen the medical reports? Have you seen how he says that his dad is best friends forever, BFFs, with Lewis Hollins, the school teacher, and the inconsistencies in the retractions, quote unquote, where the daughter, Elisa, says, no, my father's never met Lewis Hollins, doesn't even know him. And then, this is the year 3 or 4 teacher, and then Gabriel, in the same supposed retraction, was meant to be a solid retraction, which has been verified by many ex-police and people who are very trained in children investigation, that these are impossible to coach that level, and they were not consistent retractions, whereas the allegations were totally consistent. And the boy, he said, yes, my dad comes down from Sheffield and stays with Lewis Hollins. They're really good friends or something like that. Like, he reiterates what they've already said in the previous disclosures of over an hour each, near an hour and a half, and then they are clearly sedated or under some sort of very heavy psychological pressure and intimidation, and they then make these very flimsy, non-correlating, non-full retractions at all. You have been misled, or you are, by the sounds of it, you're not involved, because you do sound too naive to it. But I'm telling you, 100% factual, that Ricky Dearman, bless him, I do not know malice, because he's obviously gone through something to become in this situation himself. But
So, I mean, like, what the fuck are we supposed to even do with that one? So Ricky Dearman thinks we're going to hell. Yeah, Ricky Dearman told me I was going to hell the one and only time I've actually had any direct communication with him. That's not going to faze me. He told me that like 7 years ago. I don't know how long ago it was now, but he's very clear about how blessed he is and how God's on his side, and how we're all going to he was pretty clear. He's pretty clear about it in his rambling comments. There's quite a pattern developing here, Alex. I'm just not even stressing out about it too much, because obviously the first thing I'm going to do once I finish this is I'm just going to run it through. In fact, I'm going to go straight back to the first one. I've only put one of your fucking posts through so far, and ChatGPT was already concerned. If I'm asking it to operate as a professional psychologist or psychiatrist or just a mental health expert, just what's your opinion, ChatGPT, just based on all of the available psychological studies, and academia that is in existence for all of the time that's gone before us. That's quite a lot of fucking information that we can draw from now, and we've all got access to. This again is the beauty of this tool when it's used properly. We do not need to have money now for lawyers. We do not need to have money for when I say we do not, the last little bit, signing stuff off, stuff like that, but like the bulk of the work, defending yourself, understanding, empowering yourself, all of that you can pretty much do on your own. Crossing some T's, dotting some I's still procedurally can be difficult if you don't have the actual accredited person, but the point I'm making is you can do the bulk of the work on your own. So you can literally do a lawyer's job for them, a solicitor's job, depending where you are, go and hand it to them and say, right, can we make a deal? Sign it off. Okay, so it's an entirely new way to take back your own power, learn how to take care of yourself. And again, this is why it's really important to follow the law, because if you want to apply the law to defend yourself, you have to be following the law in the first place. And that's what keeps us all in check as a society, right? That's what it's all about. Again, replace the whole God concept with law and see how that can unite everybody and just have everybody on the same playing field. Everybody's personal relationship with God, that's a personal thing, but the law is what ties everything together. You're never going to get a one world religion as such, but we already have a one world law. We just need to pay attention to that again. Remember that that's what we're supposed to be doing, so that everybody can, in fact, live in peace. But we've got a massive problem now with this guy's now literally committing to the internet. So only last month, wasn't it? He shut down my PayPal account. So now this is quite, for the sake of solicitors now, you've really got to start thinking and using your head now, Alex. Okay, so you're bragging that those with the most money get the justice. They can pay for the justice. So everything that I stand for, basically, it's so poetic, isn't it? We are in direct battle now, aren't we, you and me, Mr. Satanist? Now, you're trying to litigate and to bend the rules and you're trying to do all that bollocks. I'm just going with the good old-fashioned law, what's in my gut, and I know is right, and I'm going to win. Because that's even if I die, okay, at the end of the day, you are not correct. So once we understand the dynamics of what's going on, I'm not scared of anything. And if I need to die, if I need to go to prison, that's fine. That's just what has to happen. But ultimately, the story, you lose. You're on the wrong side. already. No matter what you do, no matter how many courts say that, okay, mate, yeah, thank you for paying us, you win. That doesn't matter. Once we're all dead, and whatever judge said that is dead as well, the law is still going to be the same when people read about it in 100 years. Okay, and I will have died in honour. So I'm all right with that. So that's where we are. I can't lose at this point. You can try and bend these fucking rules, okay, but I've figured out that this is the whole problem. Again, I'm not... as difficult as so much of my life has been, as difficult as so, but I would not have had the insights into certain things to be able to understand the certain things. And I think I would be so much worse off if I didn't feel like I had a grasp of some of the things that bother me. Hi, Katie. I'd feel more angst now if I was comfortable. I didn't have a million people on my back and I just still was clueless about what the actual fuck is going on. You know, what is the purpose of that? That would bother me more than having the weight of some of what I've had and still have. But again, I've lost my train of thought there a little bit, Alex. It's so difficult to formulate responses without getting a bit overwhelmed by how fucking crazy this entire situation is, considering I didn't even know that you knew of me a couple of months ago, even maybe a little bit. I'm losing concept of time here, but you have already taken out my PayPal account that had zero money in it, and the only fucking transaction for the whole year was from my mother, bar the tester one that Jake did for like £3. But that's Jake and my mum, right? So you've got my PayPal shut down for fraud, which is from your imagination, because you do a lot from your imagination, don't you, Mr. Fantasist? This is a problem. This is where we need grounding and truth. Okay, because my life shouldn't be dependent on your fucking fantasy, neither should anybody else's. This is the problem. When you start using other people for fodder, for your entertainment, for your fantasy, for your desires, for whatever, you're creating so much fucking harm. You're creating so much harm. The problem is with the internet, if you don't actually kill somebody that you fucked over, you carry on doing that for fucking years on end, and you haven't killed them, and you haven't got rid of them, do you think that anger's just going to melt away? Do you? Honestly, I'm the person. It's not melted away at all. It's not melted away. What it's done, it's got really fucking organised, and we're going to deal with this shit, and we're going to settle it. We're going to expose the whole fucking thing, and it's never going to happen again. Never going to happen again. But anyway, Alex, crack on telling me that you're going to win because you've got money. That's going to work out really well for how everybody else in the real wide world perceives you. Okay, not in the courtroom, because you have to live your life outside of that courtroom. You might get an hour or so in a courtroom. Then what about the rest of your life outside of the courtroom where the real people are? With my explicit blessing. Do you know what I mean, Alex Jones from Alex? Alex Jones from Alex from Colchester. Colchester, we've just had it all up there. You can't even say anybody's doxing you or anything. You've put all your own fucking details out there. You've got people who we believe were on your own team are now calling you out. So, like, who have you got other than your client? Like, you're not a solicitor, so you representing Ricky Dearman, claiming to represent the children, just trying to intimidate us. I mean, are you going to be able to prove that for a start? Because we're going to have to prove all of these things that you're claiming, aren't we? To begin with, we're going to have to prove what you're claiming, that you are actually representing those children. Because even people like fucking Clyde from America here telling me what we're supposed to do because you're representing those children. Well, the children have never fucking told us anything. No solicitors contacted us about anything. We've just got a Satanist, a fucking fantasist Satanist on the fucking who pretends to be children to go and talk to other children about paedophilia. Not other children, actual children. So we've got an old man almost pretending to be a child to go and talk to children on the internet about paedophilia for his business. I mean, his business is going around with a fucking game trying to play with children. That's a bit fucked up if you ask me. I mean, that's the sort of stuff really that most people would be concerned about, Alex. I don't think my Wild Signal Club is the sort of stuff that people are really going to be panicking about compared to you pretending to be a fucking child to talk to children about paedophilia on the internet. Again, I'll just take you back to I don't fucking care what happens inside one room for one day. We have to live our life out here, don't we, for the rest of it. All the other years. That's why I didn't give a flying fuck about what Rebecca had me in there. I just don't fucking care. And again, they can take me down to the cells for a little while and cook for me for a bit, whatever. This is all telling the story, isn't it? This is all telling a very elaborate story. So whatever. I'm a vessel. I'm just here to do what I need to do. I'm presented with what I'm presented with, and I just have to work with what I've got to deal with it. So we are where we are. Kaylee, don't get involved talking to Mr. Coleman. Oh, God, just so cringe. Just so fucking cringe. All of it. So fucking cringe. He's just, I wouldn't even know where to start. He's delusional. I don't even, have you seen the latest one, Kate? He's literally, we're going to hell now, according to Ricky Dearman, apparently, according to Alex. I mean, it's just such a joke. Anyway, I'm going to play the rest. I really must get the rest of this played. I think Ghost is starting that one, isn't he? Oh, you people, honestly. I do actually feel like I should actually read it out properly. It's too fucked up, isn't it? My client recently told me that they're stalkers. Hang on, let me get it up so you can see it as well. My client recently told me that their stalkers are probably going to hell. Possibly. I do believe that there is an order to the universe, but I also think there is a high element of randomness too. I think if someone believed the story told in culture that the good guys win in the end and the bad guys get their just desserts, that they may be in for disappointment, at least when it comes to life. Because he's God. Remember, he's God and he's actually in charge of the universe. So we don't do things the way that the actual God says. We do things the way that Alex from Colchester says. So I have viewed lots of YouTube videos of US and UK lawyers in recent days, and the message is harsh. The victim may be right. What is he even saying here? But the one who is right may be the one who loses in court. Like, what is this? Like, oh God, I can't wait to give this to a psychologist, because cases can spin on those with money. Oh my God, what is he saying? Why would you do it? With the best presented case and who remain unemotional. Fucking hell. Oh God. What does he think people are going to see when? Oh, sorry, I haven't got anyone's bloody comments on the screen. Oh no, I've missed loads, haven't I? Has it been off for ages? Yeah, because I had the thing playing, didn't I? I'm going to scroll all of them because Kate's been putting loads of stuff, and it's always worth having on the screen. Sorry. He's literally, so what is he trying to intimidate? He said, yeah. So at the same time, he's trying to intimidate us because he's got money. So he's literally letting us know, no, actually, the way this actually works in real life, yeah, fuck God. We've already covered that because I'm actually God of my universe, remember? He says, this is so fucked up. This is so fucked up. You are so dangerous, Alex. So fucking dangerous. So yeah, law isn't actually relevant. It's money. I mean, these are all the things that I just wouldn't have expected him to outright say it out loud. I mean, that's... Yeah, like generally speaking, Alex, but you're supposed to pretend like that's kind of the secret and, you know, like you're supposed to have everyone... Oh, I don't know what he's even doing. We're not supposed to... Because the thing is, we're not supposed to know that because when we... thing is, when we understand that we're all equal under the law, that doesn't work, does it? Because there's no fucking lawyer or solicitor... I swear, I mean, get one. It will be funny as fuck. It will be funny as fuck. I'd love a solicitor or a lawyer to try and tell me that I am the aggressor in this situation. Go on, find one. Find one. Fucking moron. Again, Alex, it really depends what you're trying to achieve out of things. If administration is your goal, possibly you may win. I may eventually get a break in a cell with room service, possibly, but again, you still have to go out and live your life in the real wide world for the rest of it. I'm not going to be shitting myself about ever like anyone seeing me anywhere. You're already shitting yourself, and you should be a lot, because people don't like nonces and predators, and they do actually need to be eliminated. They need to be eliminated because you see how dangerous they are. They're just so fucking dangerous to everybody's peace and stability and prospects in life. So fucking dangerous to these Satanist paedophiles, especially the ones from Colchester. Fucking well dangerous you are, Alex. Well fucking dangerous. I'm not even going to read his story about the fucking pigeon again. I'm going to just leave it for psychiatrists, and we'll give ChatGPT a go at it later. But I mean, what a fucking weird, creepy cunt you are. You literally are so fucking dangerous and need to be removed from society.
Condition, which might have been self-limiting. So some of the people might well have looked as if they were cured by being touched, but it was in fact a remitting disease. Yeah. Now, I'd like to say a word of. I've mentioned it several times. Typhoid. And the main reason I want to say about typhoid.
Can you just say something else about? I'm going to come on to that. Can I just say something about just about tuberculosis, because it's still such a huge problem in the world. I worked with a doctor in India, and he still called it Koch's disease.
Yes.
Why did he call it Koch's disease? I wonder.
I don't know.
No, it's Robert Koch who first identified it in the Pasteur Institute.
You're talking about
Koch.
K-O-C-H.
K-O-C-H-O. Yeah.
Yes, you're talking about that, Cox. Well,
it's my northern pronunciation.
No, but you're right. That K-O-C-H.
They still called it that, yeah.
Well, Koch's postulates were very, very important.
And still are.
In every disease.
Or certainly your bacterial disease, yeah.
It's certainly bacterial. But if you can actually isolate a virus and prove that it will cause a disease in another creature, and it's got exactly the same thing. You're still using a form of Koch's postulate.
It's called Rivers postulates now from the viruses, but it's still Koch's postulates still make sense.
Yeah, it's the same thing, isn't it?
Basically. Yeah, Rivers. I think it was about 1920s, Dr. Rivers, something like that.
Yeah, but because they didn't. The thing about the virus is that they hadn't actually discovered viruses at the time that Robert Koch.
Heck no. They just discovered bacterium, and it's really quite late. We're talking about 1890s, something like that.
About 1880 something, wasn't it?
1880s,
yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, but other people had shown that tuberculosis was definitely contagious, but the people didn't like to believe it. That was all. And he was
or know what the responsible organism was. In fact, they wouldn't even have a concept of organism. I mean, if we go back to Semmelweis, he called them toxic particles, didn't he?
That's true.
That you got rid of with the washing your hands in the chlorinated lime and boric acid solution. You got rid of these toxic particles.
Which in a way is a good description of them.
It really is.
I think he did. He was amazing.
There's a really good story about Pasteur, that he was giving a talk and about Semmelweis, and some cocky student said, "Where are these so-called toxic particles that Semmelweis allegedly discovered?" And apparently Robert Koch went to the board and drew a line of the Streptococcus the way he'd seen it under the microscope, and he said,
"Yes,
there they are. That's them."
Yes,
it's substantiated.
Well, you know that Robert Hooke saw. Robert Hooke actually
did micrographia.
He saw lots of infective particles, and he said microscopy is dead, and the reason he said that, he says nobody will pay for it.
So Robert Hooke wrote this book called Micrographia. The originals, first editions, must be worth tens of millions of pounds now.
Yes, they must.
And he basically invented the microscope. Pretty impressive guy, Robert Koch, actually. He also designed the monument in London to the Tower of London.
Yes.
He's
one of my...
Yes, one of my heroes, yeah.
Yes, one of my great heroes. He also he also showed the inverse square law.
He did?
For radiation, and he explained how gravity worked.
He did,
and
it was just that Isaac Newton wrote the equations down first.
Yes, That's right.
Yeah, but they didn't like each other, those two. When Newton said, "If I see as far as I've done, it's because I stand on the shoulders of giants," he was actually taking a dig at Robert Koch because he was short.
Yes, and he was he actually removed all reference to him in the Royal Society.
Which is so pathetic because, Newton is still one of the best scientists of all time. The fact that he couldn't give Robert Koch a bit of credit is pretty pathetic, really. Robert Hooke, it's pretty pathetic they couldn't give him some credit.
Well,
but he actually, so this micrographia, he drew cork and it had these cells in it. And, and that's where the expression cells come from for prisoners and monks and.
Yes, but I reckon he was amazing, and it took another 100 years before microscopy came back. Yeah, because nobody would pay for it, and it required the French Revolution. And my theory is that we only had modern medicine after the French Revolution.
So we're talking about what sort of 1790s, something like that?
Yeah, 1790s. Yeah. 17. Yeah. And after that, they created the French created what they called cliniques, and in these, every person who came to be treated, if they died, they all had a post-mortem, and they really wanted to know what was causing the diseases. Yeah, they did away with the idea that you could learn everything you needed to learn by looking at the ancients, Galen and such like. Yeah. Whereas we were still doing that. We were still treating medicine as if it was a branch, of religion.
I suppose there was like William Harvey and a few noticeable exceptions when he discovered the circulation of the blood in the English Civil War.
Absolutely, but he didn't. Harvey didn't put that into practice in medicine. He actually discovered this as an important thing for anatomy, but in medicine he still did the bloodletting. He still did. He in other words, he couldn't get paid for anything.
He didn't join the dots. That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is interesting, but I don't think they were allowed to, you see. That's what... and it was the French Revolution that threw all that out, and from that came germ theory, the Pasteur Institute, all of that stuff.
Long live liberté and fraternity. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So...
tuberculosis, though, it's had a bit of a boost, really. I mean, it's the most appalling disease, but it's kind of a double whammy with the HIV pandemic, wasn't there? Where you get the immunosuppression.
Oh yes,
and that allows this chronic tubercular infection to become established. I mean, I remember one child we treated in India. It was appalling. The poor child had meningitis. So he had tubercular meningitis.
Yes, horrible.
And we couldn't get terrible.
It used to be
we couldn't get rid of the meningitis without sorting the immunity out first. So, we had to. It was difficult. I can't remember what the physicians actually did now, but I think they probably went for treating the meningitis and the HIV at the same time, because the triple therapies had just become available. But
well, before streptomycin, of course, people used to, if they got the meningitis with tuberculosis, they all died. I mean, it was 100% mortality rate.
Was it? Yeah. Horrible way to die. The cerebral agitation, the headache.
Horrible.
I
Yeah.
mean, meningitis is, people scream with the pain, don't they?
It's awful. It's. I mean, I saw a lot of people with meningitis in Africa. It's a terrible condition.
Yeah,
terrible.
Horrible. And of course, it can occur in outbreaks, especially in the meningitis belt. But so tuberculosis is still a huge problem. Now we've got multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, of course.
But one of the problems
still treated. It just takes about a year. Some of the treatments could take about a year now to treat it.
Well, one of the problems is that people don't always stay the course. They don't finish the course of treatment, and then they go off and spread it to somebody else. But when they've spread it, it will be some form of resistant tuberculosis. So one thing I would say is that if you ever get tuberculosis, finish the treatment. I think it's so important.
I worked with a group of pretty wonderful nurses in Cambodia in the early noughties, and they had what they call DOTS, directly observed tubercular. Can't remember what it was. Could have been directly observed tubercular treatment. It could have been DOTT. But basically, they had, each nurse would be given a group of patients, and he or she was responsible for that group of patients.
Right.
Basically, through at least 6 months and potentially a year, but every day, because it was very hard to get the message over to people who were basically uneducated that, you don't stop taking this as soon as you feel better.
No, that's right.
And when I was working in the refugee camps on the Tai-Khmer border in the early 80s, the doctor I worked with there was working with the administration, and he said, "We're going to start treating tuberculosis." And the Khmer administration were completely delighted. And they said, "But of course, anyone I tell you to imprison, you have to put them in prison for the course of the treatment."
Yeah.
So if anyone defaulted on the treatment, the doctor would talk to the authorities and they'd put them in prison for the rest of the treatment. How many people do you think defaulted on the treatment?
I don't think they wanted to go to prison.
None. No one was imprisoned, but they knew he wasn't bluffing. So so no one defaulted on it. Anyway, we digress. Let's go. Should we go on to influenza next? Because that's still
okay. Yes, that's a big one.
It's a pretty big one, really, isn't it? And still is, of course.
It is.
Yeah. So we're talking about a viral infection here.
Yes, influenza, otherwise known as the flu.
Yeah.
Open.
But people say, "Oh, I've got a bit of flu." No, you don't get a bit of flu when you've got proper influenza. You are sick.
Yes, you were really sick.
I remember. I used to have a bed in this room, and I remember lying on that floor there, just down there, and I couldn't get into bed. And I thought, well, if I die now, that's fine. I felt so bad.
Yes.
This was in the early 90s. I just
yes. There've been several bouts of the, and we're never ready for it, are we?
No,
we're never ready for the seasonal flu.
But I was so ill that the influenza A, the outbreak types.
Yes.
Oof, terrible illness.
They've been going on about the Hallett report about why were we not ready for the COVID, and they said because we. I think
calling the Hallett report a report is very generous of you, Paul. But yes, go ahead.
Yes. The Hallett nonsense. The Hallett let's spend money on lawyers.
Hundreds of millions
of millions on lawyers providing no information at all. Yeah. So they said the reason we weren't ready for the COVID is we prepared for the wrong pandemic. We prepared for the influenza and we got COVID. No, they did not prepare for influenza. And quite frankly, if they had prepared for influenza, they would have been ready for COVID. And we are never ready for the seasonal influenza. So how in any way can you say that we prepared for a pandemic of influenza? We didn't. And why? Well, because there isn't that much you can do except for support. So what do I mean by support? I mean low levels of a certain amount of oxygen provided by masks, not...
if the saturations drop, certainly. We always want to titrate oxygen up to...
Yes.
We don't want to go much below 92, really, in someone who's got a regular...
Putting up a drip so that the person can be kept hydrated.
Very important.
Maybe antibiotics to prevent super infection.
Correct. Not to treat the virus, to prevent secondary infection.
So this is done in hospital.
I'm glad you didn't mention antipyretics, Paul, because we want to keep the temperature high most of the time, don't we, to optimize the efficiency of the immune system?
We do, because it is the natural response of the organism. of our organism against the organisms trying to invade us.
There's very specific mechanisms in the hypothalamus that are specifically designed to cyclooxygenase mechanisms that are specifically designed to increase the body temperature.
I thought it was the result of the interferon that did it. I thought
interferon is going to be it's part of the acute response, isn't it? It's part of the general inflammatory process. Yeah. So good question for Gus next time we see him.
Yes. How much of it is due to one or the other?
Yeah.
But the point
is we're designed to be pyrexia when we're sick. That's the point.
Yes, you're quite right. Yeah. Because the organisms do not do well when we raise our body temperature,
and the immune system works better.
And people go and take aspirin to take their temperature down, and it actually is slightly dangerous because you need to have the. However, we don't have room in hospitals in the winter, even for the seasonal flu, and why is that? And we've said this before. It's because they've reduced the number of hospital beds, and they've done that, and they've been able to do that when things are going well because of MRI, CT, ultrasound, day case surgery, all of these things, which certainly reduce the need for hospital beds. But it doesn't help with the flu. So talking about the flu, we are not prepared for the flu because we do not have sufficient numbers of beds and we don't have enough staff. And so when they said, right, then we will produce Nightingale wards, yes, but there weren't any staff, so they never used them.
Well, they're going to bring in a few wrinklies. I think a few of us were down on the list to go and work in them if we needed to.
The fourth doctor to die was one of my friends who was a wrinkly who was brought in, caught the COVID and died from the COVID because he was in the age group who was likely to die. And so they encouraged the wrinklies to come back in and die. Very kind of them. I refused.
And they didn't even give them vitamin D.
No, I refused to give people vitamin D, even though we told them. We actually were in touch with them. Gus was in touch with them. I was in touch. They wouldn't allow people to have steroids. They wouldn't allow people to have ivermectin. There are loads of things that are terrible about that.
Yeah, I was working with David Davis, the MP at the time, and we produced a whole talk on vitamin D. And we used the evidence of the Bradford Hill criteria, and he presented that in Parliament, partly based on what I'd said, I'm pleased to say.
Yes.
But of course, Matt Hancock stood up and said, "No, vitamin D is a waste of time, mate. Don't bother with it," you know. And we know he was 180 degrees wrong.
Well, he was, yes. He was completely wrong.
I don't think he was a doctor, actually, Matt Hancock, was he?
He was an idiot.
Don't think he was a doctor.
But he certainly was an idiot. Yes.
Completely unbelievable, yeah. So, influenza. Of course, the 1918-1919, the Spanish flu.
Killed more people than the First World War.
Spanish flu, a good name for it?
Killed more people than the First World War, and it certainly did not start in Spain. So Spanish flu was...
I think the Spanish called it the English flu.
Yeah, probably. And the English called it the Spanish flu. The Americans, I don't know what they called it, probably the Spanish flu.
Where are you on that? Do you believe in the Kansas chicken farm theory for the origin of the N1?
I think it came from... I think it came from China. And I think it certainly was. It increased in America, yes, but I don't think that it started there. I think it came from China.
So
the only reason we thought it was Spanish was because of the war. There was a moratorium on our newspapers reporting it, and they were not allowed to report it. So, and it wasn't reported in Germany. It wasn't reported in France, in Britain. in America, but it was reported in Spain because they were neutral, and that's why it was called the Spanish flu. And my immediately afterwards, there was an outbreak of encephalitis.
That's interesting. There wasn't there? After the Spanish flu, lots of people developed encephalitis, which is inflammation of the brain.
Correct. And my grandmother had the encephalitis after having had the Spanish flu, and she developed Parkinson's disease, which was with her for the rest of her life.
So they called it encephalitis lethargica, didn't they?
They did, because people went very sleepy. It was a very strange thing.
Yeah. So after the influenza, a lot of people got this encephalitis or encephalitis lethargica, brain inflammation and lethargy. And quite a few of those went on to develop Parkinson's disease, and it was called post-encephalitic.
That's right.
Parkinson's disease. And of course, you never see post-encephalitic Parkinson's disease now. Or neurologists
died off.
Neurologists might see the odd case, I suppose, still, but I've never heard of it since then. And an interesting example of a disease that sort of came and went, really. A very interesting story. And do you think a lot of people that died in 1918-19 died of secondary bacterial infection and iatrogenic effects rather than the direct effect of the H1N1 itself?
I don't really know. It would be quite likely, wouldn't it? Yes. Certainly we didn't have any antibiotics then.
I think aspirin was probably greatly overused as well. I've been talking to Claire Craig about this. I can't remember the details, but some of the features that people report as being features of the influenza are actually aspirin overdose.
Right.
So interesting.
I know what it feels like to have an aspirin overdose.
Do tell us.
Well, when I was a kid, there was junior aspirin, which tasted really nice, and so I actually
70 milligrams from what I remember.
I ate the remains of the bottle when I was little, and I got an amazing.
I remember
dizziness.
that it did taste nice. I remember that.
Yeah, I think it was orange flavored.
It was orange. It was orangey. It was lovely. Yeah,
it was, and I just thought these are nice. So I've been given one. It's supposed to be good for me, so I thought these will make me feel better. And I ate the whole remains of the bottle. I don't know how much was in the bottle, but they called the doctor round, and he looked at me. He said, "Seems all right to me," and off he went. And so I didn't have my stomach pumped or anything, but I did feel weird.
Did you get the tinnitus?
Oh yes, absolutely. I got the tinnitus, and I got a dizziness, a general dizziness. The whole room spun round.
Horrible. Good job it wasn't paracetamol, though, Paul.
Yes, that would have done my liver in straight away, but I luckily recovered from that. And so I reckon I must have been 7.
Yeah.
Because I remember exactly where I was, and we moved when I was 8. And that was the same period that I actually had the flu. I actually did have flu at that time and became quite delirious. I remember being really quite ill and being looked after downstairs.
Yeah, I remember fevers when I was a kid. I used to hallucinate.
That's right. Yeah, hallucinating away.
Yeah. Mum, what are those things? I remember saying, "Mum, what are those things dangling off the ceiling?" I could see them.
I didn't see something on the ceiling. I saw water rising up in the room, and it was almost at the level of the bed of where. And I said to my father, "Why have we got all this water in here?" And he said, "There is no water," and it instantly disappeared.
Weird, isn't it? Weird thing, hallucinations.
But another time, I'd been reading the Eagle comic, because I thought that I was in a tiny little spaceship, and this huge spaceship was trying to engulf me with its space. They had just like grabbing arms, and it was actually my father trying to give me a cuddle.
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I remember hallucinations. Like people with dementia often see children or animals.
Yes.
So I remember my dad a few years ago. He was saying to me, well, "What's that? Why is there a snake in the house?" He wasn't frightened. He wasn't bothered, but he could see there was like a snake on the dressing. I think I think he saw children at other times as well. It's strange. Children and animals.
Coming back from St. Malo on the ferry.
Saint-Malo.
At St. Malo on a ferry. We'd been at
the French say
medical meeting. What do they say?
Saint-Malo.
Oh, well, they would, yeah. Well, we don't. Coming back from St. Malo, Saint Malo. Ce n'est pas possible, monsieur.
Mais oui, n'est-ce pas? Yeah.
And the waves were 30 feet high, and it was a terrible trip. And they said, "Is there a doctor on board?" Well, there was loads of doctors, but I was the only one who stood up. And
all the doctors were sick.
Yeah, well, they were. And they'd stopped serving alcohol. They'd stopped serving food. And they said, this fellow, we think he might have DT. I said, well, it's highly likely because we've been some hours already on this trip and he hasn't been served any alcohol. And
delirium tremens.
Yes, and he was quite right. And he was hallucinating. And I went to listen to his chest just to check for pneumonia or anything else like that could also cause delirium. And he thought that the stethoscope was a snake.
Yeah, in DTs, I've looked after quite a few people with DTs. We do give them Librium, chlordiazepoxide, but they can still get quite bad features.
We gave him haloperidol.
That
was the old treatment.
Pretty heavy stuff. Yeah, but yeah. The benzos are kind, but haloperidol does work. You're quite right. But quite often they see insects and snakes.
Yeah, really.
It's one of these characteristic hallucinations, and it's
one
of the few.
I said yes, it is DTs. That's what I told them.
It's one of these things where you get. It's unusual that you get visual hallucinations, but no, very often they're really terrified by the snakes and the insects. It's really quite horrible. So that was influenza. Going to be an ongoing problem. Do you want to do another one, or are you getting tired?
Well, I just want to I'm getting very tired now.
Yeah. But what would you like to finish on?
And my wife, Lois, has just come in and said she's getting very hungry.
I'm not. She's a very considerate lady. You're very fortunate.
She is very considerate. Yeah. I just wanted to finish by showing people the cartoon there.
Oh yeah, you've done some cartoons. Yeah.
Well,
wonderful invention, the flushing. Yes, but it might have been better to invent the sewer first. Good point.
Because they didn't, they invented the flushing loo before they invented the sewer.
And there are some remarkably amusing cartoons that Paul's drawn. But I must say that the cartoons you've drawn are, of course, they're very light-hearted, Paul, but they do illustrate important points.
Well, that's the idea. Yeah. The idea is to illustrate. There's another one in that section which I always found. I liked that one.
Oh yeah,
the chap who was peeing into the into the well.
Yeah, which we don't. We don't advocate.
We would encourage people not to pee in wells.
Yeah, that's good health advice. Now, just to finish, I've heard a rumor, Paul, that you have invented a new type of guitar. Now, on this channel, we're evidence based. So do you have any evidence of the existence of this new guitar?
I'm afraid I do. I have it with me here.
Do present us with the evidence.
Okay. This is...
I've heard it's something to do with a pizza.
It's a pizza guitar.
Wow.
And it's a pizza paddle. That actually is a photograph of an actual pizza that we had up the road here in Bristol. At Pizza Land, and it was a very nice one.
I thought it looked a bit like an Aldi pizza, and this is one you made earlier. Not the pizza, the guitar, that is. Oh, bottlenose, yeah. What should we sing?
I got a blues down to my shoes. I've got a blues down to my shoes. It is the pandemic blues, the blues you'd never choose.
And you wrote that this afternoon, I believe, Paul.
I wrote it just now that second.
It's a great sound. It's a bottle. It's a what do you call it? Bottlenose sound or something? It's brilliant.
Yes. I see. I've got a slide there.
Real bluesy sound. Yeah.
It's only 3 strings.
Yeah.
This were D, A, and D, and so it all the way along. It's playing chords, but they are power chords.
I can see why you're called Dr. Jazz.
That's why. Yeah.
So Dr. Jazz, alias Professor Paul Goddard, well-known doctor and pioneering radiologist. Fascinating insight. Book is available. Bit of a walk down memory lane, some new ideas on COVID, and some really frightening folk tales. We didn't have time to talk about scarlet fever and quite a few others, cholera and typhoid, but we'll maybe come back and do some more.
Well, why not?
Do thank your wife for her indulgence.
I will. And I'll go and have something to eat now.
And go and have something to eat. And for now, thank you very much, and we'll talk soon.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Just having a quick scan through because I wasn't here for a long while. Just your being anywhere, Clyde, like being in Rebecca's today, even though it's removed now, obviously we've got it. It's just so cringe as fuck. Not a real person in there, not one real name. Just you creepy stalkers talking about me, making stupid jokes. It's just so fucking cringe. Like, who the fuck do you think you're kidding with any of this nonsense? You've got no ID. You're just here gang stalking 24/7. I think you're a paedophile and you're here 24/7 to what? Convince me you're not. By remaining anonymous and only talking about closing down children's testimony. That's your only passion. Is to make sure that children's testimony isn't heard and that we're silenced. That's your only passion, and you're doing it anonymously, and you're trying to tell everybody else how important you are and should be listened to, how irrelevant and stupid and all the rest of it we are. It is absolutely ridiculous. And then Alex, I mean, how I don't know, Clyde's probably gone now. That was a little way back, because DJ is just going on and on and on like it's gonna, yeah. And you were in there telling them that you ignore me, like Babs ignores me, DJ, yeah? Like all of the recorded evidence. Who's named a teddy after me? Who's Emily? Is Emily Harry's partner by any chance? Because Harry said that I'd put Emily. I've got a feeling Emily, I'd probably put her name in there. I've seen her name around a couple of times. That would make sense. Are you joking? If they said they've actually... that's fucked up on some... Oh, who has... Like, this is just so surreal, isn't it? Usually, you'd need to be famous to have random people you don't know name teddy bears after you, wouldn't you? This is how fucked up it is. I don't get any of the perks of being famous or rich or, you know, like any of the perks that come with... But people are fucking naming teddies after me, dedicating their life to stalking me. It's just so weird. Yeah, thank you, Katie. Okay. That's just so peculiar. So just another weird two people I've never spoken to, obsessed enough to name things after me. That's just so weird. Trying to impress Paris. What was that, an old one? Or is Paris still around recently? See, I can't keep up with... That's even weirder if it's from ages ago. I didn't know Paris was still... Alive of Helen calling the police on me. Live of Helen calling the police on me is on 19th of October 2023. On Paris's live. Oh, I'm getting confused now. What the fuck? And have you got that one? Oh my God. Have you got that one, Katie? You probably played it. Maybe I've missed it if you have, but this is so fucked up. Or is there, if you have, is there a chance you'd be able to play it at a time? Both lives are still of it. Oh, what Paris's live is that the one with the filthy pictures? Oh God, I can't believe how much time has passed as well. So hang on. So Helen was phoning the police on me 3 years ago as well. God. I certainly didn't even know she existed 3 years ago. No, I think I'd have seen the name, but literally no. Just another fucking really random weird woman who's involved with all these paedophiles I just don't need to get to know, but would have had no inkling of anything to do with her until she presented herself to me. Okay, but still, like the time period. So, but sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions, aren't I? So, Helen, are you saying Helen phoned the police on me in 2023 as well? Oh, would that, I suppose, yeah, because that would have been all to do with the palaver around Eric. Yeah. 2-6. So I had the police turn up a few times. So Helen also had them. Oh, what a vile cunt. That woman needs to fuck. So they're playing videos of my children, and then I need a welfare check because I'm responding and reacting to it, yeah? Again, yeah, because it's not enough to do it all day. Oh my God, these cunts need to fucking die. I'm sorry, I'll say it. They need to repent or fucking die. I've got no qualms saying that cunt needs to fucking suffer. Assisting paedophiles to literally torture a woman for what again, people? Helen, do you want to tell us why? You sick fuck? And Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, you jumped in on because...
You there?
Hi, okay.
Hi,
Yeah,
good.
right, thank
I've
you.
put the link in your chat. The live was streamed on the 19th of October 2023. The title is Lavenham Abuser That Begs for Attention and Cries at Response on Fruitcake Watch channel. During that chat, as you're being, you're asking, is this threats and all of that to Eric because he's putting your landlord's details in it. Unlisted goes on to show your flat or a flat that looks like you're inside and out. Helen's in the chat. She doesn't like what you're saying, so she's calling the police on you. And she done an emergency police welfare check on you on the 19th of October 2023, showing her premeditation. She has lied to the police, making out she doesn't know you till 2025.
What the fuck? This woman...
So if you've got that link in the back, the other one, the reason why it's more concerning, Sabina's death was not announced until 5th of March 2023.
Yeah.
Already, and this is why I kicked off on Jupiter's and said about contacting family members and all of that, because I know what I was watching the days prior, and I was already thinking at that point, I thought Sabina had left unlisted, because she was saying if he said anything like that about autistic children, she'd leave him and all of that. I didn't know she was dead. And so I was in Matt's live, like, has she left him? And during that week, that March or so, I see people's comments, and then Plisco saying that Kaylee has a lot to answer for. And then he was going around saying Jupiter has a lot to answer for. And that's on the 4th of March, before it was even announced about Sabina's death on the 5th of March. Unlisted, Eric ECB, Danny Jones, Plisco, all of them were trying to set you up as though you was the one who'd killed Sabina. So that's why I was asking whether she had committed suicide, because it was just so out of the blue, them announcing her death, her being so young. I never at any point said he took a knife to her, he murdered her. No, I'm sorry. I've got 12 sisters, and I'm telling you, if my sister died in the same way, he wouldn't be fucking living. That's my take on it. And by the way that I see him doing that, you can go to Paris Barrington's live. And the funny part about that 4th of March live is the exact live in 2023 when Helen James admitted to popping 38 tablets per day. That live in the chat is where Plisco is trying to set you up and said he's going to contact your family.
This is before
Sabina was announced at all.
Sorry, I got confused there. The last bit that you said there, which live was that? Where Plisco was setting me up?
I'm going to share that with you now. It's the 4th of March, 2023 on Paris Barrington's live. And prior to those lives as well, you were being, images had been being made about you in these groups outside of YouTube. 7 dwarfs, a picture of your face, you laying down as though you're naked, and the dwarfs licking you out, basically. I'm at the same time telling Paris, drunk or not, or that's not okay. I don't care. I don't care whether it was you, any other woman. I'm sorry, but this person wants respect for deciding that they want to be a woman, is going around calling women slags, sexualizing women in images and all of that. Helen was always in there.
I was in such shock. That's why I was in such shock.
Helen was only around Paris Barrington's channel to control me, same as Harry Munker, to control Justin, to control Matt. This has been going on for so long. And to the way that they've done it, to control yourself even so, and to get us all arguing, the same people, the same behind. I've just watched the other video, Kip's Clips, the irony, I watched it yesterday, Bleeding has shared it today, but at 13 minutes and 51 seconds in, Kip's Clips talks about being groomed by this Danny Jones hoax police and another person called Flo, and how they targeted somebody called Wiz Solutions to try and set them up to have social services called on him. So that's Danny Jones, this is Unlisted, this Plisco, this Helen, this Rosie Waterhouse, this Barbara Hughes, this whole group.
Yeah,
it's got,
long
sorry
time.
if I'm in this, even just saying this, I feel like I'm having a
you.
go, but it's triggering.
It's so triggering. Now I'm starting to, because I'm going back through the things just to do the throwback, and it is extremely triggering. And obviously there's no manual for how to actually deal with this and process it, especially when it's still ongoing in real time with these pricks still around us. But
people mock the dates and all of that. That's something that's never going to change about me. One thing I cannot deal with is damn lies. Okay, somebody says, hold on, that didn't happen. And then I'm having to go around. This is why I don't do the lives anymore. I've got over 1,000 videos. It doesn't matter if you provide the evidence. They don't want to know.
Well, this is it.
They've got their narrative. They've got some. I'm really concerned that there is a kind of extreme terrorist organization. These people in some sort of group doing this to people in the United Kingdom. This is something that has now become a pattern of behavior, whether to set people up for sectioning, imprisoning, to lead them to either die, just by natural because their own health.
It's not just in the UK either. The targeted individuals is very, very real, very, very.
And you see the sick game. I came on to. You see the sick game. I came on to Jake's. I don't mean to talk because it's a lot to explain. I came on to Jake's to talk about going into hospital with viral meningitis, needing to, better my body and immune system and the cortisol levels, how these people put you in fear, give you PTSD and then you got this Alex coming up with story fucking telling about angel stories and devil stories. I don't know why this man is playing God, but if he had any ounce of God in him, any ounce of transparency in him, he would answer as to who this James Hind is.
Well, exactly.
Who threatened me.
I'm getting less concerned in terms of having to prove anything with him. I'm more concerned with his actual behaviour, but I'm finding it less of a challenge for us to have to actually just prove what's actually going on here with this guy and his mental health.
Okay, if you know, there's a Matthew Hopkins or something who put out a Norwich pharmaceutical order on James Hind character, and then James disappeared off the Twitter and all of that, and up pops Alex. Alex is liable for criminal.
I'd never heard of a Norwich farm before I'd even come up with it, just for looking to see if the thing existed.
It's where this James Hind started closing down his Twitter account, started closing down everything because he can't do an NPO against Justin. You know the name of Justin.
That's when everyone started freaking out when I figured that out. So I can just imagine him freaking out when somebody realised. That's brilliant.
I've got it on my actual post, and it's hard, when I say the information. But if I just go back down again, you'll see that post there. It's 2 months ago, and this is why Alex has tried to put this threatening video out to me. I'm not stalking the man. I've got questions. This James Hind of Project Nightwatch, decided to represent Helen as a legal advisor, decided to represent Jamie Lofthouse as a legal advisor, misrepresentation. So when he's trying to make out you're committing fraud, well, he's the one committing fraud by misrepresentation. Alex or James or whoever he is.
Yeah, just it's the pure hypocrisy that's just going to have them just completely fall apart, even if anything ever does go to court. I mean, just the audacity of trying to claim perjury or fraud on my part for giving an old address when the whole reason I had to give an address in the first place is because he made a fraudulent copyright claim. He had no intention of
ever taking it to court. But that live I've just shared you with unlisted, putting up your address, them all contacting your landlord, Mandy Mosley on the chat saying maybe you're going to need to find a new landlord, making you move and all of that. You have every right to have your address private. That's in the video I've just sent you. That's in that's in January, in 19th of October 2023.
And how long is the live roughly? Without me.
Well, if we go to the live in total is 1 hour and 43 minutes. If you want to skip,
I'll just play it now.
Go through well, if you want to skip, you're in the chat. If you want to skip it, you go to the transcript, and that's when you can quickly get to when you're being spoken about, because your name will be in it. But I'm just saying, Mandy's on the panel, Eric's on the panel.
Not that long, I think I'll play the whole live just for the context of the live, so I'm not clipping anything or anything. No, I really appreciate. So hang on, so I've only got one in the back there.
Just before I forget, I've got one more to share you from Paris. Paris is the 4th. Perfect. This one I just share into the chat now is the NPO against James Hind of Project Nightwatch. Then Alex Jones turns up on YouTube with his Project Nightwatch account. And if you've noticed, he's deleted all those videos. I've got a copy of all the videos he's got because he came out and started going at everybody. Perfect. So Alex also said, if nobody likes watching his videos, don't watch. I don't know why he's watching your videos.
Exactly. So he would like they all try this one and the block. Well, if you don't want me here, block me.
Right. Well, that's on his Project Nightwatch channel that he's put to private. But that was the way he came out with his approach. My concern is when did the youngest child of the case of Hampstead turn 18? Was it this year? That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
That's all because then in that conversation he had with Jake, he says, no one's, they're not under anyone's influence anymore. What the fuck did he mean about that?
Exactly.
That line there concerns me.
I mean, this is the whole point of why I have made that we are going to do court and we're going to do we're going to break down everything that's been said in that conversation. We're going to take an entire day and break down these things. He will have an opportunity to answer it. But I mean, how fucked up is that anymore? Well, this can all go to psychologists and psychiatrists. Enough time has passed now. People don't need to be scared. This is what we're left dealing with. Alexander Oliver Jones is actually representing Ricky Dim, and the police don't want to know.
He can't represent Ricky. He cannot represent the children. The only one that can represent Ricky is himself, or say it and get somebody. But the only thing that I do know is that Alex Jones does have a connection to a solicitor called Simon Taylor through his business.
Okay.
So regardless of what's going there, it's still misrepresentation. I don't know whether that person's working with him, but we've already had this James Hind telling Lofthouse how James Hind and Karen were giving Lofthouse this legal advice on documentation and everything. That's on my channel. So that's false misrepresentation, fraud. Okay. Yeah. Then at the same time, putting out on the 9th of September, because I decided to ask Helen why she deleted the comments threatening me and Bryony. Helen then lies. Then I get a notification during that live of Paddy McCarthy's telling me that James Hind, I'm not on Twitter at the point, is putting all of my details and asking for all of my details on Twitter. So I've got this with James Hind, Alex Jones, for personal. Why were they doing that? Yeah. The lives in 2022, James Hind coming into my chat. I've got a live on my channel, 16th of September, 2022. The James Hind's in my chat, refusing to leave me alone. All of it.
Used to just delete another
Helen
one.
is in there with James Hind.
That the whole world, they feel, just has to bend. And I mean, they admit that when they say things like they are the god of their universe, they do feel like the entire world needs to bend toward whatever they want to do, whatever their narrative of the day is. It just doesn't work like that. They're caught out, and
Every time they're caught out, you notice all of a sudden I'll get displays of videos about Patrick's dead body, everything.
Yeah, this I had somebody called I had the Black Pines account congratulating me on becoming a grandmother this morning. I mean, it's the head fuckery of these.
And the cloning or making up names in your ex's account.
That's what I'm saying. So it's my ex's band's name telling me I'm becoming a grandmother. That this is just normal. This is just what they do 24/7.
You know, on Unlisted's live, if I was to say, why are you using that person's photo, they'll then say it was me doxing. But at the time, this is why I was warring with you, because Pliska was going around using my son's dad's photograph. And on Unlisted's live, it's there all on the screen. At the same time, he's telling other people, Kaylee needs help. He's using the fucking picture of my son's dad.
Plisco is
so Helen, and then Unlisted opens up his Facebook, and you can see that he's on Facebook communicating back and forth with Helen. And then at the same time, she goes and gives Unlisted and Plisco my home telephone number that she obtained from Nadia to threaten me. And then at the same time, Plisco's there with guns and put my son Aaron's name across the whole front.
Shit Plisco has done, I don't even want to, and I only know a fraction of it. I only know a fraction.
He went on to Silly Centrals, tried to get this person called Silly Central to pose as a 17-year-old nephew and the grey cat, who's Helen's friend, to make out that Justin and Matt are trying to groom 17-year-old children. It wasn't.
It's not the sharpest tool in the box. So what's going to become really important here is who has utilised him.
Hold on, he's not that. He's the most dangerous one of them. Okay, he's the one who said that if every report goes to the police, he gets them wiped.
He's ruthless. See, that's what I'm trying to say. He's not sharp. He's not the sharpest, but he's ruthless. He's really good at gaming. He's all the things that they will use to.
He's all the things that come under what you would call the Covert Human Intelligence Sources Act 2021. And same with Helen. She can be used.
Do it and think that it's a game and that you can get away with it, you know. So he's going to have a lot of information that is going to be really relevant to what actually has gone on with the whole operation.
Well, he's only begun a bit more disappearing till Helen became a liability. She was trying to get him rolled up against me, making out I'm in with Brian Ho, making out I'm blaming Plisco for smashing my windows, breaking his friendship with the Cockerels, and this is 3.5 years ago. So it's all just that, you know, the whole way that Helen has set out to target you, she is not a victim of you. I can understand if you're upsetting others or others upsetting, whatever's going on with other people. Why Helen is choosing to try and report you for hate crime as an anti-Semite, trying to report you for whatever she's doing.
It's clear, it's almost irrelevant now, the actual allegations that she's so much of them are provable lies anyway. And now
but she can't call you an anti-Semite. She's just done a live with Emma Cockerell on the 12th to go at me and Nixie and lump us all together, whatever it is. But at the same time, she brought your name up.
God.
Yeah. So the desperation to try and set you up as something, she has. As I say to you, look, let me just play I'll find the other live. I've got to find that one from the 4th of March. But just a second, let me just prove to you. Okay. This is ridiculous out of her own mouth. This is a part out of that live. This is out of her own mouth.
Oh, I take so many tablets. It's ridiculous. I take 38 tablets a day. 38?
Yeah. Oh, I take so many tablets. I take 38 tablets a day. Yep, 38. Yep, painkillers for my Crohn's and anti-sickness.
Oh my God, the woman.
This is at the same time you've got James Hind, Unlisted, all of them telling me hurry up and take my meds and all of this shit.
Yeah, well, all of us. That's what they all. And to be fair, AJ at least is on quite heavy medication himself, isn't he?
Morphine. I mean, the only time
Alex was definitely under the influence of something on this, 2 or 3.
But is he taking his Concerta? You know, like what the fuck? Is he taking his methylphenidate? I think he needs it, especially if he's claiming he's got ADHD. He needs to. Well, when they were laughing at me and all of that, remember I'm diagnosed. Okay. Yeah. And I was told that if I didn't take certain medication, I was not allowed contact with my son. So you do what's right for your child, don't you? You listen to the professional, even though they lied. And it's all proven now. But there was a point that I had to take medication. Yeah.
Yeah.
To cover up the abuse of what was going on. That's a fact about it all. And if I didn't document it, if I didn't record these meetings, I had to take medication because I was documenting their evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, you're in an impossible
Then you have
situation.
Helen saying that I'm the one to blame for what happened to my child that wasn't even in my care.
Do you know, she's got no fucking right to speak about anything.
She's got no right to call me a slag because I had my son so young. Who the fuck does she think she is?
She's got no right to speak. She makes me feel absolutely violently ill.
And
now.
James English, another one of the group, when I say Callie was silent, everyone can disagree because she's a sex worker. You're playing it on your channel about sex work. You know, they're not getting the protection and rights. And she was trying to work for the protection and rights of women and that. Totally exploited. But yet James English has just been found guilty yesterday, hasn't he? Beating his ex, the pregnant, you know, and they're all involved in hurting women, hurting children, yet sitting on platforms.
There was always something dodgy about him as well. To be fair, I don't trust anybody who's had an even semi-produced show now in this network or anything around this. I am thinking of the right person, aren't I? James English. He was a YouTuber.
James English involved with all the Daddygate stuff and all of that. Yeah. A lot of it was to big them up, make money on the podcast and all that, and exploit a trafficked victim further and shut her up. That's all why I'm here. This is all why I'm, you know, a problem. If I carried on arguing back and forth with Brian Harvey in 2021, then okay, the trolls would be on my side. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But if you want peace and you just want to get on and people can come, you know, apology, or, you know, because the trolls are the ones who have got involved in the middle to cause the argument in the first place.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. That's what they're not there for, right? They're literally there just to create chaos so that we don't just knuckle down and just focus beyond this mess. You know, they've just created something so vulgar. It needs to be just moved. There's such a mess has been created out here intentionally. There's so much that's just going to need to be just forgotten about now because so much was created out of misunderstanding that was intentionally. I can just thinking back to my first experience of having somebody other than AJ. This was before AJ showed me what was going on, so I didn't understand. And her name was Marie something. But just having it sink in that somebody was actually pretending to, because she'd been nice to me, we'd been fine. And I was so young and naive to the whole chat thing, what was even going on. Then all of a sudden she'd just turn and she's going on about my kids. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, it was just like, what the hell was even going on here? And just having to reason then. And then finding out Brian Harvey had been set against me so early on, I didn't even bother trying to go back. Somebody had put my name to him badly, like right in the early days. And I didn't even try and reason or find out what had gone on, but just being aware of the amount of people that are spreading, you know, misinformation about anybody.
I'd say to you, the amount of controlling me on the Facebook to isolate me whilst people were stealing my evidence, taking my story, taking money and doing all of that, whilst I'm at the process of suffering, okay? Yeah. And when you watch people who claim to be helping you, who claim to be doing all of this stuff, and you're giving them credibility because you're telling other people, yeah, they're great, they're helping, but all the while it's not. They're behind your back doing fake welfare checks. They're setting you up, doing whatever it is. And that's why I say to you, when things in life aren't adding up, start subtracting.
Just don't trust
and as I started to subtract, there was only a very few people that I was talking to. So I know that when the police turned up to my home on the 7th of December, 2019, to fake a welfare check, that was the day before the contact with my child that they tried to prevent me from attending. So I chose not to go. I let the course of justice deal with it because my son loves me and I love my son. And I know that if I don't turn up, my son's going to ask where I am. But I also know that if I turn up, I've got these people on me to put me to the floor, to make me look crazy in front of my son, to destroy any type of bond or contact with my child. One.
This is why I just let it go.
So I stay back. I've got it all recorded. I stay back. The next day, and you know what, God, within 11 days later, my son ran out of care. Okay? Nobody can tell me how great God can work when these people bring all forces at you, and money's not going to change nothing. The truth will. But when they do that to a child, and he didn't just turn up at my doorstep, okay, multiple injuries on him. I had to take him to the fucking hospital. Listen. Oh.
Yeah, we need to, I think.
How dare these people even tell anybody? My son didn't get taken to care because I'm a failed mother.
By people like Rebecca, and because I have to just try, and because I can't. The second I can't explain how triggered and angry and all the things, because I can't even process what's going on with my own child. I literally can't. These things just, I'm so fucking angry. I could kill these people. So Rebecca needs to understand what the fuck she's doing and fucking around with here. Alex, you need to understand what you're fucking around with here. The raw emotion of what you cunts have done and continue to do is nothing to fucking laugh and joke about at all. Okay, Alex, you are not God of anything. Rebecca, you skanky cunt, you need to fucking repent, you whore of Satan. Okay, I keep a lid on it as much as I can, but Kate, she's fit, right? You don't fuck with women and their kids. You just don't fuck with them.
And they said
right?
they're dealing.
This is why I'm so angry with you cunt women. Okay?
I am guilty at the same time for coming at you, you know, and you with your children, because I'm thinking your relationship, but at the same time, you can see the genesis of all of this. This group, the aim, the thing to get you and keep you away from your children.
They deserve torture, so they need to repent. I can't even.
I can understand your anger. That's what I'm saying to you. If they you know, there's some with the amount of calm. They're lucky they're not dealing with the others. There's that video up on there from Nan Brown towards Helen. For Helen setting up this young mother to be imprisoned, all because she was concerned about her child that had a big scar on the back of her neck. Helen is very, very, you know, if I really wanted her to hurt, I would have put the address out and sent everybody there. She would have had no way to do that to you or me. That's her mindset.
She's so sick. I'm desperately trying to just think, right, she must have been so hurt somewhere.
No, she's even Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy wasn't hurt. Yeah, Ted Bundy wasn't hurt. You know, he had a great lifestyle like her, great upbringing like her. Blames it on porn and all the bollocks. Like, I'm just saying, there's people like her that just exist.
I think it's having no hardship sometimes creates the monsters, doesn't it?
Yes.
Because it's having the hardship, it's having the developing empathy and those things that prevent you from being so disgusting to other human beings. It's just so difficult to.
It's being daddy's little girl, isn't it? You know, like, special, can't do anything wrong. You know, that's a problem when you're an only child sometimes. Yeah. You know, it's like, my son's an only child, and that's it. But I don't. If you're doing wrong, you're doing wrong, right?
The thing, right? These years,
because the dad's such a criminal.
The truth's all going to come out of everything that happened. This is the only way that I can survive it, is just to keep perspective and stay philosophical.
I've got the live up. She talks about her dad. You know, she talks about Lawrence going out with a bat to go and hit this dog or whatever, you know, something to do with her son, and how her dad comes out with a gun, a pistol gun, but the other people wouldn't know that.
Sorry,
what's her dad running out with guns for? Shall I share it to you in the main chat, or
can you do it in the main chat? Are you modded?
I'm on the phone and I've got my computer in front of me. I'm not modded. I can't. Oh no, that's why I can't put links in the main chat.
Oh no, that's what I thought you were putting. I wasn't sure if you were trying to put.
I put something in the main chat, but I realised it didn't go. You know the.
Yeah, no. What the second one? I think so I've got one in the back chat. So in the back so far, I'm not on YouTube. I'm just in Streamyard at the moment.
Are you still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'll play them. So I need to go and I just got out of the shower. I need to go and sort my hair and make a drink. But I'll play the actual live. We can just watch it happen in real time.
You there?
And the second one, roughly how long was the second one?
Yeah, there's the second link in the back chat.
Perfect.
That's Paris Barrington's live 4th of March. Day before Sabina. Helen's on the chat. She calls in. But if you look in the chat, Plisco is in the chat and talking about what you've done. He's going to contact your family because obviously the next day, Paris already talks about it on the live that Eric and Danny and all of that are going to do a video tomorrow, being the 5th of March. Right. We all then found out that video was announcing that Sabina had died.
Sabina had died, yeah. I remember now what the video was going
to be about.
now. Yeah.
There we go. Timestamp in the chat. Timestamp at 25:17. Durka Fear at that's Plisco's account. Kaylee is sick from what I just heard. She is getting exposed. No wonder why she likes Fat Dan, Matt Taylor, and Hurl. I'll be speaking to her kids' fathers.
The fuck?
That's him trying to set you up as killing off Sabina the day before. That's why I've got angry and gone on to this Jupiter's, because he was doing it about Jupiter and you. And that's when I mentioned maybe her family should be contacted.
In bed. She's as good as in bed with them and now directing people back to the
I think she wants a compo.
Yeah,
I think some are looking for compo claims, and they veer towards whoever they think's got the claim. And because she's seen that Moon is going to this castle account, and and Moon, it's like they're doing whatever together to, I get it, because you're putting her address, and you and her would have an issue, but by engaging with the others that she's engaging with, it's not really. Your issue
the reason her address has even come into it is because this is years old and she's never just addressed what the fuck she's doing in the first place. I've got no problem putting her fucking address out until that cunt is stopped. None at all.
Well, as I was told, what they use to excuse using pictures of my child, all of everything that they've done, anything I've done is in retaliation. So when they've done it all, they said, "Oh, don't worry, you done it yourself. You put your son in the paper. You done this and you done that," when they're the ones that went out to find this information about me, to then bring it to YouTube and dox me and do all of this stuff.
Yeah, they're fucked in the head. I mean,
at one point, they even tried to fool Grodnob, and I'm saying, no, people don't like him, but I'm saying he's not part of the same clique. He's been in the communication circles, but he's the only one that claimed to be the troll. He's the only one who had the decency to apologise when he took it too far, doing the abuse and the bidding on behalf of the same group.
I don't know, he's still a really sick, fucked up.
But what he's done to others and what he does, it's, for me, I'm not going to drug up old stuff. That's how I see it. For a Satanist to apologise to a Christian.
Yeah, but he's still behaving like an absolute disgusting piece of shit, like all day, every day. He's still there doing it though. So he's not changed his ways. So I can't. That for me, the marker is.
Do you know what's changed? Do you know what's changed?
It's very relevant how you did behave before. Unless you change your ways, it's absolutely relevant.
He has changed his ways. When I'm saying to you, he can have his view on that.
Not from what I've seen.
No, but he ended up, as I say to you, 4 women at the time. I was only one of the ones that weren't, I don't mean it rude, the cunt struck. I weren't interested in getting in bed with anybody. Then he met up with Heather. Heather's then doxed all this information on him, doxed his face, doxed his info, everything. So, there's a circle of it.
All I can see is what he's put. I don't know all the backstory. I don't need to. I can just see how disgusting his behaviour is. So I can only
He's
judge
the only
him on
one
that.
out of all of them that has actually called out James Hind and others, and the Trouser Mount and all of that. So when I say to you, there's different groups.
Oh yeah, no,
cliques.
I fully accept that.
He's in a clique, but not. Yeah, he's in a clique, but not the clique. If you get what I mean.
Still,
but I'm not making excuses. I don't know he can only explain for himself. I can only tell you, out of all the abuse and everything that I've received, that whatever, he's the only one that's had the decency to apologise and mean it. Meaning I won't go further with him in taking police action. I won't do this. I won't do, it's what it is. I don't know the man. But at the time, you had the Trouser Mouse, the Lord Nibbler account, trying to make out that was Grobnob.
They're all twisted and sadistic and there's no loyalty between any of them. They're just a disgusting, degenerate group that need to be. The whole thing just needs to be exposed. Even if there is a scale of who's worse, and the whole thing is just bad. Having this out there waiting for children, for vulnerable people, is just no. This just needs to be absolutely fucking eradicated from being this facility that's allowed. I mean, YouTube. So much needs to change, and it is. There's no.
Do you want a little bit of a laugh? Do you know that live that I've shared of unlisted to you? You know that the Danny West in there is going at Babs, calling her delusional, telling her that she cracks mirrors.
Danny West is going at Babs.
Danny West, yeah. If you look on the screen, none of the comments, even though there's some. Look on the screen.
Sorry, Kate, did you say that's the second one that you just put in?
The first one I put in.
Oh, yes. All right. I'll tell you what I'll do then, because the first one's not. Because I need to get a drink and sort my hair out. What I'll do is I'll just let the first one play for now. Just let the whole thing play out, and everyone can get a feel of just.
All their comments are on the screen, so even if their comments or accounts have gone or whatever, not their words, it's all on the screen. Even if they've deleted your account, the only one I can see is Athena and Mandy. You know, in there.
Well
grooming. Penny Bunny's in there.
Does Paris do much anymore?
I don't know. It's not so popular. It's not so popular to go around wanting certain rights, but was trying to threaten other people. I don't know. Oh yeah, Helen says she's going to speak to your landlord tomorrow as well. Spoke to your landlord. If you go to 106 minutes in, 50 seconds on the screen. If you just see it, it's all on the screen. And just wow.
Unbelievable.
She didn't know, and you clearly don't seem to know her. You're going back because of what Unlisted's doing to you. You're in the title kind of thing. He's targeting you. The thumbnail is a picture of your children in a video. So if you actually go onto onto that page, you'll see it straight away. The actual thumbnail is your daughter. And then he says during that you gave him and Danny Jones full consent to use and all your details. It's just sickening if you actually just listen to it.
I remember saying that was probably referring to when I responded to Danny. I was like, "Oh, go, just do it." I was in response because he was saying he was going to do something. I was like, "Go and do it then." Something.
But
like
again,
that.
it's another response.
For your permission.
Yes, but again, it's another response that they're making out and taking it literal, as though you've given them, explicit consent. And then he turns around and says, "What mother does that?" It's a constant victim shame, victim blame, all of what he's saying and doing, and
Hang on. So when you say the comments are on the screen
of the video,
the comment. So he's put it up here, and it's got the comments already into this one. So I'll just full screen that one. Yeah, sorry. No, just
start from say the 2 minutes inwards. You'll see Fruitcake Watch. That's his other account. He's live on that channel.
Right, I'm going to make a
and Eric ECB and Mandy Mosley call in on the panel.
Perfect.
And Eric's the one in the chat, doxing and doing all your details, just like the one last year when Helen was trying to, kiss ass with these men, bops and all that. She does it with Eric in this chat.
Oh God. Helen and
but it's okay. Her friend Dave Courtney was supposed to be a known grass, and I don't know, but apparently that didn't happen. So I'll leave you to get on with that. I'll come off, and you can go through it yourself. And the NPO order. Did you get the NPO order one?
No, I've only got the 2 lives in the back there. Did you put that in the main
I couldn't
chat
put it
well?
into your. Yeah, I couldn't put it into your live chat, but it's actually on my channel 2 months ago. And you can I've got the link. If you go, let me try and come out again. And then you'll see what this Matthew Hopkins person or something.
Okay. If you can stick that in the back as well, that'd be really handy. They're just so fucking ridiculous because with most crimes, there's just not so much evidence of what happened. Even if something took a long time, you might have a letter here or, somebody heard something, little bits of evidence, but they've just literally mapped out every fucking second of the day, year after year. It's an insane amount.
The thing is, when I decided to speak, I'm already aware of their tactics, what they've been doing, what I've witnessed behind the scenes, okay?
Perfect.
That's why I chose to speak out.
Brilliant.
So there's that link there. This Alex trying to threaten, what's it called, the Welland stalker? He knows, he knows Justin's name. The NPO is to get the identity and details of someone that you can't identify, like James Hind and the Mouse. They're the ones who can have NPOs against them. Mad. But anyway, it costs about 10 grand. So hopefully Alex has got 10 grand to go after Justin.
I don't know how much money he's talking about having a lot of more money than everybody else, but I don't know how much money he thinks he's got, especially now that he's got YouTube involved. So Alex reckons he's taking YouTube to court as well now.
Oh no, James Hind character, as I said, threatened me with legal action as Helen's legal representative on the 9th of September 2022. If you're aware, you know, September's only next month. It's now 2026. The man has done 33 plus updates, but will not address how the person he's connected to, if it's him or not, is literally has got so many people he's targeted. And it's not just people that they do.
Calling me a stalker. The irony of just his whole 31 videos, not only deflecting from the fact that he's stalked so many people, he's trying to make out that he's updating everyone about this other new woman that's just turned up to start stalking him.
Do you know what? Do you know what's damning? You know what's damning about that NPO? Do you know what's damning about that NPO? Read it, and it says, "This is to do with Matt's case next month, right? This has been going on for a long time. Police in Brighton contacted Simon Just because he had been wrongly accused of being the operator of Project Nightwatch, and they wanted that account to shut up about a case they were working on to avoid prejudicing it. So that's to do with the case next month, to do with Matt, to do with James Hind, to do with Project Nightwatch, who decided to be Lofthouse's legal representative and Helen's representative. And yet it's Lofthouse and Helen in court next month trying to set Matt up. And then now trying to make false reports on you and false reports to club us all together and intimidate any witness that could be on Matt's side.
They're going to... Well, it's going
and he first came onto YouTube.
I don't know enough about Matt's case and the ins and outs of it, and I don't want to ask.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't even know the court day until Helen tells everybody on YouTube. Apparently, I'm on bail conditions, which I've never seen, but everyone else has got an email copy of them.
Well, Jake's still on bail conditions.
Well, I've got the court. I rang the court. I've got confirmation. I have no bail conditions, okay?
Where do they expect? The thing is, like, where's their audience anymore, though? There isn't an audience. It's like the whole point of smearing people is to somehow convince the public or an audience of something, isn't it? But they haven't got
what
one.
They were doing before was illegal.
The audience is all gone.
Yeah, but even this is what I'm saying to you. I can't put it past Wendy. Wrong is wrong. You have to be some kind of degenerate to go out of your way and porn bomb somebody like she did. Like Plisko
that woman is so deranged.
But that's all a criminal offence now. They're not allowed to do all that. They came up onto my channel, porn bombing me. It's unwanted. It's not need. It's actually a sexual offence.
Yeah.
How can you laugh and joke about something? So now, because it's not popular, now because it's not funny, so that they could use it to try and remove people's accounts, it's actually illegal. It's criminal.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
This is the whole problem that they've all got. They've all just like gone, oh, fuck the law. This is just a game. This is entertainment. We're playing here. Well, that's all right for you lot that came here playing games and in your little community. But other people from the real world have got caught up in this shit now. You can't just assume that everyone's playing a game and it's entertainment.
It's not so popular to be a bully anymore, is it?
No,
that's what I find funny. It's been popular. Well, if anyone dared talk about Christ sorry?
I was just saying, it was always going to die out. It never lasts. You know, when you're held to account, somewhere bigger than your little group, the bullying is just never cool, is it? There's always going to be somebody bigger that comes along. So to be bullying within a little network in a closed community is just, it's never a good idea.
I've had people come back after 20 odd years and try and apologise, and I've got no feeling for them. Good luck to them. Because they've had to end up going and having their own children, and the worst thing they would want is their own child to be treated how they treated someone else's child, right?
This is exactly how.
And then they've got to live with it, and then I'm the first thing that comes to their brain. But now I wouldn't, this is why I am the way I am. Years of people trying to bully, and when you find your voice, you're protecting other people.
They're not. Think that women, mothers, just wouldn't have it in them to engage with this sort of, not for years, not to keep waking up and going, oh, how are we going to carry this on today? How are we going to carry this on today? And now just hearing Helen already phoning the police on me 3 fucking years before getting me, well, no, so it would have been 2 years before getting me sectioned.
But the irony is they're stalking you on that whole live.
Yeah.
They're contacting she's contacting your landlord. Eric's putting in the links to your landlord and all of that.
It's starting to come back to me now, and I can feel already that I'm going to get really
I don't want to trigger you with it. I just want you to know that there is.
It's not your fault at all. It's not your fault. This is what has to happen, because we now have to go over what happened. This is what I keep trying to explain to everybody. You can't just pretend things haven't happened. Things are very triggering for people when you've recorded everything. So we're not just talking about the memory of something. You've literally gone, oh God, it's so bad. But yeah, it is triggering.
I think it's because they say that you called the police to report unlisted or AJ. What's more concerning?
I hope Babs is watching.
Babs is in the chat. So Babs is in the chat, so she's fully aware of it because it was happening at the time. So she's in the chat at the time as Helen's saying she's calling the police on you. So when Babs says the other day Helen's only done it once, I'm sorry, Helen's done it 3 years ago.
Well, to be fair, Babs has probably totally forgotten. Oh, she probably genuinely has forgotten, but this is why we need to go over it. So people
she probably forgot because Danny's roasting her in the chat, telling her that not to look in the mirror, she might crack it and all that.
She can't.
Babs
has had it literally from all angles. Like, I don't think there's anybody on here that's not at some point at least been at loggerheads with Babs, and I don't know why she's still here playing this game like she's going to win it.
I've got it on my channel when she called into Danny Jones's live, and at the time Babs was actually telling the truth, and it was Mandy that blatantly lied. Babs called in, and Plisco says to her, "Oh, crusty knickers." So Babs says then, "Oh, Plisco, the nonce." Yeah, right. And then she starts to ask Danny Jones, "Can you ask them to not say these things about me?" Mandy then says, "But you just called Plisco a nonce." Babs then says, "No, he called me crusty knickers first." Mandy lies and says, "No, you called him it first." So I had to go and play it. That's even on my channel. Even when you're pointing out these people's blatant lies, you hear it, rewind it back. It was clearly Plisco calling Babs crusty knickers.
She phoned the club to tell them that I was trying to extort money out of Clive. Like, that's why I was contacting them. Nothing to do with the fact that these men have been gang stalking me and destroyed my life. I'm just phoning this guy randomly to try and get money out of him. That's what she phoned the fucking club. She's such a meddling little piece of shit.
Well, Helen has phoned the landlord on you. She's phoned the emergency 999 police, welfare, emergency 999 ambulance. Well, this is ridiculous. And
God, yeah, we're not even just talking about 101. There's everyone saying that I'm wasting police time. I never phoned 999. I phoned it once for Helen because she'd taken the overdose.
She's got to realise is that same day that I see her put in your chat, the 27th, welfare check on to do on you. I then come in about 1 hour and 35 minutes in. I say a welfare check on Helen is needed or something like that. I actually rang Thames Valley Police and was going to go and send a welfare check to her. But they told me that I need to ring the 999. I rang on the 101. They told me that I needed to ring the 999 ambulance service. That's how I know that she had no police involvement to send around 999 ambulance service. She went on to make other reports on the 10th of October to do with whatever, the police.
Well, I'll get to the bottom of what exactly was reported, because I mean, obviously, I'm entitled to all of that information. It was,
but the police at the record on the report also state that they've asked twice through a certain link for the evidence, and it's not been provided because either the channels don't exist no more or the videos and all of that. Well, they do, Helen. Okay, I don't know why you've not handed this claim to the police to back up your.
Sorry, she was asked for the link for what? Sorry.
She's made claims to the police in regards to when you got sectioned and reporting me and everything, right? In the report, the police clearly state they've asked her for the evidence to this twice, which she hasn't provided.
Sorry, hang on. Is this the report that you've seen?
Yes.
Right. Okay. This is where, because I'm missing all of. I don't know any of this information firsthand. I'm only catching.
It's why I feel being silenced completely. You know, as I say, whether it's look.
So you know for sure then that she's actually, so she hasn't.
The report involving me is the 10th of October 2025, right? So when I see you put up a letter with the 10th of October, because at that point I'm like, 10th of October, I fucking wasn't on your live on that time. The things you're saying about me, right?
Yeah.
And then when you put up a letter to say you've been sectioned that day, I've got a report here where she'd been talking to them that day.
You know.
She's made claims that I've done things on the 10th of October that I haven't done.
Yeah, and now that it definitely was police reports. It was definitely what was written down. Police reports of something that I said I was going to do. Is exactly why I got sectioned. I can clearly remember it now.
She's added because on the 27th, she probably didn't mention knives and all that. By the time it got to the 10th, she probably rang up the police and said you had knives and all that, which got them round to you.
That's exactly.
So that's her meddling and messing up her own words and whatever, because she's now trying to say she said she was slurring and she took tablets. No, Helen, you've told everybody she was slurring. You never at any point said you were slurring. She sits on Jupiter's and tells everyone she, as in you, said she was slurring. What? It's not adding up.
Well, no, I didn't think it was clear. She mumbled as she said it. So she...
No, she says she was slurring.
Yeah,
she said she was slurring. She's very clever with how she's saying her words. And this is why, word by word, to be picked apart.
That entire thing back again. What I'll do, I'll play this one first. And then I am going to play that entire live again now, with having had a little break from it, to go back to it now, because this is going to be the end for you, Helen. Mark my fucking words. This is going to be the end for you. Whatever is going, I don't know the ins and outs of whatever you're trying to fuck about with Matt and Katie and everything, but obviously there's
Project Night Watch. James Hine put out incentives offering people money, £300 and that, from 2021 to take cases against Matt. Then Lofthouse came. Cases trying to get against Matt, the threats against Matt in 22, to destroy his Christmas, 23, to get his devices removed. The only way they can do these things is when they've got your full address, your name, and your details. They can send anybody around.
Yeah.
That's all they need.
Yeah.
So it just becomes a game that they've been playing. And then if you do want further evidence to it, that Danny Jones goes around trying to set people up with social services. That video that Bleeding has shared with Kip's clips, go to 13 minutes and 51 seconds onwards. How he talks about being groomed by this Danny Jones and another, and how they started targeting somebody with solutions.
Yeah.
So Danny Jones was involved with the Blakewood account, which was sending images and pictures of knives and dead children and all of that to Tracy Whale, the mother that Helen Hopes called social services on.
Oh God, she is such a rat. This is all going to be put together. Like, all of this is going to be put together into one document or case at some point, Helen. Literally every single person that you've fucked. There will be a documentary on you. You'll have to tell everybody that you were in a documentary. There is going to be an entire documentary just on you, Helen James.
She came out of nowhere, targeting Matt, targeting Marie and all of that, and she claimed she'd done it on behalf of Jelly. No, she came out of nowhere, sent in by Rosie Waterhouse and James Hind, whatever, in group with Jamie Lofthouse, befriended Shelley. I understood it all at the time. I could see what was happening, kept trying to warn and no one's listening. But at the same time, she has an ulterior motive and agenda. And she's been doing this, multiple people. And then she'll come on, oh, please be gentle with me. Her doing that is after she's just gone on another panel to try and name drop my name and make out to people that don't know me, or and try and incite some sort of violence or thing towards me. I don't know these people. And she's doing that now with you, telling you to go over to Axel's channel, at the same time paying him $9.99, and then starts to randomly say, oh, I don't like Ben Hornsby. He's Matt Taylor's friend. Matt's been, indecent images of children and all of this. She's going around calling, she's going around telling people I'm a paedophile.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
She done it on Wendy's as well. Yeah, and that A1000, that Katie, and that A with Emma Cockrell, and that was in January of 2024.
God, what is she like?
And they were all doing it in a gang. Eric ECB, Danny Jones, Helen, Emma, all on Wendy, facilitating it all.
So
Luke Horan
had an advantage over everybody. Like, they had some cool thing going on with all the tech, and I can just see how.
But they talk about a sick woman in hospital. They were doing all of that whilst I was actually going through life-saving surgery and having to go on a panel, ask what the hell's going on. I don't sit there and go, oh, I'm in hospital and cry to people like Helen does.
Yeah.
But I will say the facts of what went on and what their involvement is. And, you know, my nurse was called Sabina at the time, which, you know, I see it as a different sign. Whatever. What they done in that December 23, going into the January 24 to try and set up as a group towards me. So it's the same thing she's doing now with you when she's bringing Emma over.
They can try as much as they like. It's just going to get recorded as more idiots that just come into.
Well, there is proof of her talking with unlisted in communication on Facebook outside of YouTube. You know, in the post, if you see it, she tells you, you are extremely creepy and I think you need an urgent welfare check. That's in that live. And then she asks, what's your police force? You tell her, Suffolk, Helen. And then she says, you're asking Eric because he's threatening, he's putting links in the chat. Is that a threat? Wow, you guys. He's trying to threaten you.
I'm going to get
And then Helen says, I've reported her to the police and the officer will contact me shortly. Now, she's made claims last year she don't know you and that how I'm influencing you to go after her. I'm getting really concerned with this woman. Okay? You should not bear false witness.
She's going to be exposed for what she is and she's just going to be hated. She's going to be so fucking hated really soon and she deserves it. She deserves it.
And did you watch the other video? Why is Ricky calling himself Mr. Fraud? If you listen to it, not Mr. Ford, Mr. Fraud. And then when I put all of that detail for the company into, it told me it's a scam and it's it's dodgy. It's illegal. So why was somebody trying to do that? Not a dig at the father, but I'm just asking, why would you come on under an assumed name, Mr. Fraud, and try to create some Trojan thing and scam people out of money?
Ricky Dearman came on as Mr. Fraud.
I shared it to Jay in your chat. I asked a question.
Where?
There's a video on YouTube with Ricky under an assumed name, a different name. Mr. Ford, Ford. But as he speaks, you can clearly hear himself call himself Fraud, Fraud. You know, like, and what he's doing is promoting some sort of scam, some sort of rip-off.
He was all involved in Haiti and...
I'm only asking, it's not to dig, but it's just to ask, well, if they're going at you saying you're doing it, but why are they doing this? But if they're saying this about you, but why are they doing this? If they're saying you're sharing the children's images, why has Alex gone on to thank the mouse after the mouse has just shared the children's videos on the 16th of July? Again, this year.
Yeah, hypocrisy.
Helen in the chat, big up mouse, excuse me. Mouse is sharing images, videos of the children. You're bigging him up. Alex goes on to make a thank you video for the entertaining videos. What the fuck?
They are so gross.
He's just put up another video, apparently, which I haven't heard before. PD or something introducing A1000 as a gang victim, whatever. And you can hear 7 in there saying, how many of you had up, you A1000?
He's just such a disgusting... Oh, God, they all just make me feel sick. Honestly, they all make me feel just so fucking...
Like Alex is calling this entertaining videos.
No, it's not.
Sharing images of Patrick's dead body. People asking how many have I had up me when talking about grooming gangs and shit. Like, well done, Alex.
These cunts really need
And the first thing he done to do, Alex did, when he came on his Project Night Watch account, the reason he shut it all down is because he made his subscriptions, who he subscribes to, public. Right? The first thing he done was subscribe to Ricky Dearman, Devon Howard, Trouser Mouse, and Helen James. And you're not all in a clique. Do I not have the right to defend myself in a court of law? Do you not have the right to defend yourself? This is mad. So when he's saying about you're targeting, you're doing this, whether or not I agree, we've gone through all of that. You've got your life story. I'm not here to dictate to your life and what's happened. I cannot and will not condone what these people are saying are happening to them. It's clearly not happening to them. This DJ dark side, it's just clearly not happening to them.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
I know where the genesis of where I saw you. I know what I see surrounding you. And at that time, I was already logging names, logging people, because I was trying to find out who this Gabriella Barney was. And I'm seeing these other accounts, Schadenfreude account, MK Ultra 666 account, all of what was going on. Yeah. So it's to shut people down. And
Wavy still comes in now, still goes, I'm just getting my bit of Schadenfreude. And leave. Like,
that's where I learnt the word, because the mouse had an account named in that name. I didn't know the mouse at that point, because obviously there was a bit of a break where I'm not even watching YouTube videos. My son, was more important. When I've come back, these other names, and it's the same person talking, it's the same clip, and yeah. It's the Mackenzie Devils, it's the mockery of the Mackenzie Angels, isn't it?
Yeah.
The MK Ultra account is because, as you know, I'm saying to you, I'm on Facebook. When I started withdrawing, as I say, things aren't adding up. These videos started popping up on this John Johnson account with only information that could have come from me to this person. That's how I know who's behind that account connected to the MK Ultra account. So on Facebook, the account's called John Johnson. On YouTube, it's called MK Ultra 666. I needed to find out why this Julian came out of nowhere, just beelined for me, 15th of June, 2015. You have this with this Jason Tyler somebody, but that person is also Julian's friend or whatever, right?
They're all disgusting.
The beeline for me was 1 month after I spoke out, my first ever spoke out, and you'll notice that the Rat will never ever show that video of me speaking out about the children and the Hampstead on the 3rd of March 2015. Okay? So, yeah, let it play anything else it wants. By the April of 2015, this group had fully formed and overtaken genuine survivor groups, overshadowed genuine survivors. People come out with lies, blaming people for things that weren't really going on, to discredit genuine survivors. And to divert them away from being able to access the ICTA inquiry as well.
Waste endless time with nonsense and squabbles and, just nonsense after nonsense after nonsense, because nothing ever gets addressed, does it? It's the amount of, again, I can't see YouTube has been innocent in how this has all transpired at all. I think there's just been far too many, like, for instance, they're having to give over your address, automatic termination, so your evidence of abuse is deleted and you have to give your abuser your address to get the evidence back.
This is the argument I've got with this Rat. And that's why I say I don't give him the full information, because I know he will not contest it, because it means that I will get the identity. Okay? Because the way to do it is when you have to do a copyright, then that person obtains all your private details. And the first thing that the Rat done in 2021 was to try and dox and put all of my private details out there, to the point that I was then being put on Ukrainian sex websites and shit. Yeah. So, people emailing, whatever, and doing what they were doing. So then then they twist it. When I say, why are you posting images of Patrick's dead body in his coffin and all of this? What the fuck? Oh, well, you were there with Nilu when she took it. I was never with Nilu. If Nilu had ever done that in front of me, she would have got a slap. I don't mean that rude. I was sitting with his sister, who I've only just spoken to a week ago, his sister Kathleen. What they're doing, they need to stop. Okay? They can have their views about Patrick. They can say what they want. The man's been dead 10 years. Our friendship was not to do with anything political, anything. It was more like, a protective cover he was. Do you understand? They can all say what they want to say. But the truth be told, they tried to get me to, like getting you to go on the protests, and you think you're doing this for the great cause, some flag thing or whatever it was. I don't know. I don't know what happened with it. I'm not interested in it. I just know that that's what they done in 2015 with me. You attend these rallies thinking that you're going to help, and this was abuse against children, whatever it was, to stop it and stamp it out. Brenda McNamara, No, it was all about her collecting money in her little bum bag for selling T-shirts, selling wristbands, and whatever it is. And the survivors' voices being used and abused and exploited. And when you try to bring something up, this Julian, it's not nothing personal with me. It was because I wouldn't go with him. You know, he's turning up at my house at 5 o'clock in the morning, and 5 women he targeted at the same time. And if I'm telling a lie, then go and ask Russell Burton, Claire Kennedy, and the other people who he admitted to doing what he done to. Let him. So it's not about a fantasy with somebody. I was the only female out of the other males that he was targeting. Tom Crawford, Lee Ravens, all these people he was targeting to split groups up.
I'm saying it's like there's only 2 sides, so that there's loads of us and there's loads of them. So we need to really just expose what's.
Jason Nota knows about him.
There's so
all
many.
Of it. This was all 2016, and then at the time, I'm being told to shut my mouth. We've been trying to get Joe for ages, and telling me to go and kill myself.
Yeah, no.
And that led up. You know, that's the April. Within 2-3 months, my son. You know, everything I'm warning people. It's not because I haven't gone through things. I'm not here with the facts coming back. This group is unhealthy. It's sick, and there's something very wrong on what they're doing.
To be exposed and brought to a halt, and just never allowed for any of this shit to happen again. It's it's mind blowing that it's gone on for that. So there's been so many failings in so many different systems and institutions and groups, and just in humanity itself, to just let so much shit slide in front of their face. You know, it's really disappointing humanity as a species, really, that we are where we are. But
you've got a lot of creative side in you, the creativity, right? And a lot of the distraction is to take you from your original self of what you can do and who you can be.
Yeah,
and then you'll end up kicking yourself because you've allowed these people to take so much time away from you.
No, because I've literally been doing what I'm doing. I don't need YouTube. That's the point. I take notes. I work every day. I'm not kicking myself whatsoever because I've acquired everything that I need, and I'm still managing to do what they've tried to destroy. So
where you're at now, and when I'm saying is the kicking yourself before, it's the time taking, and you're going up on panels. Why are you doing this? Why now you know why they're doing it. Now you're documenting it
so that people wouldn't die and that we protect our children. It was
but but they're not listening.
My reputation, so that my children wouldn't hear the nonsense versus the truth. You know, there was a time.
They're not entertained by the truth. So if you're trying to go up on panel, it was just making you look crazy.
I don't feel like it was wasted. It needed to be done to exhaust itself and get recorded.
Not now it's wasted. What I'm saying is where you're at now, and you can do it on your own channel. You can take the contemporaneous notes. You take the control out of their hand. They're still harassing you. You know, at the time, you'll be going round and round in circles. So you're trying to go up. Why are you doing this? And you're trying to go on that panel. Why are you doing it?
Yeah,
they're doing it because they're sadistic, nasty people.
Yeah. So you still think that?
So then it's you channeling that energy then into different direction, where you're documenting it, where you've got it all.
That's why they're frantic now, because we've coming out the other side. They know full well that we've got everything ready to present now, and there are a million different creative ways to tell this story. And
well, imagine it all. If you've got the Tracy Whale videos, James Hind all up in there stalking her as well. If you've got it all of all the victims up and down the United Kingdom to do with this James Hind character, this Alex Jones is liable for criminal prosecution.
100%.
And when he's talking about on his post,
this is what I'm saying. We've just got so many different spin-offs of shit now that these people have committed. It's just this is all going to take off a life of its own for the rest of the time, as far as I'm concerned. I can't see how it's not. I really can't see how it's not.
Did you read the liability order? If I read it here, the Derry versus Peak 1889 is part of what aligns with the criminal liability under Section 2 of the Fraud Act 2006. What he's done, or his associates have done under this James Hind, false misrepresentation, fraud by misrepresentation, is a criminal offence. Okay? He tried to act and represent Helen as a legal advisor and Lofthouse, along with Karen and whoever and whatever they've been doing. And this is how they fooled Shelley into thinking that they had any type of authority. And that's why they got her to go against me, making me look like some crazy nut that needed to be sectioned, why they had all this authority. They had no authority at any point. And at the same time, doing this under the company name of Simbods Limited and Project Nightwatch. It's better.
Oh, Simbods. Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
Simbods Limited company is the one that's currently under investigation. So I just find it really strange when he's come on to make videos, talk about your company and you're doing this and when this is what's happening to him. You're not in the same category as him. He's the one that's been in cahoots with people. He's the one that didn't register it with the Information Commissioner's Office. He's the one who's been committing a crime. Collecting people's data for what reason? Sorry?
My company never did a single thing. I never traded. I never did anything at all. I didn't even fill in all of the initial stuff that I should have done. It was literally just to put my name again somewhere where they couldn't erase it. And you've still got DJ here trying to make out that you and Shelley and everyone's got involved in some big conspiracy to do some massive scam.
No, look, it just proves... It just proves the targeting, because if they really, really were concerned about children and they were concerned about all of the... They would be more concerned about this James Hind admitting what he did, doing what he's done under an assumed name, committing fraud by misrepresentation, and then being condoned and allowed to do that by this hoax podcast or Channel 4. I'm not okay with that. And when Luke Horan heard it as well, he himself said, seize the fucking hard drives when it came to this James Hind. This James Hind, his devices, he needs turning over.
Yep.
Okay, investigating and all of that. So when this Alex says we won't discuss this and we choose to not make comment over some of the dirty... Oh yeah, look, we choose not to make comment over some of the dirty, disgusting fantasies that the stalkers spin. No, Alex. No, Alex. You're associated to this James Hind and in this man's own words. No one's making up any fantasies. People are concerned that your associate or you, because remember, you don't, that's why you're refusing to admit or deny, because you will become criminally liable for multiple criminal actions.
He can't deny it, can he? So this is where, as far as I'm concerned, silence is acquiescence in this instant. He can't
He's
deny
silent.
it.
24th of June, right? I asked him outright on his channel about his association with James Hind. Blocked me. Castle Corbett blocked me. So I took a screenshot of it and put it onto my channel to let everyone know that that's what I'd asked of him. He hasn't answered.
He's left the battlefield. He's left the
battlefield.
battlefield.
Well, he hasn't answered. Yeah. Then he blocked
it's very
me.
Simple. Very simple.
Then by 3 days later, he then does update number 10, seeking for my details and my information. Again. So anyone wouldn't find that threatening, because I'm only asking about this James Hind who has threatened me, tried to push me to suicide, represented Helen, Loft House, reported Matt to social services and the police, and make out Matt's trying to take children into the woods and all of this shit. Who is this James Hind?
Alexander,
so it's not that they're being stalked. And he says, we focus on the stalking and harassment instead. No, he doesn't. His mate, the mouse, is doing that. Okay, stalking and harassment. Still to this day. If the stalkers wanted to prove their defamations, they have that opportunity in the High Court now that we have issued letters of claims against them. Now, he's issued it.
5 minutes. You get 5 minutes here, and you're allowed to speak there when we say so in that room, and that's it. Then it's done and dusted, and you're never allowed to talk again ever in your life. It's just so unbelievable.
But do you hear the double speak? We choose not to make comment, and he's calling me a stalker because I'm pointing the fact out of that he's not answering this. Yet he's issued no High Court claim against me. And he knows that if he dares issues any claim against me, he's going down. They were sexually fantasizing over me on the date of Patrick's death in 2016 on their blog. I never targeted them. I've never targeted the father.
None of us have, though. None of us have. And the thing is, none of us would even
Stalking me on my Facebook. Listen to this. And they were stalking me on my Facebook, communicating with other people, saying I'm going to Patrick's house because it just came out that Patrick had died. And then they cropped it, screenshotted it, and put it onto the blog. And it's still on the blog to this day. Who was stalking who? I don't know these people. What are they stalking my Facebook for? And because my name is the same as the presenter lady, Katie Boyle, talking about bringing back their childhood fantasies with Katie Boyle and all this shit in the chat, like it's normal. The man hadn't even gone cold. Man's still warm, like... Madness. Madness. You couldn't... He's issued no letter. What I'm going to do is jump off because I can talk a lot. I am realizing I'm getting triggered by trying to talk, and I don't want to trigger you, energy. I just want to bring the truth to the dates and things. Is another saying, if I can just leave you with that. Where is it? I don't want to quote it differently. I can't find it. DJ, you left a lot of comments on my channel. Why are you doing that? For in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. Ecclesiastes 1:18. You have to find your own happiness. You have to find, the more knowledge, the more sorrow. Yeah, okay, because you become aware, and ignorance is no longer bliss. So those who are still blissfully ignorant, okay, cool. Thank you for your time. I don't know if you can hear me, or if you've been kicked out. You've been kicked out. I think it's called integrity, Justin, Denny. Yeah. They've not got the ounce of integrity in them. Look at it. Still backing, still condoning, still...
Sorry, I muted myself there. They've got no integrity, no direction, no loyalty. They've got no compassion. They've got nothing. They've got no substance, no truth. I mean, again, it must be so scary to be them. It must be terrifying because, what is?
Do you know what's worse is some of them actually, when it comes down to the empathy and they don't feel it.
No.
For themselves, yes, they will, and that's where they can fake the cry and. But they don't feel, when they're doing things, what they're doing to others. Like,
just something missing, just something that didn't develop.
Well,
I don't know.
That's why I say, like they're going on in the, at ADHD people, autistic people, are they being overdiagnosed and all of that, right? How about we start asking the fucking question of the narcissists, sociopaths and psychopaths being undiagnosed walking amongst us?
Exactly. That's
then we wouldn't have so many triggered because the ADHD and the autism is the opposite of those as well. In most cases, they can't deal with lies like a psychopath and a sociopath and a narc can.
Well, this is it, and the sensory overload of everything. Just human beings. It doesn't mean we're deficient in anything, that we can't cope with something so unnatural to our
girls are very different. Girls are very different to boys. Girls mask it and all of that. And what matters most when it comes, ADHD, people pass it off, but no, there's a very loyal streak in people with ADHD. Right? They're very protective over their families. They're ones closest to them. All of this, when you start noticing certain patterns, okay, there is an underdiagnosis of sociopathy, psychopathy, and narcissism. End of. 100%. Stop them talking and trying to take more rights away from SEND to all of that. Let's start putting these fucking nutters where they need to be. But there are some good psychopaths, heart surgeons, all of that. But, these ones like Helen, the histrionics, walking around undiagnosed, we need to deal with that.
And we're creating
really
more
do.
with these sorts of environments, you know, the social media, and we're just creating more of the problem and not addressing the problem at the same time. And then we're blaming the victim. So we're blaming those that are getting affected
But it's all
by this absolute disharmony and unbalance. It's just...
You know the saying, let your yes be yes, same as the song by the Rivers of Babylon. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. Anything else cometh of the evil one. Anything else that is to distort your reality, gaslight you, make you think you're crazy, all of that is coming from an evil entity force.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because they're not letting their yes be yes and their no be no. Hence, Alex Jones. He can't let his yes be yes and his no be no as to who the hell this James Hind is. He will not cause no more disturbance because, as you say, acquiescence, you know, his silence, that's it. He's admitted it already. Alex Jones is James Hind because he can't let his yes be yes and his no be no, and there's no God within him.
That's it. It's
even look, my category bigger.
That's where my confidence comes from in the whole thing. It is as simple as that, and they've just overcomplicated things with words and litigation, and even again slipping into religion and all the rest of it. Just too many words, and like you say, yes is yes, no is no. It's as simple as that. There is one truth.
You know, most of the common law, and they say it's all bullshit and all of that. Actually, when starting to learn the legalese language of the legal 500, and then learning the, you know, the Latin parts and meanings of what they are, and the etymology, you know, you can fight them back because the law is there for everybody. I have the right to a fair trial like anybody. You have the right to it. Matt has the right to a fair trial, not to be intimidated, not to be threatened. And anything happening to him right now is witness intimidation, even if he is the defendant. The law doesn't just apply because Helen goes, I'm a victim.
Exactly. And it doesn't just apply because Alex says, I've got more money than you. I can't believe
right. Well, the other...
Why would you say that? You just draw attention
5-day trial. Did you know?
It's so insane.
Did you know people went as far as doing a 5-day trial, spending £43,000, getting 7 people, including a police a PCSO officer or something, to lie on the stand about me? Thank God I documented it, kept quiet for 3 years. And then when I came in the court, I didn't have no solicitor to back it up. Nothing. By the end of it, as I say at the beginning, the judge is believing what these people are saying. Why are so many people saying this about her? But they wouldn't be doing this. And no, they ganged up against me. And at that point, I didn't even know there's a passage in the Bible that will say they will flee 7 ways. When the truth is powerful and the judge threatens you, sit down, Miss Boyle, you'll be put in contempt of court. Okay, then let's go. Because they're trying to take my home and all of what they were doing. That's fine. I'll get fed. I'll get time in prison. I'm trying to tell this DJ Darkside, he's telling me go prison. Listen, it'll be a holiday camp. Okay? You get respite, you get to make friends.
Yeah, they literally don't understand what hell and torture is about. To think that prison would phase. So you've just got no idea what you're fucking... I'll keep saying it. They've just got no
those type of places and transform them with knowledge. There's no problem. Do you know what I mean? Like,
not people like, obviously, it's not what most people would just like. Most normal mothers wouldn't just want to wake up one day and go, right, yeah, I'm going to prison. That's going to be fine. But after
no,
we're in, you know, and what you've been up against, what we're up against all day, every day, that is actually a bit of a break. So to be trying.
But the other saying as well, if the law was really just, Jesus wouldn't have been put on a cross, right?
Exactly.
Because they asked for Barabbas, right?
Exactly.
When there was a law in place. So it wasn't just to put an innocent man on a cross, was it?
No.
So if it was just, and the other saying, justice is an ideal and the law is a tool. So people are using the code of the Acts and Statutes of Parliament and the law in place to try and use it as a tool. But for everyone that they come at, right, they say harassment. No, if they're committing criminal conduct and to prevent and detect crime, actually, Prevention from Harassment Act protects us to give out their names publicly.
Yeah.
So they can say what they want. But there's a law that if you are innocent, you're not doing these things, it gets counteracted, right?
Yeah. They've been lied to them. So it's like they've been lied to, or they've kidded themselves that if they get clever enough with some of the litigation and the legislation, and if they get clever enough, they can trick the overall system with it. You know, I just feel like
But you can play the game back if they're playing a game. And as I say, like the judge decided to come out, make threats to me, and operate under the wrong jurisdiction. When he see the way that I reacted, he did have to go out, come back and conduct himself properly.
They don't like it.
So there are ways to be able to stand and have your rights and be in the right jurisdiction, because I think it's Section 9 judge. No judge under Section 9 or anything lower can ever deal with me. They do not have the jurisdiction nor training. So when you've got somebody sitting there trying to dictate to you, if only a High Court judge can deal with me. You at county level, you at magistrate level, I'm sorry, I'll deal with the High Court.
That's it.
At the lower levels, High Court and the jurisdiction, when they laugh and mock at common law, well, this fraud and misrepresentation comes back to the common law of tort.
Of course it does.
The tort law. So they're mocking all of this.
When he laughed, Alex said it was like it was made up. It was imaginary or something. That, for me, that was when I knew I was just dealing with an absolute lunatic here. Like, it is the basis of pretty much everything. I just...
Look, where
did he grow up? Does anybody know anything about his actual history? Like,
if he is James Hind, apparently he's very isolated. He suffers with ADHD and all that. No one wants to talk to him.
He got rid of
This is quite sad.
He got rid of his own
Have
family.
you seen it? The 2 lives of James Hind that he admitted in his own blogs. And Matt has been able to actually document this for the last 4 or 5 years minimum, even prior probably.
No,
I can't believe how much it's actually been documented by him, and well done.
With the internet, we've got such a fucking huge backstory of everybody's to get through, because everyone's been able to document their life. So it's like everyone's got this years-long movie to figure out who they are. And there's obviously not all the time in the world to get through it all. But the thing is, you've left enough, Alex, to let people know who you are, what your character is. So now this nonsense chapter that you seem to be embarking on here, trying to just completely forget about James Hind and everything that's gone on before, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. It's no, it would be laughable. It's not laughable. It's really gross. It's really icky. This entire subject matter, the fact that Helen James has devoted her life to whatever the fuck this is, and it just still makes me feel really uneasy and needs to end.
In all sense of the word, she's made many claims, right? Now this is what makes it wrong. Marie put out a video. She was arguing with Shelley at the time, and Marie was in her house, and it was lovely, and Marie is stunning, and that's when we first got to see Marie.
Okay.
Next minute, Helen has to go around and claim to everyone that she's got 7 houses within the 6 months.
So it was like a response, though.
I'm just saying, because she kept trying to make out that Marie is very jealous of her. Yeah. Within the 6 months, in the May, she's telling Tracy Whale. Tracy's like telling Helen, "But you don't work, love." "Yes, I do." Right? By the September, she's saying that Marie is jealous of her because she doesn't have to work. Right?
Oh, fuck's sake.
By the time we get to 2026, she admits that she don't fucking work and hasn't done since she was in her 20s.
Oh my God, what the hell?
I'm just saying, right? She reports you for taking tablets, but just as she goes up on Pat Taffy's and starts to sing, "I'm ready. Hold on, I just have to take my tablet, my water with my tablets." What?
Oh God. Don't take too many, Helen. Don't take too many.
She then tried to convince Emma Cockrell that she knows all of the story about Brian Ho and Brian Harvey and how they met in the Big Brother house.
In the Big Brother house, yeah.
I'm trying to find the video, but I know I've got that video here, right?
Season 8. It was season 8. I'm sure it was. Fucking idiot.
They met in the flipping nut house, not in the Big Brother.
Do you think anyone else might have remembered Brian Harvey and Brian Harvey Big Brother?
This is Helen going, "Look at me, I must know it all. I'll give you the info." She's sidetracking. Oh, she's not from it though.
Oh, don't. Do you know what? I can't wait for the proof of Helen James going to pick up Danny West from the airport.
Do you see how Danny West, that silly bollock account, has had to admit that it's Danny West after it fucked up, saying that I've been stalking some silly bollock account on X. No, I haven't. The only one that I outed on X was Danny West and Elaine Cole. So silly bollock thought he was clever, right in the comment, admitted who he was, and now he's going around. Yeah, it's because I'm Danny West, and then you've been around the whole time.
Danny West never went anywhere ever. It's so cringe. It's just so cringe. The whole Sinbad, Kaylee in chains.
You see the glorious. You see the glorious comment.
Yeah.
What's even funnier is she was trying to get Veli and his mates to go to her house to have a party.
Oh yeah.
Right? And then she starts putting up these videos to make it to out to everyone her house. Like, look at my garden. Glorious. And I'm just sitting, I'm like, what? At this point, I didn't realise, but that video, the glorious video, is how I was able to pinpoint her actual address. Silly. So yeah, like trying to get, just whatever. Hey, do you want to come to my dad's house and have a party? At that time, she was making out it was her house. Yeah. What was she trying to do by pulling the lads from London up to have a party at her house, knowing, they may smoke and they didn't? Why was she trying to set them up?
I reckon in her head, she's like one of these like Russian spies, like she's
she used to go to Dave Courtney's
doctress, and she's like in some spy epic in her mind or something. But
that was what one of the people, when I say the 7 were trying to come at me.
Yeah,
they were on. Obviously, I'm going to do my homework. You got to find out about your enemies, right? And I found them playing games on Facebook to do with crime mysteries and shit. And I'm reading their statement at the same time with me. And one of it was about my dog. Oh, they're scared of my dog because they got bit in Holloway when they were 15. What? My dog weren't even violent, nothing. It was just the way that they went out. They could, as I say, try to take my dog, my cat, my son, everything. My home. Yeah. But the lies. Watching them thinking that they're in some mystery like crime thing, that they're solving crimes and they're doing great for society when they're the criminals.
Massive LARP that's just got so out of hand. It's just got so. But how else was it going to go with all of the gaming and the fantasy and live action becoming a thing? How else did they expect other than this mass psychosis to happen? Bring the internet and gaming, online gaming, all together, and what? What?
One of the allegations. Somebody turned up to the door, right? And I gave them a jar of diatomaceous earth, right? So it's like a Dow Egbert's coffee jar,
yeah.
But it's halfway full up with white diatomaceous earth, which you can drink, and it helps with parasites and all of this. Food grade.
Was it like a clay kind of?
Just look it up. Food grade diatomaceous earth. It's just literally earth, but they've got little diatoms in them, and they can help when you drink them to help rid of parasites and all of that. They've got natural silica and all of that, right?
Okay.
So I thought that would help the friend that knocked on my door. My neighbour's got the camera. My neighbours reported it as though I've just sold cocaine on my doorstep. Now, given the amount of diatomaceous earth in that jar, I'm like, where the fuck is my Ferrari? Yeah. If I'm just handing over, like, I'm sorry, but the size of the jar. And then all I could do was laugh of it. Pirates of the Caribbean. I got a jar of dirt. I got a jar of dirt.
Oh, no, I don't.
If you look up the clip, I've got a jar of dirt. That's the only way I could laugh off their allegations, because it was that pathetic.
I know the characters, and I know the film.
Yeah, but to claim that, and the irony is that actually that person who actually done that within the 2-3 years after got sacked from his company because of his cocaine drug use.
Again, it's
projection.
Yep, projection, karma. Whether they were doing it first or it will come and get them afterwards, this is it's just how it works, isn't it? This is just how it works. We are just not supposed to harm others because it will come back. It will come back and find us. However you want to view the universe or God or whatever, there is definitely a karmic law. There's definitely a karmic law for sure. And these people, you can see
a video that helped. A video that helped me is the 50 laws of the universe. I didn't know about dharma, but obviously once you've got karma, you have to deal with your dharma. So there's always a yin and yang. There's always a negative and positive to the words.
Yeah.
So the 50 laws of the universe is the universal laws, aren't they? It applies to everybody. Before man-made law, naturally. But it's a good video. It's about an hour long.
Okay.
But that really helped to understand other people's behaviours as well, and our own, and how sometimes we can attract some sort of, law of attraction, law of manifestation, all these different laws. It's not, everyone's trying to hype up the law of attraction, and it's not to do with that. But yeah, 50 universal laws. There you go, life.
Is it on YouTube?
But yeah. And that's what I was listening to like years back when I was trying to go into my own when I weren't on YouTube like in that way. Hold on, I can give it to you a link in the back.
Yeah,
now that I know I can actually come out and got it.
Perfect. I will put the I'll put that first live on as well now. For my throat is really, really dry. I need to get a drink. And
I know it's a lot of information as well. I'm mindful of that, but this one's like in your own time. 50 universal laws. I've just put it back.
That one sounds like one that everybody should see. So I definitely thank you. I'm definitely going to play that one. But I will start with this first live that we've been speaking about that you stuck in the back, and I'll see how this goes. Actually, by the time I've got a drink and everything, I might just play the other one as well because it's just.
It's all very. I can talk and explain and go on, but I am, that's one thing, Linda. She got tasked with taking me to Wales, but I didn't shut up for 14 hours because I can talk. I like to talk.
This is the thing, though. When you've been silent, I'm the worst. When you've been silenced for so long and you finally get to speak about what's actually gone on without being attacked, there's so much. There's just so much.
Well, she was actually one of the, when I say social worker, she's one of the ones doing an outstanding job and doesn't get the recognition and all of that. And the fact she even drove me those miles. But as I say, I noticed I didn't shut up because it's not that you're just talking or gasbagging. You've got things to actually talk about. Civilization years ago, we didn't have mobile phones, TV. We had each other and we'd talk. Exactly. But now we're getting, shortened down, and people have got the attention span of a goldfish, 3 seconds, and then they're off.
Heard, so there's so much frustration. There's so much frustration and angst because when people are speaking, they're not being heard as well. Everything should really slow down. The art of conversation is so important and fundamental to our life experience. Just being amongst one another. It is just so vital that we learn again how to speak. It's like speech has just been turned into a battle. Yeah, actual battles, the whole fucking roasting each other.
Do you know where it is good? Do you know where it is good? In court, it's very boring as well. They go on for hours. The judge, the solicitors, everyone talks for hours. It's a great place for us. Do you understand?
You need a good attention span. Well, no, so they can't last 5 minutes.
Well, that's what I mean. They get on the stand, they'll be done. 5 minutes, less than evidence rebuked by.
No,
I had to cross-examine 7 people to the point the judge don't want to hear from any of them again, ever. Okay,
you've done your job well.
You've done your job well when it goes from the beginning of him trying to give it large and but by the end he says, "Well done." You're like a solicitor in your own, and it's in writing as well from 2 different judges. Well done. Not because I'm a lawyer, not because I'm trying to prove this, but when people go out of their way to set up, to lie, to discriminate, to harm, and to do all of this, they will be exposed, especially if the truth is on that person's side.
Exactly that.
So you don't go to courts and waste the court time. You don't go and waste public funds and all that. If I didn't have to go there, I wouldn't be there. So, same with the council tax case.
The amount of money these idiots have, not money, time, resources, people that actually needed, like even getting people section, knowing that there are people that genuinely need the beds, that are literally in distress and actually need help. You know,
I actually, what Helen and all of them are doing, when you've had people in the positions of trust doing it, wow. Yeah. And it's only because the others they have the authority, have logged it, noted it, and over the time, one of the people involved has been sacked for gross misconduct. All of this, Katie was never lying. Yeah. Never. These people haven't done what they've done. Worst of all, they've done it with an authority.
Yeah. To set up. Yeah, and then there's no apology, there's no recognition for anything, because it's like authorities having to admit that the. But
if they weren't working on me so much to set up from the 2012, the October, going all the way to 2021, then 4 other women wouldn't have been subjected to that person's conduct, which led to him. But I've not ever got the apology for what he done to me. Do you understand? Yeah. So sometimes you have to be the guinea pig for others to learn a lesson. Same with the teacher, the concrete rooms. My son coming home hurt, beaten. What the fuck? You end up making sure that no other child goes through that. My child may not have benefited from it, but he certainly wasn't going to continue to receive it, and it stopped with him. Make the changes, no? Yeah. That's what whistleblowing is. But then they try to cover it up. So it does happen. These things have been going on, these cover-ups at the highest level, which they claimed in the Victoria Columbier case, Lord Laming inquiry and all of that, that the higher-up managers didn't know. Absolute bollocks. The higher-up managers are fully aware. The cabinet members are fully aware. The democratic services in the councils are fully aware of what the hell is going on. You've got this recent crash with these children. There's a lot surrounding that on how the police are allowing antisocial behaviour, are creating antisocial behaviour situations so that they can get government funding. Very wrong. So yes, I agree, deal with the antisocial behaviours, deal with the criminal activity, but when you have categorical evidence of the pursuing to set children up from, let's not forget when I was outing this certain officer, the person, one of the people he targets years later who turned out to be 18, whilst he's in his 40s, he would have known since they were a young child, right? So there are a truth to all of this.
This is the difficulty, isn't it? Because you've got good people that go into these jobs, so it is very much it's difficult.
That's what's upsetting about uni, is seeing these people with so much passion in them to get into these services, to make these changes and do all of this, right? I see it. It's beautiful to watch. They want to help the children, help families, help this, and it's genuine. Once they get into these places and positions, as I've witnessed with over 25 social workers, as I say, only a few good, but it never, the liability is their manager and their manager's manager, right? It's the managers at the top level getting over £100,000 a year, doing very little work, signing off contracts they shouldn't be doing, and the social workers are suffering for it.
Yeah, so what
if they don't go and target families like the managers told them to, and if they don't do this and they don't do that, they could lose their job that they've just gone to uni and everything to earn and work for.
Yeah.
So they're being put, and these same people in the cabinet members and all of that have been in the same positions for the last 20, 30 years, whilst all this grooming stuff's been going on. Why are they not being held accountable?
We need to be organised.
Why was my child being shipped up and down the country? Shrewsbury, Manchester.
Because people like Michaela are taking up the airwaves when people that know what to do about shit are being silenced and abused. So we need to get people like Michaela dealt with so that people can have the conversations on the airwaves without people like her taking it up. We've got scumbags, pure scumbags, rising to the top of these social spaces to have these discussions about
The
bullshit.
part I do, another part that does identify to me that you are just what they think is, you're strong-minded, but they like to break down that strong mind. That's what you'll find, okay? People that are doing what they're doing, the abusing. Knowing that this rat channel is doing what it's doing, has been sharing the video, doing whatever it is, rather than striking the rat's channel for sharing their videos, Easy's done it, Jupiter's doing it, Becca's doing it. I'm noticing who's doing it and who's holding it to account. And so far I've seen room for debate, take no shit with it, okay? I've tried to not communicate because I'm now being accused, because this is now 2 different men, it could be women, that I'm talking to or communicating with, room for debate, and a couple of books. So the mouse would then go to make videos on them, tag them in video to isolate, okay, as a tactic. If Jupiter knows this is going on, why not strike the channel?
Arena is being used for chaos and madness, and all of the videos and striking, all of this is nonsense. We need to get past YouTube. I mean, in my opinion,
yours is different. Look, you've got loads of accounts, and they're trying to remove this account and the other one. Okay.
It's not about accounts.
Yeah, no, but it's because they're trying. When you've tried to go onto panels, they try to shut you down. They've mocked. They've done all of this. They've done everything else. So you try to then do your own channel. They try to take it. You get another channel. That your whole existence is your reason and your right to live, right? But coming over at you to strike you for what they deem, to me, it's petty. When you have this other cult, this other group doing what they're doing, to now then defend that group and say they were under duress, like this Eric.
Yeah, it's all pathetic.
What the fuck?
It's pathetic.
And at that same time, he's making that call within the same month. He's the one talking to Jafar, saying how it's going to go into everybody's real world. He's messaging things on Facebook to do with Easy in his local area. Plisco's putting Jupiter onto the dark web, and you've got young lads wanking and all whatever it was he done on his live that time.
All of this is just a huge headache of shit. This is the problem. YouTube is the problem. This nonsense is the problem. Like all of this. By
not striking it,
this and that, and all these little bits, none of it should be a thing because YouTube are fucked up by creating it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not. I'm just so done with social media. I'm so done with the infrastructure. Perfect, great. We can take from that and create something great. But I mean, it's like we're trying to make sense and make something work. It's just in a bullshit arena that shouldn't exist because it is just literally a tool for chaos and control and bullying and harassment and predate. It's all of the bad things. It's all of the bad things. It needs addressing.
It's them using the rosy light kind of thing, what they have access.
Because they're able to use it. Do you know what I mean? They're able to use it. It needs to not be a tool that's available. It's very simple to not exist. It's very simple to take it away from people. It's very simple to not have
so they can
be able to do things on the. It's very simple. If they want, if the will was there, they could just stop it. They could. That's what I'm saying. So it's like we could all get lost for years and years and years, arguing about all of the ins and outs of social media and how this bit's being manipulated and that. But no, but the responsibility actually is not any of ours. We're struggling in this bullshit arena that shouldn't even exist with these facilities to create the harm in the first place. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the access to justice should never be bought or sold, isn't it?
No,
and that's what people are.
Anonymity. This entire layer of anonymity. It's kind of what they're doing in Company's House. It's this entire lack of accountability. What they've done in Company's House, just names after names, and then making another company out of another company, and just like putting layer after layer after layer.
But you see that Company's House, and this is what I was saying, in the involvement of what they were doing, and I say it's a big gang, and why it's concerning, because it can come from people with a big backing, right? And when you're alone or on your own, not little or no support around you, it's easier for them to do what they're doing. It's easier for them to even also get somebody in to impersonate being a judge when they're not at that time. And then I spent, as I say, 3 days searching up that. But then, then I spent 3 days because I couldn't understand for the first 2 days what the hell's going on. What's this room? What the hell? And even the security were getting involved, not to go against me, but yeah. Then I spent 3 days. I spent 3 days looking into that person to find out that person had retired, that person had been questionable about a different case, all these other things, let alone his involvement with temple secretaries. I printed it all off and then I took it into court. That's when he had to, as I said before, rubber stamp every single fucking page, okay, transfer my case up to the High Court and get his fucking ass out of my case. The unhealthy interest into accessing my child. This is the concern. And that was involving, you know, these secret family courts. I agree, there should be protection. But when things are being done and are going on, and you're asking, in the other case, you put up a video to do with Porfley and anybody else writing for her. Recorder Posner was the person helping Justice Porfley. Okay. It's over Recorder Posner as to why I was questioning what the hell was going on in my own family case and why Porfley was not on the stand, why the police got involved that day. Julian was trying to take power of attorney over me. I'm telling him to shut up. He's trying to get me to argue with the police and whatever's going on. I'm getting dragged around. And yet the judge and Justice Porfley and Recorder Posner is why I got gagged in connection with that case in Hampstead. So
wouldn't it be
I've got the paperwork here. I've played the paperwork. I then showed the John Johnson account, also putting on their video on their, you know, the group. Yeah. Thursday, going to court on the 23rd. You know, that was the MK Ultras video. As soon as they see, they're watching all the time, see me post it, put it to private. I've got the copy of it. Called it New Targets, 23rd of July, 2015. Some farmer person or whoever they were going after, and yeah, putting up pictures of the Royal Courts of Justice. And right in those few days, between the 20th to the 23rd, the mother submits a complaint to the IOPC. I'm being gagged and they're setting up to go up to the courts. Yeah, just whatever. You can see it now in hindsight and looking back and getting the dates, and
this is only going to get clearer now. I can just feel it because everything is calming down now, and now it's starting to, we can actually breathe and talk. I know it's triggering and there's so much information. I can imagine it's really difficult for you. It's difficult for me, but we are going to get the clarity on this now because the truth's not going to change. All of your evidence is not going to change. Mine's not going to change. We are now just going to be able to go over this at the pace that is required. We don't need to wait for a judge or a court or anybody else. We've got
more concerning is it is a case that the whole situation, because it connects to the troll, everything, it is within the public's interest.
Of course it is.
And this is where it does need to be resolved, because whether or not people agree with the case or don't agree or believe the children or don't believe, it did not warrant a certain select of people, which I say Porfley described, who have an unhealthy interest in children, to go out and do what they've done. Exactly. It did not warrant them to protect people who facilitated and released those videos in the first place, being Henry Curtis. Yeah.
The harm to come off the back of this situation is you can't grasp the knock-on effect of what has come off the back of this cover-up.
A lot of people have actually killed themselves. There are actual people who have committed suicide, and this is why I got so upset when I thought Babs Collier had. Pardon?
And it's never black and white when somebody it could have added to so many other traumas that have ruined lives. Do you know what I mean? Just, I know my own stress, even if they had not come after me, the stress of just hearing the children, even if none of this had come into my life, like directly, just the stress fucked with my head so much.
What would you
just from hearing the children's testimony, regardless of getting involved in any of it.
Well, that all I know is that I'm hearing that going. 2014, in the March, the two men were convicted for what they'd done to me as a child. So I had gone through from the January 2013 all the way to that, and that was in Wood Green. So then you want to try and give back and you want to try and help and you spit. But at the same time that I'm going through all of that, my son is being targeted, hurt, abused, all of this to do with the head teacher. She was forced to resign the year before in 2013. And what's more concerning is the information didn't actually come out until 2019 to 21, when I got my own records and I helped my sister, you do a subject access request and get your childhood records. The manager, who then decided to move over from Barnet Children's Services, went over to Hertfordshire Children's Services in 2013, ramped it all up again to target me, to shut me up and stop me from taking any action against Barnet Children's Services, which I can still do to this day. I never had any access to my paperwork. This was all to do with my child. And this Marion Ingram is the one who was involved and let me down as a child, done all of this and let these people do. When I was a child, she was my social worker's manager. There is not about a conspiracy that all of a sudden when the teacher gets exposed for what she's done, she gets forced to resign, backed by an MP's letter, everything to do with that, then this woman just pops out of nowhere and becomes the manager for the next social workers to revamp up the abuse again. And then they succeed in 2016 after they've sent people like Julian towards me. There's a whole log of it all. And to involve a police officer as well to do this. Okay? So there is something very wrong at the high level. It's not a conspiracy. I am one woman. And you need two or more to conspire. When you've done this against one woman to the point that she had to put CCTV in her own home, documenting any interaction with them for her own protection, when they then try to send her to a psychiatrist to see whether she's got capacity and make out she's crazy, they spend nearly £3,000 to do so. And because he's got 20 hours, 1 hour to sit down with me, talk with me, and 19 hours to read all the paperwork on me. It does not matter what I'm saying here. Go in the fucking paperwork. It's all there. Okay? And he's come back non-delusional, has full capacity to represent herself in court. Okay? Based on all the evidence that she said, all the things that she said, I can back it up with everything that I've read in the paperwork. So this same group tried to get Shelley to come towards me to get my files and get all of my paperwork in 2021. That's why I say they're a cult. This James Hind, whoever, just whatever. No, it's very dangerous because unless people can provide protection, unless people can provide capacity to try and take the case on, Paddy McCarthy, Becky, and all of these people could not even fathom, because it's not meant to happen. Okay, I worked for the council. This is not meant to happen to people. But when you whistle blow, oh my gosh. When you do the right thing that you're taught in college, in uni to do, when you've got policy and procedure and law and you're supposed to follow that and the people around you are more quick to cover something up, that you're like, whoa, I can't just say nothing. Even if I don't say something, my face is going to say, how can you make me try and lie on your behalf?
Yeah. The world is completely fucking upside down. It's
the mixing stories with
know what to say. How do you navigate it? That it's very easy to say.
Pete, the only thing, John 14:27, what God offers. Peace I leave with you, peace I give to you, not as this world gives. Yeah. He also says, do not love this world or anything in this world. And if you understand what this world means, his son Satan has the right to operate and run the world and give everybody what they wish for, cars and, everything. But also, you've got to understand he's also God's son too. Yeah. God's got other sons. You can choose which one you want to follow. But at the same time, you're not of this world. Yes, your flesh and your body's here. But your mind and your spirit, if you were to sit there in your own mind and say one word, you can hear that. Where is that consciousness that you're communicating with?
Sophia trumps all.
Right. You under the wisdom, yeah. And some people, well, the other side, same as Bob Marley kept trying to tell us. People die for want of wisdom. Yeah. And that's in the Bible. And I didn't realize my dad would be playing all the music, my brother, and what he really was doing was preaching the Bible to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. and it's in all the music. Mad.
Well, I think the true word of God is lost in an overly translated, scripted. You know, I think the true wisdom of Sophia isn't in any one book or in any one prophecy, or it's about being part of everything, isn't it? Just being aware of everything, trying to find the compassion and understanding for why people have become the way they've become, and breaking the cycle.
Some are forced to be aware of things at a young age that they're not meant to. And you said earlier, sometimes, like, maybe it's because they haven't gone through things. That's the actual point of it all. The more pain and the more suffering, like Paul handling his stress in the Bible, I will gloat all the more about my weaknesses and my lack of strength and all of this, because for when I am weak, then I am strong.
Yeah.
Those others who can't testify and do all to whatever, it's not about bragging about it. That's why they've got to make up stories, fallacies, histrionics, because they can't boast all the more of it, because they can't say how they've got out the other end of it. They can't say how they're still standing, like you can say how you're still standing doing it. They can call you crazy and nuts, and maybe you're sharing this video, but they didn't all care when the others were sharing the videos of your children, making you scream, making you cry, phoning your phone, threatening you, and all that. And now you're doing whatever you feel. Now you're the problem. There's a Genesis and hopefully an Exodus of them at the end, right? Yeah. There's a start to the story. It didn't just I know, American Spirit, Brian Harvey. He's supporting Brian Harvey. That's it, American Spirit tobacco. And I didn't know about, all the other names. This was just if I would get sent a video or something. Yeah. And I was supporting Brian Harvey more so I would watch Brian Harvey's videos. I didn't even have the concept that people done live podcasts, you can call in, and that wasn't
it was all so new and foreign to me. It was just such a whirlwind. All of that period, everything happened at the same time, from the children's testimony to Brian Harvey and coming onto YouTube. That few years, that period there was just such a blur of madness of stuff that was just coming out.
I was more on the side when I'm saying Philip Lafferty, who was doing voicing CSA, and we go to them, we can speak to other survivors and all that. Red Pill Phil actually attended one of them. And this is why the one in Highgate that I actually attended and spoke at, when they say stand up even if your voice shakes, I was mindfully aware that the room was full of, yes, survivors, but also trolls.
Yeah.
In the blog, off the blog, and even Eddie Is Okay turned up.
Yeah.
Barbara was supposed to be outed or confronted that day, Barbara Collier. The desperation
to go what the hell happened, Barbara Collier.
Well, if you can imagine, I'm following Brian Harvey in the sense of because do you know what's even messed up? You know the housing case?
The housing case?
The housing that I had was the same housing company that Brian Harvey had.
Oh, right.
Right. The same woman that he had, the same woman that came in claiming to help and kind of became the savior at the end, I don't know, who knew another person, was the same officer for Brian Harvey. Yeah, I've got other info on her, the connection. So when I then started talking out 2020, Brian has then heard me speak. He says then my name. I'm privately getting told I can sue him because he's doxed the survivor. I don't want to do that. Constantly, people are trying to get me to go and argue back and forth with Brian Harvey. Then he thought I was trolling him. He's mad.
Yeah, he thought I was trolling him, but I think somebody was trolling him in my name.
He has been being trolled, and same as Matt. The only reason I'm supporting Matt, somebody called Fast Driver was going over into Sharon Gales. Brian started speaking to Sharon at the time. This is why I became aware. And then I see Matt being set up. So I'm like, why is this man being set up? And then Sharon's trying to make allegations against Matt. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I start then looking at Matt's channel, and then I'm subbing, and I'm like, what the fuck? Then it gets to the April, May 2021, and Matt puts up a video. And I noticed the woman in the video being the same woman as somebody had pointed out to me that went to Brian Harvey's court case, being Barbara Collier. straight away, due to what I know personally and how she's really wanted, I thought she had actually taken her life. And that's how it started, with me going on to Match Channel in 2021 and then being subbed to him. Then that was it, the wave of trolling and abuse, and to the point I had to make my first report to the police in the June, coming from James Hines Group. So
it's all so fucked up. All so fucked up. I had
the
my
time.
whole- yeah, well, there's so many questions. There's so many questions. My head feels like it's going to explode already.
I don't.
It's just-
Yeah, I don't. I'm going to come off and.
Yeah,
because I
no,
can
it's not your fault. It's
always-
absolutely not your fault. I'm going between like anger and like I'm trying to just literally have things sink in now that it's slowing. You know what it's like? It's just been chaos, hasn't it, the whole time? So now it's actually like, okay, I can actually start to process some of the stuff, and it's just like so overwhelming to think what these bastards have actually done. It's I'm really, really grateful. I'm sorry if I do I'm losing my words at points here, because it's just so much to take in. It's so much, because I've just got so much
keep the faith.
out.
Look, I just say keep the faith,
Yeah.
because like at the end of the day, there was a time when I couldn't, and then I came across this passage which I read now, and this is now coming into fruition. How different my life is now, how they don't have the same control, different mind and everything from 2015, 16. Do you know what I mean? It's been a long process. I could have done so many other different things, which, as I say now, is different. But God promises in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future." Okay? So just
and the lost
looking
years
with-
will be restored. That one sticks with me. That one, the
Yeah.
lost years will be restored. And there's so many different, silly things like channels coming back, videos that I haven't seen for years. And although it's triggering, obviously it's a load of evidence. It's a load of validation of our story and the history of what actually happened. So
just even, whatever it is, you've got your own dreams, you've got everything else, and only you can control your own mind, like same as anybody. I mean, but they love to. They're sadistic. So I'm giving myself a headache.
There was just so little preparation for so many people. Again, like we've survived this situation. I just dread to think of how many just were so unprepared, didn't have the voice, didn't have the stamina, didn't have the wherewithal to record what was going on, or just the ability to comprehend and deal with it. It is terrifying to think how many have been trapped in that psychological hell through this period by these people. But please God, now anyway, we are coming toward the end of it. We're helping to expose this once and for all, and it's just not going to be able to happen again.
Well, a lot of things, like in the crime sector, what I have noticed, especially the last 2 years, is how many unresolved crimes are now getting solved due to DNA. And these fuckers have been walking amongst us, and a lot of them don't have criminal records, or they're normal family people, you'd think. And they're getting found out 50 odd years later.
Yeah.
Okay? If you cannot do the time, don't do the crime.
Exactly. And I mean, that's
It will
DNA now.
catch up with them.
With digital footprints and everything, like it's not going to change. That trend's not going to change, is it?
As long as it's still there, at any point in the future, it can always be gone back to archive and all of it.
Exactly.
We've got the National Archives, and that's how I can go and search family record. It's always going to be a paper trail. And that's something people don't really like having, is a paper trail. When you're doing these lives, and it's a paper trail now, it's on your channel, it's showing contemporaneously as it's happening what these people are doing. You can refer back to it, and they're your notes as it's happening. That will supersede any notes taken thereafter.
Yeah.
Like the officer.
They've mocked so harshly, haven't they? Oh, it's recorded. Yeah, damn right. It's recorded. I know exactly how important it is. You mock it all day long. I know exactly what this is.
Before, they were mocking because they were saying, oh, she's got something to hide because she puts them to private or deletes them. I haven't deleted any of them. I clearly labelled some of the titles contemporaneous notes. I responded to them at the time. I put them to live, put it aside, knowing that I'm going to need it one day. I forewarned Helen in the September. Because of the person and the type that she is, I'm going to have to keep this evidence, because she's got no problem go barefaced lie up in a court about somebody.
Clearly.
Or to the police.
Clearly.
And she blatantly
I think
lied
she's
to
gonna be
me.
less comfortable now. I think she's going to be less comfortable from now, though. I don't think she's
I'd
as
love her to
comfortable.
go through. I'd love her to go through with this thing. I'm not trying to intimidate. Please. She's great at storytelling. Go ahead and please go and lie to that judge, because I want her done for contempt of court.
It would be lovely. Oh, it would be so
You know,
glorious.
lying and all of that, wasting police time and all these things are imprisonable offences, perverting the course of justice and all of that. You can't just get away with it. So please, yes. If she's going to do what she's going to do it to the full force. Same as unlisted. He said he was taking me to court for defamation on his website. What, the website that you've downloaded images of my child when he was under 18? You've slandered me on. All your videos were to do with the mouths and all of what he labelled it on BitChute, Katie's lips and all of that. And they've all been taken down for harassment and bullying. And you're going to take me to court for defamation.
Delusional bastards. This is what we're dealing with.
No.
They will get the law. It's coming for them. It's coming for them. I think they're already living in quite uncomfortable fear at the moment, to be honest. And it's not going to get any more comfortable for them unless they actually do come clean or repent or whatever you want to call it. They're going to be waiting for the repercussions of what they've done, and that is their hell.
Well, it's going to be between them and their God anyway, isn't it? Because always at the end,
yeah,
it don't matter who's around you. The same with the life of Brian. You come here with nothing, you're going to go out with nothing. What you got to lose? But if you've sat there and lied and all of that, the only thing you can do is to do that to yourself, to actually give yourself some sort of a dignified death. Fuck. Other than that, wow, okay, whoever loves you, cool. Don't mean you like by normal, like whatever you're doing is not normal behaviour. And getting your dad involved when he's in his 70s, nearly 80s or whatever, to start ringing like Matt Taylor, threatening people online, I'm a gangster, innit? What? You're not trying to put it, that's why I say I'm a bit concerned she's trying to bump him off early for the inheritance. You know, I do watch these crime programs.
I reckon she's going to be scared that he's going to find out what she's done. So I'd be more concerned that she's going to do it now.
That's what I'm giving leniency to. But then I heard her yesterday, again I was listening to an old podcast, and how her dad ran out with the air pistol, to make the neighbour think it was an actual gun. Yeah. How her dad actually, when their dog went to attack another dog, couldn't control the dog, then said to the woman, oh, it's because the dog's been abused and all of that. Tried to mock abuse and all of that, give the excuse so that they wouldn't take action against the dog that they couldn't control.
Oh, for Christ.
Oh, hold on. You might listen to that in the fourth. It's all in there. I had a listen yesterday.
Brilliant. I will.
So,
okay,
her dad had guns. She's got guns. Blisco's got guns. Emma got arrested with guns. And Paris has got guns. And we're all the nutters, yeah?
This is just getting more comical now. You can just see how this is going to turn into
maybe we can start up a thing to start getting these people diagnosed. A petition. They're all walking among, just let's leave the people that we know ADHD, because it's getting more recognition. Females are different to boys. The assessments were done on, but why don't we start getting them diagnosed?
Yeah.
I know they refuse to get the help and therapy because they're so great and their ego won't allow them to ever think that they're the problem, but maybe we should force it upon them.
I think they will be.
I mean, if we're in a court thing, the first thing I'd be doing on Alex or Helen is a psychological assessment.
100%.
Yes, please.
100%.
It works both ways.
Put a few more of his posts even to ChatGPT and just get the responses from that. It's so easily done. So easily done, and it's so easy to go and get that checked by a professional. Do you know what I mean? It's not like it's just coming out of nowhere. I know people like to say there's a lot of AI slop. Yes, there is if you're asking it to do something. But if you're just asking it generally to give a professional analysis of something, it's very good for stuff like that. Very good for
the
stuff
AI
like that.
is kind of like in baby ages, and we're the generation to feed it the information for the future. Yeah. And it wouldn't surprise me if they start making AI robots on our characters. With our voices, with our, downloading our data and shit.
And do you know what? That only crossed my mind. Like they probably will start
recreating humanity and
according to a person. It would make more sense, to be fair. I think it would make more sense than just to leave it to just random.
They're going
and
to
just-
Mars, aren't they? 2030 and all of that. So they're like Cat Williams with the jokes. Then when they talk about the 17 super Earth, and he says, oh, "Motherfucker, I thought this Earth was super." And he says how they're fucking leaving us behind. They're finding life or wherever on other planets.
What's the point
And
of
they're
going
just-
anywhere else?
And then also you have the laser weapon, right? The UK has only just displayed it or tested it in this last 2-3 years, right? That comes into force next year. No longer, this is why I think they're actually getting rid of all of their, like all the other military equipment and just doing the damage they can everywhere. The future of warfare, laser weapons, biological warfare. I mean, psychological warfare is already going on. You've got the army on YouTube, psyop, showing how they're doing the psychological
Drone
warfare.
anyway. Anything was just done by a drone.
Well,
in the real
it costs them, I think it's 40 million or something around that, whatever it is, to shoot one rocket. Now, with the laser weapon, it's what, £12-13? And they can shoot as close as a £1 coin. So they're testing it, all of whatever's going on. You've got the stuff going on with Iran, and it's just a lot to rewrite history at the minute.
I don't know how much more damage we could really do as a species. I think it's time to slow down and chill out a little bit now. I think we've done quite enough damage. It's just time to chill.
I think they're leaving. Like they're gonna live on other planets. They don't really, us humans are a bit vermin because we damage the planet. We damage the trees. We damage all this stuff. The trees and everything are more important because they live longer than we do.
Absolutely.
So I'm just,
the world would be a lot better off.
But the commodity and the thing in the future, which has been a conspiracy theory and all of that, but it really isn't. You start to notice most of the fruit and veg are without seeds. The commodity in the future, in 20 odd years, to try and get a seed of a tomato and all that, it'd be really hard. That's going to be the money in the future.
Well,
seeds, water.
In seeds for a long time. That is what you can't eat money. You can't eat anything else other than what comes from seeds, really. Ultimately, so.
Well, it's harder to find, heirloom seeds. Heirloom seeds, the seeds that have been going from the same generation without infection, all of that. They're a bit more expensive. They're making organic food more expensive, and as I say, to grow your own food and to do all of that, hopefully, I would like to think. Look, what country doesn't teach themselves to grow your own food and do all of these to help yourself? So when we get into a place like lockdown, people weren't going hungry, and I'm having to go around to elderly people's homes who just got completely ignored by the social services, the adult services, for weeks on end. No contact was made with them, nothing. It was like they didn't exist. No one cared. Children were just being fed food in care homes under the door so that they didn't get infected.
Yeah, this all needs
all that psychological trauma and stuff. And this is why I say thank God, because my son came out literally 3 months just before lockdown happened. So doing the hardest thing for me on the 7th of December 2019, not turning up to contact that day, not playing into the tactic because of what the police had done the day before. Energy, whatever. I'm just thankful he came home 3 months prior. And I wasn't one of them parents that had to battle a system or contact or wait for that call to say that my child's topped himself because he can't, all of whatever. I'm just thankful. And at the same time, all those parents that did have children in the care system, those children, how much they've gone through, suffered. You've created a massive isolation thing. They're not even interacting with people.
Yeah. The whole system's just so fucked. I'm just going to start getting really angry again. I can't even really...
We can pick up this conversation another time. I'm going to come off and then, because it's like 3-4 links or something I've shared in the back. You can process that in your own time. But just know, the 4th, the Paris one is the 4th of March. That's the day before, and you're being accused and set up before information's even coming out about Sabina on the 5th. The other one, the 19th of October 2023, Helen clearly states she's done an emergency welfare check. Yeah, Helen,
I'll do that one
emergency welfare check. Well, I mean, he's unlisted's on there with Mandy. They're talking about your parenting and whatever, yeah.
I know this is going to be so fucking triggering to watch, but I have to do it, and I really appreciate that you've dropped it in, because it's just all really relevant. And Helen, honestly, Helen, you just need to understand how fucked you are. Like, there's so many people now that have got so much on you. It, honest to God, doesn't matter if you think you can pull something in one court sitting or something. It's just not about that. Your track record of what you've actually fucking done is there.
It's very criminal. And her friend was struck off, the barrister, for targeting survivors.
You're aligned with. There's no saving grace in your group. You're all just a fucking massive liability to one another. So as a collective, it is just, it's gross. It is what it is. And the whole world's going to see, well, not saying the whole world's going to see, but anybody who wants to see what's gone on here. And there's going to be a lot more people become interested when the truth of COVID and everything's becoming more commonplace. People are going to be a lot more interested in what actually happened in this space during this period of time. That's inevitable.
The truth, I don't know, probably not best to quote Winston Churchill, but he's saying the truth is incontrovertible. The malice and everything may attack it or try and derive from it and everything, but in the end, there it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so they can do whatever with the malice. It's clearly malicious, targeting you. That other video, you're not slurring, and when you listen back to the Jupiter one, she starts saying she said she was slurring her words, trying to put the liability on you.
It's going to be interesting to go back. So after listening to these and then go listen to that one again. So it's probably going to take a few days to get through doing all of it, but it'll be worth doing. And I'm very grateful.
No, that's fine. And you take care. Thank you for your time. Yeah.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for this time. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, so I'm just going to go straight into that live, and again, I'm just going to be, this is going to be extremely triggering, and I don't want to, I can feel myself going, and I don't want Katie to feel like it's because of her. It's not, it's just so much information and so much has gone on, and her emotion is so raw, and obviously my emotion, then it's still an ongoing situation. You know, it is so difficult to process this whilst the situation is still ongoing. To try and process any trauma whilst you're still being traumatized is almost impossible, and then to try and organize what's happened to present it to anybody it's unfair. It's very unfair. But again, not to sit here feeling sorry for myself about it. It's just, if I'm having such a difficult situation here at my age, then what the hell has potentially happened to younger people, less articulate people, less, you know, just not in a situation to be able to record it. Well, I could have been taken out of the game so many times if Jake wasn't there to help me, if a phone went, or, you know, I'm always just one phone away or one laptop going away again from just being cut off again. You know, it's... You women honestly need to really, really think about what you've done. You really need to think about, well, you need to accept, not just think about, you need to accept you've been involved in something so disgusting, and it's not going to go away. It's not going to get any better until it's acknowledged for what's actually happened here. But without further ado, I'm going to play this and just let it run. So there may be periods that feel a little bit irrelevant, but to be honest, we just need to go recapping again to just what the whole vibe of these streams even was. Like, this was just non-stop for years, this madness. And again, this is the little bits that you'd see live. So much of this was going on behind closed doors, offline, you know, in the Google Hangs and whatnot. There's plenty of evidence of what was the type of thing that was being discussed and the conspiracies. It's just so bad. It's so bad. But anyway, let's get into it and see where this goes. Again, thank you, Katie. Really appreciate it.
Trying to lead life by example, but living this life is a handful. And I ain't gonna clear no samples, but I'm about to clear my mantle. I need that plaque for reset, You need that chance to place bets, huh? You missed your chance to get fresh, bruh. You still got time to get left, bruh. Obama in the whip, I'm a stitch. Grab a chick, grab a 40 and a Dutch, and an angel with some tits, huh? And I'm back with a grip, back catalog, analog, rap like a brick, huh? And I rap cause I'm sick, back catalog fix, so I'm never gonna trip, God. Why you do me like this? Hip hop still good, you know I ain't gonna trip, Lord. You know I ain't gonna dip, I'ma stay right here till my plaque is a disc. Like I say lunatic, I'ma stay right hard till my plaque is a disc. Hey, no rest for the wicked now, so fall back on your plan B. No song for the choir now, life sucks when you ain't free. No hope for the weary down, they keep taking that backseat. Horrible shit, keep the peace like Gandhi. Middle pad, my staff never half-mast. Our drums go like a trap hat. Our drums go hammer cause they have to. Talk shit on Twitter, better at you. Paul Simon when I grace lands. Fuck diamonds, I be on the gray scales. I be tipping nice scales. 55th time that I didn't go for pre-sales. And even when I prevail, I be on that retail, sinking with that eval. Listen to the seashell, it don't say shit. 16 spinner go hard. 82 ball with a thorn in my inside. I pull it out when I get mad. I two shuffle like a double full of good. 16 spinner go hard. no rest for the wicked now. So fall back on your plan B. No song for the choir now. Life sucks when you ain't free. No hope for the weary now. They keep taking that back seat. Horrible shit. Keep the peace like Gandhi. Go hard, go hard. 82 born with a thorn in my inside. I pull it out when I get mine. I too shuffle like a devil full of good. Me and 27 lights. Heavyweight champs, 127 fights. 127 bites. Van Gogh Pro, 1,027 likes. Go.
Okay, let's prove this.
No rest for the wicked now. So fall back on your plan B. No song for the choir now. Life sucks when you ain't free. No hope for the weary now. They keep taking that back seat. It's horrible shit. Hey, no rest for the wicked now. So fall back on your plan B. No song for the choir now. Life sucks when you ain't free. No hope for the weary down. They keep taking that back seat. It's horrible shit. Keep the peace like Gandhi. Go hard, go hard. Ready to go with the thorn in my business. Go hard, go hard. Ready to go with the thorn in my business. I pull it out when I get mine. 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 Hey, no rest for the wicked now. So fall back on your plan B. No song for the choir now. Life sucks when you ain't free. No hope for the weary doubt. They keep taking that back seat. Two-tone rebel shit. Keep the peace like God.
Things are right, but you just know there is something in your eyes that brings me home. 'Cause when there's love, you don't let go. So as long as you're with me, you're not alone, you'll never be. I wanna tell you what I feel and really mean it. I wanna shout it from the rooftops to the sky. 'Cause if you ever need a friend, you know I'll be it. From tonight until we see the end of time. Cross my heart and hope to die with. Always a fire on your side. Please, I love you. These guys going under. Always a footprints next to mine along the road. And I don't know what From tonight until we see the time, I cross my heart and hope to die. Always and forever, you are silent when the days are dark and the stars go blind. Yes, there's
starts to roar. The light that wakes the wave, but through it we are brave. Everyone is lonely sometimes, but everyone feels almost to see you rise. You are not alone, we're family. Hold me, let's escape this reality. You are my symphony. By your side, we're unity. You are my melody, my guiding light. We are unity. We are unity.
Slipper. Okay, let's prove that Slippermouth is a liar. Again. Slippermouth has been running around making an accusation about a video that Eric made. Now, the video Eric made, as you will be able to see when you click on the link which will be attached to this video shortly, pretty much within minutes of it being uploaded, it will be pinned as the top comment. Go and watch the video. You will find the video clearly states that it's wanting information on Slippermouth. It's not after information on Slippermouth's family or any of the bullshit claims that Slippermouth is claiming. Slippermouth is nothing but a disgusting little degenerate. Slippermouth is trying to call people paedophiles based on Kaylee's fucking ex-partner's music video, which Kaylee is continuously sexualizing, and she's doing it again this morning. Now, Kaylee's and Slippermouth's own actions on that makes them the paedophiles because they're the ones that are having the indecent thoughts about and
I may as well just address that potentially they could put in a copy, but I really doubt anybody's going to try that after, because AJ would have had he would have had a request to take me to court, and he's failed to do so. So has Justin Armwood failed to do so. So has Linda Morden failed to do so. So has Luke Horan failed to do so. So has Michaela Onyevosa. So has Rebecca Elizabeth Penman. They've all failed to take me to court, so I don't think AJ is going to do a copyright claim and then try to take me to court. I think they've realised that I've figured out the bullshit game. So yeah, but the thing is, I've got it going to 3 channels and it's going to Rumble and to 2 channels at the moment. So they can try, but they know the copy will be there on Rumble, and they know that I'll just do the counter notification. It will just come back, so it'll be pointless, won't it? It won't go. It won't take the channel, and it will just come back after 2 weeks. So I just think they know that that they're not going to take it to court. That was the only time it would work, was while they still thought, or until they realised that I knew what to say to get the counter to go through. That was basically, once that happened, because they're never going to take it to court. They're never going to take it to court because it wouldn't stand in court for a start. It wouldn't stand in court for a start. That's why Alex can't take me to court over those 6-7 videos. It wouldn't stand in court. So, like, they can't make that work, because you can't silence somebody because they're saying something you don't like. That's the law. You can't just do that. They've made up. This is why I'm saying YouTube itself is responsible for so many of these things even happening in the first place. It should never have been allowed to happen that way. You know, so now they're fucked because they can't manipulate. They can't use the fakeness, really, because we've understood, okay, well, now I understand what the law is. I know what I have to say. I know you're not taking me to court. So by all means, take the fucking video now. It will carry on Rumble until I'm finished. And then I'll just get the original one back that you've taken the time, and if you've committed another crime. That's the point, isn't it? You've committed another crime to fraudulently do it. That's what Alex needs to get through his head. There is no crime when I'm under psychological duress to get my property back, you prick. Okay? There's no crime there. Your crime is stealing my shit to silence me. That's the crime, okay? So just we're clear. So we're clear on that.
To this video shortly, pretty much within minutes of it being uploaded. It will be pinned as the top comment. Go and watch the video. You will find the video clearly states that it's wanting information on Slippermouth. It's not after information on Slippermouth's family or any of the bullshit claims that Slippermouth is claiming. Slippermouth is nothing but a disgusting little degenerate. Slippermouth is trying to call people paedophiles based on Kaylee's fucking ex-partner's music video, which Kaylee is continuously sexualizing, and she's doing it again this morning. Now, Kaylee's and Slippermouth's own actions on that makes them the paedophiles, because they're the ones that are having the indecent thoughts about and indecent images in their mind while they're going on about a non-sexual music video that contains Kaylee's children, that Kaylee's children's father put on the internet. Now, in Slippermouth and Kaylee's mind, any footage containing children, anyone that watches it must be a paedophile. This is fucking absurd. And Slippermouth is still going on about his fucking non-experts that never did traces on fucking Eric's account and fucking IP, because if they were experts, then they would be able to tell that the IP addresses are completely different. I've never had access to Eric's account, and he's never had access to my account. These fucking retards just keep making a fool of themselves, and it's hilarious to watch. And thank you, Slippermouth, for stating that you're gonna stab me up. That's fucking hilarious, you little fucking coward. Over 3 years I've been waiting for you to come and see me, but you ain't got the balls to do so. You asked me for a postcode to the nearest Tesco's to where I was the other day. Well, other day, it was a couple of weeks ago now, when I went on to A1000's live stream. What did I do? I gave you the postcode, and I even said to you, I'll meet you at the other one if you wanted, because the other one's in the town centre. So there's more cameras, so you feel safer if you wanted. But the postcode was to the one that isn't in the town centre. It's roughly the same distance between either for me to get to it was. and you shat yourself and started making up excuses. And then you've gone on to put up a video with some money in that you've either found on the internet somewhere, or it's your mummy's money, thinking that I want your mummy's money. Well, if you got all that money, why can't you put some fuel in your shitty little transit van and come and see me, you coward?
Like the moon and the way it comes. Like heaven's sun, when it comes to the undone. As we free from this heart, this feeling now, this taking me home. Like heaven's sun, take me home, take me home. Like heaven's sun.
Well, as you can see, the music video that Kaylee is forever sexualizing has no sexual content in it whatsoever. It's actually a very nice music video. The children in it look very happy. So why their mothers running around the internet calling people paedophiles for watching that video is ridiculous.
The reason I call these people paedophiles is the fact that they're obsessed with my children, not just my children. They're obsessed with silencing the testimony of abused children, and they've dedicated their lives to silencing any adults who would listen to the children who claim to be abused. They've dedicated their lives to protecting a man who had a non-molestation order for the mother, for beating up the mother of the children, who also said that that he abused them. All of these men are obsessed with my children and with me, who was affected by this, not the same, nearly the same as what those poor children have been through, but that horrible P word. So I'm very aware of horrible P's. Very aware of horrible P's like you, Adam. If you don't want to be called a P by me, possibly the smartest thing is to not obsess over my children, try to claim that I'm sexualizing a video. That never happened. Your obsession with my children is enough for me to call you a paedophile. But even aside from that, your obsession with silencing abused children's testimony and defending the accused father, to me, would have me believe that you are paedophiles. I'm happy to say that. It's got nothing to do with me somehow sexualizing my... You are the sickest fuck, Adam Rushbrook. We know what you look like, what you sound like. And where you live. Sick fuck.
Like heaven's sun, like the moon and the way it comes. Like heaven's sun, when it comes to the undone. As we free from this heart, this feeling, it's taking me home. Heaven's sun, take me home, take me home. Like heaven's sun.
Well, as you can see, the music video that Kaylee is forever sexualizing has no sexual content in it whatsoever. It's actually a very nice music video. The children in it look very happy. So why their mothers running around the internet calling people paedophiles for watching that video is ridiculous. Now, this morning, Slippermouth, as I've stated in the video that I've uploaded that I've just played, has lied about a video that Eric made. Slippermouth seems to think because it's not allowed on YouTube that it's disappeared. I'm sorry to tell you, Slippermouth. It's on this channel. There's a lot of information on this channel. This is back before you lost your marbles completely, Slippermouth, when people actually thought that you was a decent person. As we can see, the video that Slippermouth lies about was uploaded to BitChute February the 16th, 2022. The link is in the side chat here for the video. It's the right at the top of the side chat. It's the very first link that I put in. Now, if we scroll down a bit, there's a lot of interesting stuff on this channel. A lot of stuff, isn't there, Slippermouth? A lot of stuff that proves you to be a bullshitter, Slippermouth. You running around back all those years ago calling the whole of Wake Up UK paedophiles and all sorts. Yet you were trying to claim yesterday that you only call those that you can prove are paedophiles. You call them paedophiles and no one else. Yet you called the whole of Wake Up UK paedophiles, didn't you, Slippermouth? You degenerate. Where's your proof that the whole of Wake Up UK, including John Lawrence, who you used to claim was a friend of yours, where's your proof that they're all paedophiles, Slippermouth? You don't have any, do you? And this morning you've turned around and said the A1000 is an OAP. Since when has 36-year-old been an OAP? It's a bit fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Claiming a 36-year-old's an OAP. And you're claiming that I was in my 40s years and years ago. I'm not even in my 40s now, you retard. You just keep making a fool of yourself, don't you, Slippermouth? You don't help yourself one bit. And this morning on the little degenerate Kaylee Inav, the child abuser from Lavenham's live stream, you've stated that you're going to stab me up. Well, I've been waiting for you for over 3 years and you still haven't grown any balls. You put up a video showing some money, which I highly suspect that you've grabbed from somewhere else on the internet. And if you haven't grabbed it from somewhere else on the internet, Slippermouth, it's your mummy's money, isn't it, Slippermouth? Because you don't have a pot to piss in, and that's why you're sleeping on your mother's sofa. Now, you make out that your shitty little transit van is worth 80 grand. You could pick up a newer transit van on eBay for probably about £1.5 grand. It's fucking disturbing that you seem to think that anyone would fall for your clapped out transit van being worth 80k, because it's not. I've still got the video of that clapped out transit van when you got pulled over by, who was it you were pulled over by again? Oh yes, the police, and then you tried your Freeman bullshit. It's really hilarious to watch you continuously making a fool of yourself, Slippermouth. It seems to be that a lot of people seem to be falling out with each other at the moment. What is going on at the moment? Camp Degenerate's just falling apart. You got freaking Moon and Brian arguing like freaking children this morning. Apart from Brian's language, yet again, was absolutely disgusting. Freaking Stupiter's back on easies. What the fuck's going on with you lot? Flip-flops all the way, isn't it? It never seems to change with you lot. So, Kaylee, you had my content removed off your channel yesterday for copyright violations and many other violations. It wasn't just copyright that it was removed for.
Wow, this is gonna get so right. Okay, so obviously back in the day, I had just no clue how to deal with any of the copyright. Removed for a load of other things as well. Who is he? Like, can you hear the way he's speaking, talking about you lot as though we're a fucking class beneath him of degenerates, and he's just like the god of his universe or something? I mean, what? Could he sound any more removed from reality? This is just so fucking sick to listen to. But the controlling it's just so satanic. They are so satanic in the way that they behave, which of course they're Satanists, so I wouldn't expect anything else. But the way though he's just put himself just so above everybody else.
And you're restreaming it again today. It's not going to go too well for you, is it, Kaylee? And your accusations yesterday about how you would like to slice my throat open. You told Danny and myself to go kill ourselves. You are a deluded little nutcase, Kaylee, who clearly needs psychological evaluation. But you openly stated yesterday that you have no mental health problems whatsoever. And if that is the case, then what you're doing is criminal, isn't it, Kaylee? And you've got no defense. You can't pull the mental health card if you're saying that you're perfectly sane and perfectly rational and you have no mental health problems. It's blatantly obvious that you have mental health problems. It's blatantly obvious that
This is actually so triggering. Because obviously I had to deal with all of these men before the fucking idiot Rebecca and all of this shit that's gone on more recently. I had the Brian Hurl and Omar and Rodney and all of that going on for years. Well, I can't lose track. It's just all been so fucking horrific. Can you imagine? Oh my God, I don't even want to. This is so bad. You lot are gonna fucking pay for what you have done. The sadistic way that you can hear, it's like he's getting off. It's like he's getting off on trying to have some control over what I'm allowed to do because he's got buttons and they're in control because they're the men, because they have conversations about me when I'm not there. And they can do what they want with me because I'm now their entertainment and their fight. It's just so fucked up. How did this happen? How is that alone would be weird, but they're also all working for Ricky Dearman. I mean, so like, what came first even? How did this happen? Like, how the fuck did this happen? Who came up with the name Bleachy? Who was even, do you know, like... It's just so fucked up. It's just so fucked up, Adam Lashbrook. Vile cunt. None of you should ever have been obsessing over me to the point of trying to meddle in my life and control what I'm doing and allowed to think and allowed to say and allowed to stream and allowed to reply to, allowed to... What's he saying? That what I am doing, what is it what I am doing? Still surviving, still not killing myself, still just responding, still standing up for myself. So all of these things are actually, I need to get sectioned for. Can anybody, again, like Babs, like what have I actually done? Still breathing. Right, okay, but actually a thing. You repeated something Mandy said about something in the tent with a veteran. Okay, but anything real though? Relevant? No. People are going to have to start coming up with something real and relevant and like make it work with what the fuck was going on with everybody else as well. So I'm very clear about who I am and what I am and what I've got to offer. And, you know, like I've done the mental health thing. I'm very angry, and yeah, I do have some issues now. I've certainly got some fucking issues, especially whilst you lot are still doing what you're doing. I've definitely got some issues, but there's nothing mentally wrong with me. Psychologically injured, still psychologically under duress. Fucking mad, yeah. Not that kind of mad though. Not that kind of mad. So all of this for so many years, all of you weird cunts, quite clearly trying to get me fucking sectioned. This is quite a big deal, okay? Now this is very fucking clear to a solicitor. So Helen Janes, I think you better go back to the police and let them know that, oh, actually, I did actually know her. You might remember me calling you about her a few years back. Fucking prick.
You're clinically insane. It doesn't take a genius to work out when someone's putting up a video of a teddy bear being stabbed up and that teddy bear's name is Danny, and you've got your dad writing about your dad directly above it, who was buried under the name of Danny Inav, according to the obituary the Bleeding Gash sent me. Why did Bleeding Gash send me an obituary to do with your dad? Still, I can't really say that that's proof of anything because it was only a screenshot sent by Bleeding Gash. I could manipulate a screenshot like that really easily myself. Wouldn't take much work. A couple of minutes with Photoshop. Job done. Now you're crying, saying that because I was commenting on an account that was harassing and stalking my deceased partner shortly after my deceased partner had passed away, that's your proof that I've apparently murdered my deceased partner. How batshit crazy is that? No, I was occupying my time and I was dealing with a degenerate that had hounded my partner up to her death and beyond. Shortly before my partner passed away, a week or so before, well, actually a bit longer than that, 12 days before my partner passed away, you had made a phone call to the police in which you were making bullshit allegations about people. It started off with you complaining about Danny. Then you started crying about the fact that I'd made a video exposing you and your involvement with prescription drugs against the Misuse of Drugs Act, and that you were dropping people in the shit for giving you controlled substances in violation of the Misuse of Drugs Act. And not only that, I stated how you were a child abuser, which you have confessed to, because you confessed to that on a Facebook Live with your buddy Slippermouth, didn't you, Kaylee? What?
I'm actually really struggling to deal with this, and this is only scratching the fucking surface of where all of these years is going to go. Of course, oh my God. Years and years and years of so many fucking people thinking that this is okay to do and jumping into bed with this cunt. Calls himself Lucifer. What the fuck were you cunts thinking? Like, you couldn't just step back and go, hang on a minute. Like, why, oh, mate, what the fuck did you... And still, the whore of Satan fucking bitch this morning, still trying to go this morning with the cunts in her fucking chat, still talking about me. the anonymous fucking nonce cunts still in her chat talking about me. This whore has jumped in with this fucking nonce to destroy my life for a further, 2.5 years? Because I hadn't had enough already. Cleon Milward, what the fuck? All recorded, you sick cunt. You better fucking repent. I swear to God, I don't fucking care what happens to any of you.
What did you do again? You chemically abused your children with MMS, didn't you, Kaylee? And you also went on to cry about the fact that I'd called you a racist, when you have continuously proven that you are a racist, Kaylee. You're running around crying about the fact that you've no longer got your kids, trying to pass the buck on that one too. Your involvement with Andrew Devine, John Patterson, John Wanoa, Neelu Berry, Lee Kant, Matt Taylor, and so on, was the reason that you had to part with your children. And it was your children's father who did the right thing and stepped in and took your children to make sure that they were safe from you, Kaylee. The only danger your children were ever in was the danger of having an unfit mother. An unfit mother who refused to let her children go to school at the...
Right, 3 years later, I've got everything recorded. I was very stressed out about having my children stay home from school until I knew what the fuck these tests were all about now. Well, no, sorry, 6 years later now. So now we've got convictions of the hoax, the fraud, the mass. It's still not in the mainstream media because it's pretty fucking big because so many people were involved, and there's, oh, well, now our kids might be having heart attacks and all this. Yeah, anybody paying any attention to what's going on with the... It's all out there. You're all waiting for it to be on the news or to somehow come through your fucking PlayStation or something. I don't know. But the facts are out there. There are a lot of dead children, and I'm glad that my children didn't go back to school. And they will know that I was one of the only people that didn't put them at risk there for that period of time. Now, yes, their father did go and get a solicitor because he didn't take the fucking time to listen or to pay any attention to what I was saying with the school. So in effect, I think I'm going to go suing the school, their father, their grandmother, a lot of fucking people now, because now I've been proven right for my concern. And I've still got you cunts doing this, and I've still got to deal with this shit now that you were doing the whole way. They were never taken away, you fucking cunt. I mean, I'm just not going to keep going. How fucking sick. Day in, day out for so many fucking years, and then whores like Rebecca, Elizabeth Penman, Michaela Onyavosa of 7 Joan Crescent, Elton, Barbara McKay of Southampton, Helen Jones, Windsor. You fucking cunts. You better fucking repent. You better fucking repent.
The beginning of COVID. Now, you cry about the Hampstead Dad and a order that the Hampstead Dad was given. Now, why was he given that order? Because he was a good dad, and he was arguing with the mother, Ella Draper, the child abuser, for refusing to let the children go to school. What sort of parent does not let their children go to school and get the education that they require so that they can have a good start in life when they leave school? You see, for children to make it in life, once they've left school, they need to have an education. They need qualifications, Kaylee. And you, just like the Hampstead mother, think you know better than the education system. You have openly admitted that you dropped out of your biochemistry due to the fact that they would not allow you to rewrite the curriculum. Well, the curriculum is put in place for a very good reason, Kaylee. Jobs require...
I wasn't intending on reviewing this at all, but I mean, how can I not? I mean, I don't know if I ever heard this one in full originally, or to be honest, like Can you imagine this non-stop? And then again, it's not just Adam, is it? Look how many fucking people. I'm one fucking person. I am one fucking person. I asked them to rewrite the curriculum. No, I didn't. I was paying attention to science outside of the college. I was only doing an access course at that point. I hadn't gone on to the degree yet at that point. So it was just an access that I dropped out of. I hadn't even got onto the degree part of it. I'm glad. They wanted us to write a paper according to old science in their old textbooks, when mainstream science, not even alternative science, and nothing that Kaylee fathomed up, and well before Kaylee and her AI slop could come up with anything, just mainstream, normal fucking conventional science that you could read about in any fucking normal mainstream scientific journal. Okay, it already meant that our textbooks were out of date, and they wanted us to write a paper according to the old information, and I wasn't prepared to do that, especially as I was paying for this fucking course. Is that me rewriting the fucking curriculum, you satanic piece of shit? Or is that me just going, but that's not right, and not being comfortable with doing something that's not right? So walking away from it. But of course, this is how you'll frame it. I've decided I'm smarter than the whole wide world, and I've decided to rewrite the curriculum. I mean, you're a fucking moron.
Require people to have been educated in the right manner. They don't want you to have made it all up. How can they trust the individual that they're employing if they just made the whole thing up? It doesn't work like that, Kaylee. You're a demented little fruitcake thinking that it does work like that. And this here pertaining that you're for the children while you're not there for your own children is absolutely disgusting. You really need to give your head a wobble over that. You are not there for the children. The only thing that you're there for is yourself and your own obsessions. Just like little Slippermouth, the man who cried and said that he was abandoning his family for the internet. You are both utter degenerates that have no rights whatsoever pertaining that you are for the children. You are not for the children. You are vile individuals with no morals whatsoever. Now, Slippermouth has been crying about the fact that my car passed his car in a video of his, and he's making out that I'd travelled 200 miles to go and see him that day, which is a load of bullshit. My partner and myself had gone out for a day out in Manchester that day, and we had a few things that we were doing on behalf of my partner's family while we were there. At no point did we visit the Christie Hospital, and the only reason I became aware of the fact that my car had passed your car, Slippermouth, was due to the video that you put up. You are thick as shit, Slippermouth. Now, how did you get caught out with the Christie Hospital? It was another video that you made, Slippermouth, in which you were parked in the loading bay of the Christie Hospital. Now, people do not go visiting patients in hospitals and park in loading bays. It is absolutely absurd to make that claim. And you have put out more than enough evidence to suggest what you actually do for a job is you collect sanitary bins, Slippermouth. And that's why you were at the Christie Hospital that day when you made your silly dribble video. You think people are slow and people don't notice these things, Slippermouth. You keep dropping yourself in. You were extremely butthurt over my partner due to my partner being able to point out the parks that you were walking your dog in and everywhere pretty much that you were filming yourself being at. You didn't like that, did you, Slippermouth? And it got to the point where you thought it was acceptable to start discriminating against my partner for the domestic abuse that she received from her previous partner. You ran around the internet, slagging my partner down for the fact that she had lost her teeth due to domestic violence. You are an utter scumbag, Slippermouth. And you're making out because you were caught out at the Christie Hospital, that you were now going to start lying about your mother. Just shows how much of a degenerate you are, Slippermouth. How can someone be so disgusting as to make up such accusations about their mother? It's beyond belief. It's ridiculous, especially when your mother allows you to sleep on her sofa. If it weren't for your mother, you wouldn't have a roof over your head, Slippermouth. It's about time you started showing your mother a bit of respect, Slippermouth. And when you've got the balls to come and see me, let me know. I know you'll never have the balls. I've been waiting over 3 years, Slippermouth. Making out you're going to stab me up. What a joke. Absolute laugh. I see you here again, little Miss Child Abuser from Lavenham, Spring Close. Yes, you've given me your permission to give out your address and your telephone number and to talk about your children as much as I like, haven't you, Kaylee? I've got the proof of it, along with I have the expressed consent from you to your content, whereas you have no consent from me to use anything that belongs to me, do you, little Miss Inav? The girl who couldn't even be bothered to go to her father's funeral, that's if he's even passed away. As I said, I've seen no actual evidence to suggest that that is the case. But then I'm not going to go asking for evidence over such a thing. I don't go digging, looking to see if someone's passed away. And I don't go interfering with families that have lost their loved ones like you do, little Miss Inav. Yes, I know exactly who it was that messed around with my partner's family. And you and your degenerates slipped up by creating that Facebook account. Well and truly slipped up. You see, little Mr. Slippermouth and his going on about IP addresses and that he has experts, which are clearly freaking retards that ain't experts at all, because they wouldn't have come out with the bullshit that they did come up with one valid point. Yes, IP addresses can be traced. And yes, the IP address of that Facebook account has been traced. And it was not A1000 that had anything to do with that Facebook account. Now, I can see why they tried setting A1000 up after the disgusting accusations that A1000 made about my partner on Jupiter's live stream. Now, you today, little Miss Inav, the child abuser, child neglector, and child abandoner, who doesn't know fuck all about the village that she lives in, have said that you're going to waste our SPCA time yet again. Wouldn't be the first time. They already know who you are. They already have all your details, Kaylee. So go ahead, waste more time. Just like your waste of police time the other day. It's funny, isn't it? You ring the police making out my partner was murdered when my partner was never murdered at all. And still no sign of the police. Now, murder's quite a serious thing, Kaylee. If the police took what you said to have any credibility whatsoever, I would have seen them days ago. But never once have the police ever tried contacting me in relation to you, little Miss Inav. And that's because they know nothing you say is credible at all. You are known as a compulsive liar by everyone in your area, everyone in the area that you lived in before. Even your own family know that you're a compulsive liar, little Miss Inav. And that's why your parents were going to have you sectioned many years ago, weren't they, little Miss Inav? Now, you think that others are triggered, when really and truly, you have done nothing but prove that you're triggered. You're obsessed with the internet. You're obsessed with stalking myself and many others. And all it's doing is showing you the deluded little degenerate that you are. You are a waste of space. And that's why your family want nothing to do with you, Kaylee. Try and prove otherwise, Kaylee. You can't. You see, if your family wanted anything to do with you, they would have had you dealt with long ago. They would have made sure that you got the mental health treatment that you require. The very fact that your parents and your brother and sister have never got you the mental health treatment that you require shows how little they care about you. And it shows very much how little you care about your own family, Kaylee, when your dad has supposedly passed away and you can't even be bothered to make the effort to go to his funeral. That is absolutely disgusting, Kaylee. Now, going back about 5 years ago, my father was seriously ill and taken into hospital, rushed into hospital. My auntie, who has since passed away, phoned me.
Where did all the
and told
nonsense
me,
go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web.
They got a special tool and they put it in
Lurking
the
on
skin
the
and
World Wide
put it off.
Web.
And then they put it in a stick it, and the blood
phoned me
is kind of splits
and told me
and
that
stick
my
it
father
and make
was
the
in
shield.
hospital at the other end of the country to where I was. It was about quarter to 11 o'clock at night when my auntie phoned me. I was getting ready to go to work. So actually, it'll be more than 5 years ago, over 10 years ago now. But I was getting ready to go to work. I was doing night shifts at the time. And what did I do? I dropped everything and I rode a 125cc motorbike from one end of the country to the other to go and visit my father who was ill. That's what you call caring about a family member. You don't find out that your family member's seriously ill or has passed away and then don't even bother making the effort to either go and see them or to attend their funeral. Every member of my family that's passed away, I have always made the effort to get to their funeral. It is utterly disgusting not showing your respects towards your own family. I don't know anyone who's that low that they wouldn't show respects to their own family. Even my sister and my mother made the effort to come to my partner's funeral. And my sister had never met my partner, yet she still made the effort. It shows that my sister cares about me. My mother cares about me. My father's not well and he lives at the other end of the country, so I asked him not to come because of his health. But he offered, just like my aunties, my uncles, my cousins, they all offered. Where was even an offer for you to go to your father's funeral? No sign of it whatsoever. You'd just rather spend your time on the internet chatting shit. Stalking and harassing people that want nothing to do with you, Kaylee. That's all you do. And are we going on about your lies again? What's this? Black in the pray for you, black perverted souls? Is that more some sort of racism coming out of you? Because you have brought up about that you were apparently molested and abused by a man of, how can I say, coloured origin and a man of Jewish belief when you was a child, yet you hang around with a known paedophile, well, more than one known paedophile, to be fair, Daniel Thompson Sullivan, who has your phone number and calls you, doesn't he? And you call him. We've got the proof, Kaylee. Anyone that had been abused as a child would not be hanging around with someone who is obsessed with doing the same sort of things, who runs around threatening to rape children, and much more. The amount of depravity that I've seen from
Babs whoring herself out in this chat. I haven't really been, and Apple Ray, you fucking prick. Karma knows where you are if you're still about. She's literally whoring herself out. It's just Babs and the nonces, and this is on the live replay there. But what the fuck? Literally just a few months before this, she had actually donated to help me try and deal with these people. Then within a few months, and still, Babs, we're still, if you want to tell us what it was, because I didn't just even if I had thought that the man who you agreed only months before had been hounding me for years, gang stalking me, destroyed my life, only months before you agreed that was going on, even if I'd spoken to the police about my concerns regarding his partner's death at such a young age, what fucking business is that of yours? Never mind, that warrants your 180 to jump into bed with the paedophiles and psychologically abuse me with them for the next 3 years. How does that make sense, Babs? Surely you just go, this isn't for me, and just step away from the situation altogether, right? You wouldn't go from agreeing, absolutely, yes, they are, and you need to have them in court. It's that bad. Here's some money. You wouldn't go from there to all the way over here, which is in bed with these paedophiles to abuse me. How did that happen in a few months? All of a sudden, AJ went from being my gang stalker and abuser, which you accepted and agreed with because you fucking donated. But somehow, me having a conversation with the police and mentioning him has led to now that's a reason for you to jump into bed with the paedophiles to abuse me. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, and look who's shit. All right, Clyde. Flapping Clyde. Babs, do you want to answer how the fuck? Yeah, we can see it all. That's exactly happening there in the chat, isn't it? For all to see. Whilst Lucifer is talking all of this very authentic, sincere talk, what do you think people are going to hear, Babs? Do you think AJ sounds sincere and authentic? AJ, who calls himself Lucifer, the man who has been convicted for beating up his dog in public. Do you think he sounds sincere? And then we've got Brian Leroy Hansford, the director of a demolition company, who claims long before I knew James Hind, did actually know who he was actually the middleman for Ricky Dearman back in the day. So my real sick troll, Eric, was also working for Ricky Dearman. Funny that, isn't it? And Babs just so happens to all of a sudden in a few short months gone from she's completely 180'd from, yes, I absolutely see that you are being abused, gang stalked, psychologically tortured by all of these disgusting men. I see this. Here's some money. Let's get these bastards to court. In fact, I've got so many recordings of the live streams of that period. Moon and Valerie, everyone, and Michaela, everyone understood it at that point. Now, something big had to happen between other than these men talking to you. What are you going to come up with that warrants the switch, the 180? And then from Michaela's now saying, I had these cunts under duress. I mean, you couldn't make it up. I think it's the drink talking, Michaela, or your lack of memory thanks to the drink and your panic trying to fill in the gaps and just make it work now. I think that's what's happening with you, Michaela. Babs, I'm not sure. I don't know. Do you drink, take drugs? I'm not sure, but you're not right at all in the head, are you? Clearly a danger. Clearly a danger. You've caused me enough harm, so fuck knows what you did, you know. Is what it is. This is a terrible situation, Babs, that you've ended up bang in the middle of. Very, very terrible situation. You're making it worse every single day. This was 3 years ago, Babs, 3 years ago, and this was bad enough. Now we've got everything up until today. I mean, today, have you actually? I don't know if you have today. Has she been around today? I can't even remember. But anyway, if not today, it was only yesterday, wasn't it? So we're really like, we've got like a whole statute of limitations for, oh no, it doesn't even apply for harassment. What we're talking about well past defamation, isn't it? Yeah, let's just carry on listening to how terrible this is, and Babs is right there with them, literally just pretty much sucking them off. Sorry to be so crude, but you may as well be sucking them off there, Babs. It's that gross.
That there Daniel Thompson Sullivan is absolutely disgusting. Daniel Thompson Sullivan likes to expose himself to children. We have the evidence of this, and you're all right hanging around with this individual. You seem to think that this individual's a decent person. Now, the chat is actually open. There's a link. You're all right, Eric?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, mate.
I can hear myself.
You know that video that Slippermouth lied about?
Yeah, I see you put that video up.
Yeah, well, it's here on this channel here. Den Tarragon, Truth, Facts and Solutions. Den Tarragon, Josh Bible, aka Rick, before he lost his mind, is the channel name. This channel here was the channel that Rick used to ask me to put videos up that Jason had taken down from his YouTube. So there's a lot of interesting stuff on this channel. Den Tarragon running around calling everyone under sundry paedophiles, including his buddy at the time, John Lawrence. Well, he claimed was his buddy at the time, John Lawrence. And Kaylee herself knows for a fact that he was doing this at the time.
Can you hear me? Right?
Yeah, I can turn your mic up a bit if you like.
No, what it is, it's echoing back and talking back.
Does that make it any better?
Hello? That's it.
Is that better? Move my mic because I was recording obviously earlier, so my mic was next to the...
I think it is. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, my mic was next to the speaker, like from when I went onto the Degenerates panel earlier.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot, isn't he?
Yeah, you hear her and freaking, oh, they're scared of me, this, that, and the other. Freaking, you go on there and it's instantly she's at the mute button.
Yeah, she kept muting me.
She doesn't like the truth.
Well, you got to remember, I just thought I'd jump on a minute about her father, right? Her not going to the funeral. Can't you remember there was a lie going on at the time? You wasn't about much then, really. She said that she couldn't attend her father's funeral in Ireland because the NHS had messed her COVID test up.
What a load of bullshit.
Well, that's a lie, because at the time, you could not travel with an NHS test. You had to go private and pay for it privately.
Yeah.
They would not accept NHS tests.
If I'm not mistaken, around the same time, Spina had gone to Austria.
I think
I know the full ins and outs of how you can come in and out of the country.
Yeah, that's right.
There was confusion about anybody that can remember that period of time. There was a lot. Well, the whole thing was a fucking farce, wasn't it? So there was no straightforward anything for anything. So between countries, between people, there was confusion about a lot of things, and there was a delay. Okay, there were other things as well that were going on that was nobody's fucking business. My father had fucking died. How sick are these cunts? How sick are these? I'm getting so fucking angry. Let's just listen to the general. Now, let's not forget how many years of 24/7 torture, psychological fucking torture, these cunts had already, because it was newer, it was less understood that this trolling thing was, they just had a proper fucking advantage for a real long time, the sick fucks. And like Hayes pointed out, this was just before Eric was doxxed. And now where is Eric? Where is Brian Leroy Hansford? Onion? Clyde, this is why we talk about, this is the prime example. He was my Clyde before I had a Clyde. Okay, he was worse than you. He actually had a lot of fucking material. He didn't just show up and hound me. He was fucking disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. So cruel. And again, I was green. I was new to it all. So this was just the most horrific experience. To be fair, with your Brian Hurls and your Omars and your Rodneys and your Esau's and then your whores of Satan to come in and just, you proper scummy cunts are going to fucking pay for everything you've done. You really are going to fucking pay for everything you've done. But again, you think anybody is not going to understand how, yeah, that was my gut instinct. That's kind of what happened. It was just going too far. People are not designed to terrorize people. We're not designed to do that. So even people that think it's cool for 5 minutes, they're probably going to have a change of heart, waking up like a few times going, I don't know if this feels right. That gets heavy. That gets really heavy. And then you've got this clocking up of like, you've got images and recordings of distress, and you know that you're part of doing that. That is difficult for a lot of people. Okay, a lot of people will be told, right, that's all right, we're going to give you your drugs, nobody will know about it. A lot of people will get swayed into doing some really horrible shit, but they will pay for it because it eats at you. That kind of shit, it eats at you. So I reckon that some people just thought they can't bear watching it anymore. So I don't know what you think you're playing at here, Clyde Stanhope, what you think you're going to achieve out of this, because somebody will give up your ID. If not, the law will just do it eventually, if necessary. If my solicitor decides that you are one to go for, you'll be one to go for, and it will be easy as that, And somebody more than likely does already know who you are. Karma already knows where you are. It doesn't require anything. It will just do whatever needs doing. And you're just trying to be cute. You're just sick, and you're a paedophile or a paedophile protector. You deserve the most. You're just sadistic and disgusting. So it is what it is. But yeah, Brian Leroy Hansford went very quiet. Well, he stopped bothering me once he was known, because that's that accountability. Again, it's very important, isn't it? Accountability, to keep things in check. Okay, so Onion's going to keep cracking jokes and trying to be cute and trying to be funny, and I'm sarcastic, so I'm going to get away with it now because I'm just being sarcastic because it's just banter, except it's not, and you're going to get exactly what you fucking deserve, Clyde Stanhope. Okay.
Well, I was doing the same, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I was doing the same. Remember, I said to you, you can't do it. You got to pay for it.
Yeah. Well, who in their right mind wouldn't pay to have that done so that they can go to their father's funeral?
Oh, it was all a fucking lie. Then she reckoned she was catching a train to get her passport. What a load of bollocks! I'm pretty sure you can get into Ireland on a car license.
You definitely can.
You can you? Yeah, I thought you could.
Yeah, I've done it myself.
Mm.
So I know you can.
Even if you fly into Northern Ireland and travel to the south, you know what I mean? You're still going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
So that was just another fucking lie she done.
She was just making up excuses for not going to the funeral.
Yeah. Well, because she wasn't fucking welcome. That's why. That's the truth of the matter.
That is the truth of the matter. She wasn't welcome to it.
Mm. They didn't want her there.
I'd forgotten that was even said. So Brian Leroy Hansford and Lashbrook, you're going to find proof for that, yeah? This is what's going to happen now. You're going to find proof to all of your disgusting fucking claims and lies about me, my family, my children's situation, everything. Okay, you're going to find proof for every fucking thing. Well, yeah, you're not. Who are we kidding? You're not going to have time. Let's hope that, well, I don't even care. You're not going to have time.
It's sad that she thinks that people can't see what she's doing, and she seems to think that what she's putting up and showing people is going in her and Slippermouth's favour, when all she's really done this past few days is expose Slippermouth.
Yeah. Well, did you hear me earlier on? I pleaded her to put that video up with the comment darkness, the comments with darkness in. She sat on the evidence. So if she...
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Really done this past few days is expose Slippermouth.
Yeah. Well, did you hear me earlier on? I pleaded her to put that video up with the comment darknesses, the comments with darkness in. She sat on the evidence. So if she sat on the evidence, make us look cunt. Put it up.
It's evidence of nothing other than a YouTube account has been commenting on freaking YouTube. That's all it's evidence of.
You can't associate somebody with right, Danny West in the chat now. I don't know Danny West, right? Right. Now I could be talking to Danny West in the chat now. 4 months' time, he could be found out he's a pedo. That doesn't mean I'm a pedo because I was talking to him today, does it?
No.
Or I'm mixed up with nonsense or whatever. That's no disrespect to Danny.
Are they forgetting then that Danny? Well, when did Danny and AJ? Sorry, not Danny and AJ. Danny and Wavy do the expose on the YouTube. I mean, I think the relevance really came from Danny and Wavy making such a big deal about it. I don't think I was ever that particularly bothered. They made a big deal about it. All of that Discord nonsense was bullshit as far as I was concerned. It was all just a distraction from the mess that had already happened around Sabina. That was just all nonsense, and it just fucking snowballed into just the maddest stuff. Of course, it's all recorded. But they're BFFs. like Gary O'Brien and Linda Morden did a big expose on the darkness, making a massive big deal about the darkness. So why are they making out that I'm making a bit? No, your mates did a whole expose on it. I literally didn't care that much. It was being made a big deal about. You're all shitting yourselves because I've got the chats from those streams. You're just shitting yourselves because I've got the chats from those streams. Whoever Darkness was, that account, I have got an awful lot of evidence between him, who, again, other people pretended they never knew that account. They'd obviously been engaging with the account. You know, there was just a lot more around people lying about that particular account. But why wouldn't you be mentioning that Wavy and Lyndon had done maybe they hadn't done it yet, but I mean, again, this would only be more evidence of how completely disjointed they are, and they're not on the same page whatsoever about anything, because either shortly before or shortly after, the other members of the Ricky Dearman Protection Unit were making a massive deal about this for the YouTube account, the Darkness account.
With the the comments for darkness in. She sat on the evidence. So if she sat on the evidence, make us look cunt. Put it up.
It's evidence of nothing other than a YouTube account has been commenting on freaking YouTube. That's all it's evidence of.
Make us look cunts. Put it up. For what? If you're saying it's... No, you're shitting yourselves about the other bits that's in there. You're just the same way. Oh, well, then just give me your solicitor's name. Well, then just tell me the officer's name that you're dealing with then. Or just tell me who you're talking to. Or then, can we just have your address then? It's only for Alex. My God. They actually did that last night, Babs and Wallace, trying to get me to give them their address, my address, so that they can give it to Alex. Literally trying in front of me. What are you people like? Oh, my God. Don't even, there's just no there's no logic to anything that these people are doing. It is such a mess.
You can't associate somebody with like Danny West in the chat now. I don't know Danny West, right? Right. Now I could be talking to Danny West in the chat now. 4 months' time, he could be found out he's a pedo. That doesn't mean I'm a pedo because I was talking to him today, does it?
No.
Or I'm mixed up with nonces or whatever. That's no disrespect to Danny West in the chat. I'm just using his name as somebody's name there. But that's what she's doing.
I just find it hilarious that people are going off their heads over a freaking YouTube account when the accusation was made about Discord.
It's a load of bollocks. It's all a load of fucking bollocks. And Jupiter and Moon are making it worse. Because they're the only one that's ever mentioned the Darkness fucking name.
Yeah, ironically enough, like Moon had a gaming account that was named the Darkness, so shouldn't they be looking at Moon?
Well, yeah. But now Jupiter's running on it that Kaylee's got this big evidence. She sat on this evidence.
Kaylee's got no evidence whatsoever. It's absolutely bollocks.
Yeah. And she's sort of talking Moon into it as well now. Oh, go and look at it. You must look at this evidence. Fucking evidence. You fucking spastic.
As far as I'm concerned, over this here whole Darkness situation, Discord gate, freaking the police said enough for me to know it's bullshit.
It's all content for content. That's all.
The response they got from the police says it all. There was no credible evidence, is what the police stated, and therefore it was made up bullshit.
Yeah, and like Jupiter earlier on, all she was doing earlier on, she jumped on Easy. I don't think you've seen that, but she jumped on there and straight away she's talking about that because she wants the heat taken off of her after she called Easy a fucking incel.
Yeah,
that's all she's doing.
They don't have flip-flop. 1 minute they're arguing, next minute they're sat together again.
Yeah. And you got Brian Owen there, they going mad. I don't think you've heard it because you was over on Kaylee's, weren't you?
No, I have got it because I was actually out. I was actually out walking Chloe when all that was going on. And recorded it all with my phone, so I've got that argument. That
They're
was
all
hilarious.
fucking treating Brian Earl with kid gloves. They're frightened to upset him. You know what I mean? What a load of fucking it. Tell him to go fuck off.
Quite frankly, I think a lot of them need freaking assessing. They're all mentally ill.
Tarragon. Oh, mate, I cannot see where he gets his evidence from. He is twisted in the head. And the problem,
his evidence is imaginary.
Yeah, it is. But the problem is, you've got cunts like him that's making Kaylee worse.
Exactly. He's pushing buttons with her, and freaking, it's just literally encouraging her mental health and making it a lot worse. And that's why I've left Kaylee for so long, to freaking carry on with her bullshit.
Yeah.
I could see that Kaylee's bullshit was being encouraged and made far worse by Slippermouth's bullshit. But when it comes to the point of disrespecting my deceased partner and upsetting my deceased partner's family, then they've got problems.
Yeah. Afternoon, Jafar. Big up, mate.
It seems to be that Kaylee's favourite word is nonce.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kaylee uses that word based on a music video made by her children's father.
Yeah, all she's trying to do, right? She started off with this this brand name. She was trying to get people.
More bullshit in the chat about my partner, who Kaylee is saying was a cunt to her. My partner was a cunt to you, was she, Kaylee? My partner who came onto a live stream and defended you against Mr. Unknown, who told you to go and kill yourself. By the way, the clip that I put up isn't the full recording of that day.
I'm not being gaslit by a fucking nonce that calls himself Lucifer. Yes, she was a cunt to me. I've got more than enough reason and more than enough evidence. I'm not going to say she was always a cunt, but she was literally joining in with sadistic nonsense to gang stalk me for whatever reason, and I'm sure she was troubled herself, but I'm more than entitled to say, if a woman, especially if she's lying about being a solicitor, okay, and there were plenty of reasons for me to say that she was being a cunt to me, yes, and loads of other people, AJ, thought it was creepy as fuck that you two together were stalking me. I'd consider assisting who I believe to be a paedophile who's been gang stalking me for so many years, and she's only been around for 5 minutes. Just because she came on and did the white knight, like that's never happened before. I don't have to just go fuck yourself, you sadistic piece of shit. You deserve exactly what you get, Lashbrook.
Hey, Kaylee.
And I got to be honest with you, when Sabina was on there, I'm thinking, Sabina, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you fucking defending that cunt? But well, she was doing what she was doing.
It's because unlike Kaylee and Slippermouth and them, Sabina had morals. She had integrity. She had decency.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kaylee was clearly jealous of Sabina.
Oh, extremely.
Catch the delusion. Yeah, again, I'm not going to pull Sabina apart. There's no reason to do that, and I don't like to speak ill of the dead, especially for no good reason. I don't have to change my opinion on how I perceived Sabina from my experience during her lifetime to insinuate that I'm jealous. I mean, I get this all the time. I'm jealous of Rebecca. I'm jealous of Michaela. I'm jealous of... Can we just think about this logically, please? I'm very comfortable with who I am, and I think these people are vulgar, disgusting cunts. Okay, so I'm very comfortable with who I am, and I'm me. And I think they are deplorable. They're going to be hated by humanity. They deserve everything they get. So, I mean, do you think I'm jealous of... And Sabina, sorry, she was just on your side. So would I be jealous of these people who I literally feel deserve the most? Sorry, I know she's dead already, but if this was still going on and she was still alive, she'd be in the group of people that I'm clicking at, wouldn't she? Unless she'd seen that, like, maybe that's why she's not here anymore, AJ. Who knows? Because she was doing the right, decent thing. And it wasn't the first time that she did do the right, decent thing. Doesn't mean that she's a saint, though, because she did the right, decent thing once or twice. But who knows? Maybe she was trying to do more of that and that wasn't working. I don't know. Who knows? We're allowed to speculate, especially given these circumstances. Okay, but I guarantee you, I'm not jealous of anybody. Okay, I'm not jealous of anybody. Certainly not any cunt on fucking YouTube. All right?
So I just
Tina said it right when she turned around and said to me that she knew what Kaylee's problem was. Kaylee's scorn. And that's because of the amount of times that I rejected Kaylee.
Yeah.
Sabina read all the messages and she was in stitches over Kaylee's whips and paddles and freaking the stuff that Kaylee came out about. I find it a bit absurd with Kaylee and Rick going on about Sabina's teeth. When Kaylee, back in lockdown, Kaylee was going on about giving gummies.
Oh.
Right. Kaylee's got a very short memory as to what comes out of her mouth. She made death threats yesterday and all sorts.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. Death threats, saying how much she would love to slice my throat open with a knife. Told me and Danny to go and kill ourselves. Right. There's endless criminal offences that she's committed, and in that.
Okay, 10 points for who can guess what I'm going to say. No, all jokes aside, I'm under psychological duress, so I stand by that. I would much prefer that you kill yourself than carry on doing this, Lashbrook. I would. And Lyndon, because he's still doing it too. Okay, I would. Okay, and if you were anywhere near me and you were behaving like this, I would happily slash your throat. Absolutely. I stand by it. Absolutely. 100% stand by it. Okay, so consider it a threat, or I'm still under psychological duress because nothing's fucking changed, has it? So I'm not less angry. I'm more ready for anything.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
That very same stream, she said that she has no mental health problems whatsoever.
Oh, fucking hell. It's like I was just going to say about that. Before, she was trying that brand name, right? She was trying to get everybody to attack the brand, her brand name, you know, Kaylee fucking Umbrella Grapes fucking bullshit.
She's got no brand.
No, that's what she tried. She tried that one. That didn't work. So now all she's doing is goading people by calling them nonce. All she wants is somebody to turn up on her door and knock her door. That's all she wants for somebody to do.
And not so long ago, she was saying about if anyone took down her channel, they would be in serious trouble. It wasn't her channel; it was someone else's, and the person who owns the channel, some freaking high-profile person, this, that, and the other.
Yeah,
that just made me laugh.
Yeah, that was all to do that brand name. That's all that was. But yeah, and I got her praising up and encouraging fucking Sean Cassidy to strike my fucking channels.
Someone who's a self-confessed rapist.
Yeah.
He really couldn't make it up.
No.
And not only is he a self-confessed rapist, he's recently been freaking arrested in relation to abuse towards a female.
Well, why's Fat Dan got her phone number?
She gave it to Fat Dan.
Oh my God.
You're forgetting I've got that recording of Kaylee and Fat Dan and Rodney in their sordid little call.
Yes, with me in there. That's what I remember.
Yeah, that was hilarious. That call was.
That surprised me. Didn't know I was sat there listening to them, did they?
She'll be surprised at how much more of that call I've got.
That's
I've
right.
got the whole thing, Kaylee.
I mean, do I need to keep saying how fucked up is this? How fucked up is this? And this has been going on 24. They have normalised this already so much by this point. This had already begun, but this is after the solicitor consultation, I believe, wasn't it? Yeah, this is months after the solicitor consultation. So after the Sabina stuff, after his call. So now making it that I'm running around trying to antagonize people to get these reactions out of them is just absolutely unbelievable. Just the way that, yes, don't forget we were sitting and we were monitoring and we were listening and we were recording and we were going to put it, and they don't think this is criminal behavior. I mean, and for years and years, an entire life literally suffocated by this violation, non-stop violation of all of these fucking nonsense. Look, 24/7, they're just 24/7, account after account. So no point in blocking. If they want to be here, they fucking can, because YouTube will just allow, like I've done, 1 million fucking accounts. So what have we really got here? We've got a big problem that YouTube created, haven't we, really? And it's not criminal, right? This isn't criminal. This isn't criminal. Like, you're not being a criminal, yeah? Like, you're not being a criminal right now as well, yeah? It is criminal. It's harassment. It's been going on. It's gang stalking. And like I say, the CPS just released in March updated guidance regarding cyber stalking. It would do call 999 for harassment. $999 for harassment. You sure? 999 for stalking. That's not quite right, is it, Daz? And yes, it is criminal, but it's not an emergency. Okay, you're getting confused. 999 is for emergencies, not for what Helen Janes does. Helen Janes is very naughty. She's been wasting the time of the emergency services when there's been no emergency. Her emergency is they can't make Kaylee shut up or go away. Same as Rebecca Elizabeth Penman's. Well, no, that wasn't an emergency. I believe that was just 101. But no, your heroine over there, Helen Janes from Windsor, literally has been wasting emergency services time. It is criminal to harass and cyberstalk somebody. What are you confused? No, you don't phone 999 for every crime, only if it's an emergency crime, Daz. I think you're getting confused between the distinctions here. Harassment and stalking is a criminal offence, but it's not an emergency. That's where we've got such a problem, really. That's where we've got such a problem with the system, to be fair, because it's not an emergency, but it is very much a criminal offence with very, very, very real consequences. But because it's not an emergency, it's never dealt with as an emergency. But you've actually hit the nail on the head about the problem, to be fair. There should be something a little bit more. Well, that's kind of what I've already focused. Yeah, just then phone 999. No, we're going around in circles. It's not an emergency. My life's not in danger because of what you're doing, but it is a very big fucking crime. I say my life's not in danger. It's not in urgent, immediate danger. And now we're just back to Kaylee's flapping because you can't. What? Should I phone 999 or right? We're going to accept it. We just got things wrong there. So it is a crime what you're doing, but I don't need to phone 999. Yeah, we agreeing there. And then flap, cap, flap. I'm cacapapping. Oh dearie me.
With her trying to with her leading Rodney on, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was leading Rodney on, and then freaking Fat Dan went on to try and make out that he was a police officer.
Yeah.
Like, the stuff that came out of their mouths in that their call was hilarious.
Wanting to take Rodney into a private chat.
Yeah.
Out the way of everybody.
She runs around thinking that she can flutter her eyebrows and everyone will fall for her bullshit, but it doesn't work. There's people that see straight through that crap. It's only
I've always said she
that will fall flat.
She can flutter her eyelids at me as much as she fucking wants, because I wouldn't shag her with yours, AJ.
I wouldn't shag her with a fucking cattle prod.
No.
For her bullshit, but it doesn't work. There's people that see straight through that crap. It's only
I've always said she
that will fall flat.
She can flutter her eyelids at me as much as she fucking wants, because I wouldn't shag her with yours, AJ.
I wouldn't shag her with a fucking cattle prod.
No. It's disgusting.
She's saying that I'm apparently in big trouble for taking her YouTube account down. I think she'll find that I'm in no trouble whatsoever for taking that YouTube account down. The thing is, Kaylee, when you breach YouTube's terms and conditions, the channel gets removed, no matter who owns the channel. If the channel breaches YouTube's terms and conditions, it gets taken down, and there's no comeback over it. So try your hardest, Kaylee. It's getting you nowhere.
Yes, Kaylee, I was in that call, remember? Remember, that's how I got Rodney's fucking name and address.
I'm really struggling to listen to this.
Yes, Kaylee, we did this, Kaylee, and we did that, Kaylee, and we recorded you, Kaylee, and we were sneaking, Kaylee, and we listened to you, Kaylee, and we're going to put it all out, Kaylee. And you're so ugly, Kaylee, we wouldn't fuck you, Kaylee. Kaylee, your children, Kaylee.
I mean, come on. The fuck? You sick cunts. You need to preferably repent, but you sick fuckers need to be gone. That's actually the point I was going to make. Yeah, it's actually, no, it's a crime because it's just an automatic triggering, a malicious fraudulently just automatically triggered, AJ, by your fraudulent copyright claims. Again, trying to I just feel so sick. I want these cunts dead. Sorry, I want them dead.
And his full name, remember? And Esau knows that.
I find it quite hilarious, actually, that Kaylee hangs around with Slipper. No trouble whatsoever for taking that YouTube account down. The thing is, Kaylee, when you breach YouTube's terms and conditions, the channel gets removed. No matter who owns the channel, if the channel breaches YouTube's terms and conditions, it gets taken down. And there's no comeback over it. So, try your hardest, Kaylee. It's getting you nowhere.
Yes, Kaylee, I was in that call, remember? Remember, that's how I got Rodney's fucking name and address and his full name, remember? And Esau knows that.
I find it quite hilarious, actually, that Kaylee hangs around with Slippermouth, who bigs up freaking Esau, the one that's actually telling Kaylee that he's going to kill her and that she needs to kill herself and all sorts.
Yeah.
Like, yet she runs around and blames everyone else. It's only freaking Esau, Bleeding Gash, and them lot that have freaking done that.
We've only got to look how fucking Tarragon's background creeping around Jupiter and all that. Like, and oh, that is fucking sad. That's sick.
She's proving now how thick she is. She's saying, yes, well done for confirming you hacked a private call.
Yeah.
That wasn't a private call and it wasn't hacked. That was a call at the end of a live stream that the link to the call was put up by the Wasp.
Yes, Kaylee.
So
trolled again.
It's absolutely hilarious. I could have gone into that call, but I decided not that night because I was already in there.
Troll.
Yes, we've done that. Quite hilarious, actually, that Kaylee hangs around with Slippermouth, who bigs up freaking Esau, the one that's actually telling Kaylee that he's going to kill her and that she needs to kill herself and all sorts.
Yeah.
Like, yet she runs around and blames everyone else. It's only freaking Esau, Bleeding Gash, and them lot that have freaking done that.
We've only got to look how fucking Tarragon's background creeping around Jupiter and all that. Like, and oh, that.
Should we just take a moment to appreciate how flapping Clyde is? Whether a copyright strike is fraudulent or not, so whether a crime's been committed or not, and whether a crime's been committed 60 times or not, destroying a life for a decade or not, whether that's criminal or not, who the fuck is going to take someone to court for it? Do you think before... I don't believe any solicitor in the world would take the case. It would cost a fortune for nothing. Not for nothing, especially, well, we know YouTube's got a lot of money, don't we, already? But then we know Brian Leroy Hansford's got plenty of money. Lashbrook's always bragging about having loads of money. You, according to if you are who you say you are, looks like you've got a lot of money. Lyndon says he's pretty well off. Gary was chucking loads of money, supposedly, hypothetically, at a court case against me, so I'm sure he's got money to cough up in compensation. I think plenty of you cunts have got enough money to incentivise a solicitor, you stupid cunt, when the crime's been committed over and over and over again in broad fucking daylight and we've got all the fucking evidence. I think a solicitor might look at me as a cash cow, to be fair.
It's fucking sad. That's sick.
she's proving now how thick she is. She's saying, yes, well done for confirming you hacked a private call.
Yeah.
That wasn't a private call and it wasn't hacked. That was a call at the end of a live stream that the link to the call was put up by the Wasp.
Yes, Bailey.
So
trolled again.
Well, does it get any fucking creepier and noncier than that? Honestly, does it get any fucking creepier and noncier than what we just heard? Really? Oh my God, can you imagine what this does to the fucking psyche of a woman? And then being tortured, psychologically tortured, because she's not fucking perfectly available for her fucking happy family life. You sick fucks, you sick fuck. Trolled again, Kaylee. The fuck, you sick cunts. Whilst he's anonymous still at this point, but he's not now. Brian Leroy Hansford, not anonymous at all.
It's absolutely hilarious. I could have gone into that call, but I decided not to that night because I was already in there via other means.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention the name, but we was all in a meet. We was on a meet call, weren't we? And you was all sat in there recording it.
Yeah,
and I was on the call with them.
It's just like, you know, the video that I put up with Kaylee confessing to having by rights been.
Yes, from the
I
Skype
was
call.
part of a group that should be on the sex offenders register. That was your words, wasn't it, Kaylee? That was your exact words. And
Yes, Kaylee.
You reckon those words came from a hacked?
I mean, I can't even. This must have been. So they're still trying to twist what actually happened. We put the fucking whole call out. They're still trying to see. This is the other thing that they do. They ignore. Whenever anything's clarified, proven, they just outright ignore it, and then they will go back to the original lie, even when it was all put to bed. That was put to bed because we put out the whole fucking call that you did steal. You bragged about it. You made a whole fucking video about it, Eric. Brian. You made a fucking video bragging about hacking the call and taking it from that. You silly cunt. Oh my God. And these people. I'm so angry. So angry. And of course, it's like, wow. And now Helen, who claims that she didn't know me, yet knew me well enough to be phoning the police for these fucking paedophiles 2 years before, telling the police that she even knows who I am. Helen Janes from Windsor, the Zion nonce-rat cunt with the death and suffering of so many innocents and children on her fucking hands, deserves the most. Fucking whore of Satan, you better get onto the fucking police and your solicitor, cunt. I swear to God, by all means, phone the police, tell them I'm well angry and I'm about to snap. Tell them exactly why. Tell them you don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. I suggest you fucking repent and we don't find out.
Skype call. There was no hacking involved in getting that conversation that the recording came from, Kaylee.
But don't give away how we got it. But we
Don't give away how we got it. So you made a video bragging about getting a private conversation. To me, that's hacked. You caught somebody, I don't know, okay, but you're scheming and conspiring to do something shady behind our backs to get hold of something private. I don't know the ins and outs. Technology was never my fucking thing. But you're literally getting off on it again in public.
Yes, Kaylee, we did, Kaylee. And do you remember when we did this, Kaylee? Kaylee, do you remember, Kaylee?
How fucked up is this, people? How fucked up is it? This is waiting for all your children. This is waiting for your children. Unless we protect children and women from paedophiles and predators with my explicit fucking blessing. Fuck them up.
We got it.
Yeah.
We got the full conversation, about 2 hours of it. You talking to Nathan and Gary, how you was going to set, and Rick, how you was going to set Danny up on a live call.
The thing is, that actual thing, the video I put up, that wasn't from that call. That was from another call that I had recorded prior.
But we got a lot.
Kaylee's very slow. She has a very short memory span.
She says, Eric made a video bragging about hacking it, then blamed AJ. I've never blamed AJ.
No.
Never. AJ wouldn't care if I did blame him anyway.
No. I'd find it hilarious, to be fair.
Wouldn't give a flying fuck.
Kaylee's slow as anything, because if she was to actually look at the original source of where that video that I made was uploaded, the first channel it was uploaded on is this very channel that I'm live streaming on, and it's still there to this day. The video's still there. Just click on the channel thingy underneath the live stream, go and click on the video section, look through the videos, and you will find it there, along with you confessing that you would use MMS on your children, Kaylee, and many other deprived things. In amongst the live streams as well, if you click on live streams, go back about 2 years ago in the live streams, and there's a video in which Kaylee confessed to having committed fraud against Wake Up UK with her Bob account.
Yes. Yes, I forgot about
that.
Yeah.
Account didn't get closed for that. You seem to have gone quiet, Eric.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you.
Hello? Hello?
I think you're gonna. Oh, no, it's me. It's all right,
What
mate.
you done
That was
now?
me. It was me. Boot caught the freaking amplifier.
Hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It was my amplifier, not you. Kaylee is very slow, just like Slippermouth's extremely slow. But Slippermouth is definitely the problem out of the two of them. He's the one causing the issues for her.
The stuff we sit on that we've got is unbelievable.
Right.
And the things we can do, and they just bite every time.
The thing is, like, Jupiter was going on about they've got a research team that have been collecting and gathering stuff. I was laughing when she came out with that. Like, I've got terabytes of stuff I've been watching for years, and when I'm not watching, there's always someone else that's watching and sends it to me. So
Can you remember when her and Rick was on about that their investigation team found out that we're the same person?
Yeah, that's absolutely hilarious. That is. These here non-experts that can't trace nothing.
Yeah, the same person Rick was on about earlier on that got your IP address.
If they got my IP address, here's a little challenge for them. If they got my IP address, can they please state what country my IP address was showing in at the time?
I'm gonna say it begins with an S.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say the second letter is an I.
Yeah, so these people are.
So there you go, Kaylee.
These people are absolutely deluded. Look, it looks like Kaylee's channel's going to be going again, the one that she's commenting on now.
Yeah.
It'd be hilarious if it disappears before the end of this stream, like the last one did when she was in dropping herself in the shit. Like, yesterday she denied calling me a murderer, yet she was screen sharing. She was sharing on the very same live stream my video in which she came into the comments and called me a murderer and a nonce.
Yeah.
She's
just
backwards.
Yeah. All she's doing at the moment is goading you. When you sit back and you watch it, you can see what's going on. That's why she keeps calling you a nonce, and that's why you fucking murdered fucking Sabina and all this shit. That's all she's doing. And the minute you go knocking on her fucking door, she'll be crying like a little fucking baby, and it'll be all over the fucking internet.
The thing is, I'll never knock on her door myself because she's a vile little degenerate, and
I wouldn't want to be stood in front of her because I couldn't control what I would do to her. So I'll never knock on her door, but it's very likely that others will.
Well, yeah.
Especially when she's disrespecting my partner's name. My partner had a lot of friends.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but who in their right fucking mental mind would call a police station to report you for murdering your fucking partner?
It just shows how mental she is.
She needs locking up for that. The police need to lock her up for wasting police time.
I was out of the room there for quite a while, so I've missed a good couple of minutes there. But that again, this is just pure basic psychology. The amount that they are going on about me speaking to the police, it is, at very least, to me, it's like they know something very dodgy happened. I'm not saying he outright murdered her. They know something, and it may just be that her death actually was just something unfortunate that happened, but the way they know that they tried to use it, they know they've done something so shifty, or they hid something, or that, like Kate was saying, they were trying to make it so that it was my fault, you know. So that in and of itself, whether or not they did actually have a hand to play in her death itself, not that it's irrelevant whatsoever, but it would also make them just as defensive and uptight and what's the word, awkward over the topic, and just drawing way too much attention to it the way that they are. You know, if they know that they've misbehaved, even just regarding the circumstances of it, the way that it was delivered, the way that they tried to manipulate something, that they have done it. You know, they did. The amount of stuff that was tried to, oh my God, it's just unbelievable what these fucking idiots have done. So saying I need to be locked up, none of that makes sense, because my perspective is these men are out to kill me. So if I told the police that I reckon that would make sense. Whether you think it's crazy or not is irrelevant, and you shouldn't be bringing it online because it's making it look like you're very concerned about. If I am crazy and it's all that, and you're not doing anything, you just wouldn't give me the airtime. You wouldn't focus on me. You wouldn't try and intimidate me. You wouldn't try and belittle me. You wouldn't try and psychologically torture me. You wouldn't try and do any of these things. I would be irrelevant to your life. Whether I had said anything or not would be absolutely irrelevant. And you just go on about your day. But you cannot do that. You're already so deep in whatever it is that you've been doing at this point, and whatever happened around Sabina was not clear cut. Whether AJ outright murdered her or had nothing to do directly with the actual death, you tried to use it still, and you had said that she was a solicitor. So it's all so murky. Even that bit alone. She had said that she was a solicitor. Now that does make, there's a motive there then. Once there's a motive, that changes things for the police, absolutely. Or it should do, technically. So on paper, it's absolutely common sense that I could mention that to the police. Now, you know that. You know that you're desperately trying to make out still that I'm crazy. It's not the case. Not the case whatsoever. You've got a motive to kill her. That's the facts. There's a motive, a potential motive. You've got one. She lied to help you nonces. Okay? She lied. You all lied to try and go with that lie as well. So you're all caught up in that lie that she made. Her being dead doesn't change that she lied and you all ran with it. That doesn't change. So it's still murky, but what that has done, it has given a clear motive to all of you to get rid of Sabina. So that is relative to, that is relevant, in terms of, like, legally, absolutely 100% relevant. Common sense, even for the public, absolutely 100% relevant. So I will happily say the same thing again to the police, and I will happily keep telling the public there's something really fucking dodgy about this situation, because whether he killed her or not, she still pretended to be a solicitor. They were all in on it, and then she died. So there's a legal motive there. Whether or not that was an actual motive, it's a legally plausible motive.
It's
wasting police time and malicious accusations.
I'm trying to think of the name of the estate agent her house is under. Can you remember it?
I can't. I'm sure I can find it out easily enough.
Yeah.
I could probably find it via the land registry anyway, because Kaylee was stupid enough to give me a video tour of that flat before she even moved into it.
Yeah.
She's running around calling me a nonce, yet she was sending me videos of her children.
Yeah.
It's...
Yeah. And then saying, oh, he's doxed me. No, Kaylee, you doxed yourself, you stupid cunt. Walking down the road, showing all the street signs to your fucking front door, you silly cunt.
What a vile piece of shit this man is. No, he's twisting, he's conflating two different things there. The prick doxed my telephone number and my daughter, her picture, from my WhatsApp account when she was like 7 years old. That cunt doxed that to the world. My telephone number and my daughter's picture. Fuck all to do with the flat. That was well previous at the beginning of lockdown. What are you fucking talking about? You are totally conflating two things from years apart. And I was extremely naive back in the day. I was sending pictures of you sick fuck, making it sound like anything untoward at all. Nothing like that was ever sent to anybody of my children, you sick fuck. My picture of my daughter on my WhatsApp was blowing some fucking flowers. He doxed that picture and my telephone number during COVID, during lockdown. The sick fuck. See how he's just trying to change it into something else to completely just disregard that even fucking happened. I mean, these cunts are so, and calling me a cunt in my absence as well, might add. Stupid cunt. This is, again, when he was anonymous, I'd love him to call me a cunt now. I would love that fucking prick to call me a cunt now. Brian, call me a cunt now, Brian. Call me a cunt.
I'll tell you what, she keeps on about me, right? You ask her what she got on me. She got absolutely fuck all.
She's never had anything. It's just like Slippermouse running around claiming he knows.
Who are these 26 witches?
Millie, who's a brown girl. Millie Carroll.
Millie Carroll?
Yes.
So how do you know she's one of the 26 witches?
Because she comes in to give them sex to her. Mostly.
Who's that?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
when he knows bugger all.
Yeah.
I noticed they brought up Hoof earlier on. I mean,
Yeah.
every time I hear that bloke's name being mentioned, he's absolutely nuts. That bloke is.
I don't know what. I haven't got a clue what he was going on about. He said it's Hoof rang you or something.
I've known for years that Hoof's a freaking nutcase, and that freaking he just blurts out a load of shit.
But I don't understand why Tarragon's bringing Hoof's name up. It's a bit weird.
He's probably run to Hoof, or Hoof was in the side chat the other day.
I ain't seen Hoof about for ages.
I'm surprised actually after last night's stream of Danny's that people ain't been going on about something else. I'm not gonna give away, but there was something last night that was given out in freaking Danny's live stream that, well,
Now you said that, you're gonna have to drop me a message or something to let me know.
a point was proven about a certain account.
Oh, right.
Like, you already know what it is because I've sent you stuff about that account. If you remember
right,
that, if you remember that there screen, the screen recording that we were talking about the other week.
Oh yeah.
That Danny had put up a video, and then that reminded me about another video that I had. So I went
Yeah. Got ya. Yeah, got ya. What, was something proven then?
Yeah, well, the individual came onto the stream, didn't he?
Talk about it later. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, we're like, they call us a group. We're not a group. We'd end up on a call together, won't we, and have a chat.
Yeah.
90% of our chat is what's going on in daily life. Nothing to do with YouTube.
It's mostly been talking about cars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unlike Slippermouth and Kaylee, we're not that invested in the internet like a load of these people seem to think.
All we do, we just sit there and laugh our bollocks off about them. That's all we do.
I've got software on my computer that automatically records these live streams for me. All I've had to do is put the channel name into the software, and every time that channel goes live, it starts recording.
Afternoon, Mandy.
How's Mandy not got a spanner?
I wouldn't know because I can't see that chat.
Just 1 sec.
Oh, yeah, that's nice from Kaylee, isn't it? Hi, Mandy Nonce.
Everyone's a nonce according to Kaylee.
Hello, Athena.
Clicked on the wrong one.
Yeah, how's John? Anyway, John, the gold shop owner. Kaylee. You remember John? The one who photographed your graffiti work in the village? And said what a disrespectful cow he was.
Okay, people can hit Kaylee with the spanner if they like, but no blocking her.
I know, it's fun, neither there. Yeah, they can, delete the nonce comments.
Yeah, the comments still come up on the stream here, so they don't disappear. But
yeah,
don't block her from the chat.
I wonder if she'd be sat in that cold old flat again this winter with a coat on. Now her GoFundMe money's all run out.
Well, she's got a PayPal link up, and apparently Moon's putting some money in it today.
It's dead. That link's dead.
Is it? I haven't even bothered to look.
It's a PayPal fundraiser or something.
And that's been closed down as well.
It's dead, yeah, the link's dead. Hello, Penny Bunny. Afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Penny.
I heard the shit they were talking about you earlier on.
Really?
That's it.
Can you put it in the back, Danny, so I can try and have a look?
Yeah, if you go into the chat itself.
I've got to leave here though to do that.
No, in this chat inside here, inside the actual room. There's a chat in here.
Oh, right, okay.
If you go in
Okay,
there,
yeah.
I'll just post it in there for you.
Okay.
There you go.
I've still got to click on the link, you fucking idiot.
Oh, yeah.
And it's...
Yeah, I'll send it on Twitter then. It's alright, I'll send it on Twitter or something. Sorry, Telegram. I'll do it on
Okay.
And I will stress, Esau has never played my video. Never.
Oh, he's never ever played that video. He's always played Tom's ex's video on YouTube. He's never actually played Eric's.
Yeah. She at one point accused me that is why Esau plays it.
Well, now, I'll get done now, right? Because I've admitted to Mandy Moser I'm going to send her a link to that video. I'll get done now for sharing Kaylee's kids. That's what. Yeah. That's the accusation now coming.
On my channel.
Yeah, well, because I'm going to send the link. It's me who's sharing it, innit? So I'll get.
And on my Fruitcake Watch channel, I've got the full music video with the title as being basically Kaylee sexualizing it. What would Tom think of it? Kaylee doing this?
I mean, if your children are in a music video with their dad,
exactly,
then you can't whinge that your children are on YouTube when it's on there.
Exactly.
But Mandy, she doesn't care. She likes that attention.
Yeah, that's what she wants.
Because Esau has played that time and time and time again. And you go to that video on YouTube, that video is still there to this day. Now, if she was in such good contact with her ex-husband, don't you think she would have asked him to make it private?
Oh, yeah.
Prevented Esau from keep playing it.
Exactly.
Well, I presume Esau's downloaded it anyway.
No, he plays it from YouTube every time.
Yeah, he played it today, yesterday, I think he played it, didn't he? I think I heard.
Fuck them. Exactly. So
I like that bleeding heart.
Well, I'm helping. Look, the man don't want to see his kids. Yeah, just for that. Sure, I'm going to do another one just for you because you said that shit. And I don't like that. 1 second. Heaven's Sun, Black Pines. You don't think I care? You're talking to the wrong person here. I have no emotions for pricks, you know.
We're evil. Sorry.
Exactly, 100%.
Not nice. We're not angels. Fuck being nice.
Blank over this so you can't see the reflections.
Yeah. And look.
Esau, tell me a bedtime story about these kids real quick.
Because the kid's a murderer. There's a future killer. There's this right here. Look at him. Look how violent he is. Wait, I'm going to show you how violent he is again. Look how violent this sort of shit is. Look how violent he is. Fire, arson, loneliness. She's lonely. She's about to cry. A violent little bastard. He's a maniac.
Yeah, he is a maniac.
He's there. Look at him. Arsonist. Playing with fire. Look, loneliness already. Look, she's waiting for her mum. I'm profiling these children right now. Look. Hungry, is starving, looking for food. They're running for food now. Seriously, they're hungry. She's like, where's our mummy? Now this kid's about to draw the death of his sister. Look at how violent this little prick is. Running with a big piece of wood in his hand. Whacking the ground as well. Violence. Playing with fire.
He's a scary young man.
He's a terrifying young man. He's a terrorist. You know what's missing in this? A mother. You can't see no mother in this video. You can hear the father singing. Look at him. What the hell's doing with his eyes, little freak? Look, now they're going to eat. Finally, they want real food, not jars of crap. Look, they're drinking real juice, not out of tins. A little psychopath. Keep an eye on him. He's gonna start stabbing stuff in a second. It's weird. But they are missing their mother, though. She needs her mother. That's all I'm getting from this video. Children need their mother now. I don't care if the views drop. You got to go fuck yourself, man. Seriously. Now watch this terrorist right now. Look. See, stabbing
sick
stuff.
little bastard.
Look. I'm gonna pause it. Yeah, I'm gonna pause it on that little part there, because this is what you need to watch out for. Because when he goes to prison and starts stabbing people. Oh no! Look. I should put it in slow motion. Look at that hand, and it's fire. That's a good picture, though. The hand stabbing the fire. Now, if you look at it from here, yeah, it's like a man's hand until you see that. It's actually the hand of a psychopath. This is terrifying. Look. Stabbing motion. I don't know if I like this. This is a sign of things to come, man. Look. He knifes it. Look. He's knifing his sister. Look. Where's my mummy? Fuck mummy. Look at him stabbing away. It gets worse. And the burning paintings. So all that artwork for nothing. Look at that. They're arsonists. These are Asbro.
I'm just going to watch a boxing. I will be back, Esau. I'm just going to watch a boxing.
Brian, these are Asbro children, Brian. Look. Watch what she does here. She bullied. Look. This is why he's going to turn into a little psychopath. Watch here. Little psychopath. See?
No.
She needs a mother. They need a mother in their life.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to watch a boxing. I will be back. I will be back. What about
They need their mother.
All right, Brian, you go ahead. Go for it. Enjoy.
They need their mother in their life. Look at them. Look what's going to happen. Look what's happened to their mother in their life. They turn into little terrorists.
We have Convid in the back.
Oh my God. Can I just take a gun and blow my fucking brains out?
Convid.
Have you seen the video in the link?
Unknown, Freedom for Britain is very anxious that we play a particular clip from your live last night that Eric clipped. I don't know if you recall this. I'll tell you what it's called. It's called Jupiter Hector and Fat Dan talking
I wouldn't play it.
Small hours.
I've seen it already.
All right, okay, I'll play it. All right, hold on. I'll share it.
What'd you think?
Convid can opine as well.
I just know that we can't play it. It's gonna get struck.
No, it's your channel.
I'll keep. No, I'll get struck because there's a lot of nudity.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep up the overlay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bode well for you.
You're wrong in there.
It's a 2
You're
minute
wrong,
clip.
Eric. You're wrong, Eric. Seriously, you're taking a piss.
Or what's going on with
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession with. But anyway. Yeah. Let me keep this
Old well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a
Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy, yeah? So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh my God.
So, like, what
where she's going at it.
Bro, there are, let's go, don't talk to you. DJ, there are thousands more people that are a lot worse that need to be sectioned that can't be sectioned. Yeah, I work quite heavily.
But what about crisis situations? She's towards a mental health crisis. It's coming. She's already there. She's already there.
Mate, I speak to Kaylee. She's not getting fucking sectioned anytime soon or ever. The girl has actually got quite she's got her marbles around. She's a little bit more intelligent than you guys give her credit for.
No, I killed man. I killed for a long time. She's then towards station, mate.
Hang on.
Two of you talking again.
Let's go. Can you answer?
Don't talk to me, let's go. No, you can't. You're a cunt. Let's go. You're a cunt. I don't want to. I'm not answering any of your questions. Go and harass Fat Dan. Go and harass Fat Dan, Plisco. Plisco, you're an idiot. I don't want to speak to you.
Can you
so DJ, you obviously don't know the state of this country's mental health services. If you think that she's going to be sectioned.
Himself, I go to bad depression, mate.
Sorry, say again, mate.
I've been through myself. I got bad depression. I know all about the mental health services in this country. It's a fucking absolute fucking joke.
Old well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubt, isn't it?
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy, yeah? So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh my God.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession with it. But anyway, yeah. Let me keep the smoke for
You or for the rest of us, really.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday. Where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy, yeah? So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh my God.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she has jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubt, isn't it?
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to
You remember John? Remember John, the one who photographed your graffiti work in the village? He said what disrespectful on how he was.
Okay, people can hit Kaylee with the spanner if they like, but no blocking her.
I know it's fun, leave her there. Yeah, they can, delete the comments.
Yeah, the comments still come up on the stream, so they don't disappear. But don't block her from the chat.
I wonder if she'd be sat in that cold old flat again this winter with a coat on. Now her GoFundMe money's all run out.
Well, she's got a PayPal link up, and apparently Moon's putting some money in it today.
It's dead. That link's dead.
Is it? I haven't even bothered to look.
It's a PayPal fundraiser or something.
And that's been closed down as well.
It's dead, yeah. The link's dead. Hello, Penny Bunny. Good morning to you. I heard the shit they were talking about you earlier on. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's all a little bullshit.
I think it's come pretty apparent that anyone with any common sense there's nothing to do. To spend that much time freaking lying on the internet, but people just know them to come back their mouth and they haven't got actual physical evidence of what they're saying. There's nothing but bollocks.
Well, I said it to you the other day, Haley, didn't I? You know, they sit on there. You'll get 100 people on there. You get about 4 people chatting in the chat. And I reckon it's probably 80 people out of them 100 know that they're talking lies and bullshit. And it's only them other 20 that just suck up to it.
It's a handful of delusional people that lap up their shite, and that's about it. There's that there Haley Taylor running around at the moment calling herself Panther. She's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That isn't hilarious. That is shot to pieces as well. Those videos. What is all that about? Can you work anything out? Because I fucking can't.
From what I can work out is it hasn't got a clue.
No.
Like last night it was saying I think it was saying to Kaylee last night that it's gonna tear this corner of YouTube apart. And I was gonna respond and say, please hurry up and do it. I need some entertainment. Like,
And it's so obvious. It's so obvious that fucking Pink Panther and that Haley are the same person, because they're talking to one another in the chat. You know what I mean?
They've started doing that to try and put people off the scent.
Yeah.
It was obvious that was going to happen.
But they're going to come after me. Pink Panther's going to come after me. Bring it fucking on.
I think Pink Panther will struggle to come after herself.
Bring it on. I haven't had nothing in my teeth for a long time where I can have a go at anybody.
I suspect that Kaylee's going to be still up at God knows what tonight, proving that she's got no idea of YouTube's terms of services, and making a fool of herself and exposing Rick even more.
Yeah. It's like the day all she done was put that little screenshot up of Apple talking to that darkness. That's all she keeps putting out, that one little fucking thing. She's got to put the whole lot up. Hey up, Kaz.
Oh, she's saying that she can't give out that recording because it will jeopardize a case.
It's so immature, the whole thing anyway. It becomes even more painful when, like, these guys are clearly playing a game. It's fucked up, but they're playing a game. They're trying to win and trying to dominate the situation and be clever. And you'd think they'd be trying to, keep a poker face sometimes and stuff, but they've done it every time as well. They just cannot help themselves when they should just say nothing. They can't do it. They every single time draw attention to how nervous that I have had. This is why it's been so easy for me. All I've had to do, and again, it's a blessing that I have been silenced, because I may not have shut myself up enough to have paid as much attention as I've needed to just see what's really obvious. But I mean, this is why I just chuck out some random stuff sometimes, and just, like, the way people respond just like tells me all I need to know, and I don't know anybody anything. This is the thing, so if you start losing your minds because I say I'm going to send some emails or put some leaflets up, or do you know what I mean? Your response and reaction, you're absolutely OTT every single time as a massive gang of people. You have to... It wouldn't matter if it didn't matter, if the stream didn't matter, if none of it mattered, because nothing bad was going. You just wouldn't matter. You wouldn't make a big deal about me having to put anything out, because obviously, if there's a crime or anything like that, of course, anybody sensible is not going to put out all of the evidence. Now, this, I think, is just where you've just massively underestimated not only my intelligence, but just potentially anybody that you could come across. I'm not bigging myself up, and not everyone is thick. Not everybody is easy to manipulate or to, some people can't be hypnotized. I can't be hypnotized. I'm one of those, but some people you just cannot. They can just tell when you're lying. They know when, you sometimes still can pull that, and especially with the internet, it gives you that full sense. And it took me a while to learn. Obviously, it took me a while to learn. It is harder to gauge what's actually going on, of course, when you've not got all of the human contact and face-to-face dynamics, but still. There's still some very basic rules in psychology that are absolutely applicable across a conversation that doesn't require any visual, so when we're talking about patterns, especially, so we're not picking up on cues necessarily so much like facial expressions and whatnot, but patterns you absolutely can put together over time. And watching you guys freak out over the slightest little thing to the point where you'll just lose your minds, not only does it show how obsessed you are and that there's something really, really untoward going on, whatever that is, but then you're not, you don't have a master plan. There is no, you've got no direction. You've got nothing holding you all together. There's no true friendships, no true relationships. You haven't got the ability to play off one another that you would be able to if you had natural relationships. So all of these things become exposed over time through patterns. So stuff that you say, no, you can't prove that, but you can prove that over so many years. You absolutely can prove that when you see the same thing happen over and over again. And this is where psychology absolutely comes into it so much. And keeping record of everything obviously is so important. When you're in a case that you just can't win in the moment, the only option you've got is to record it and show the patterns to build your case that way. And that's where we're at. And there's so many people that have had to do the same thing. Now think about this new phenomenon that we've got here. So everybody's story is caught up in everybody else's, right? It is not like one letter over there to say, like, so much of this has been done as a communal thing. You're never going to be able to erase your story. This is why it's become such a big ordeal, and having to shut down so many people and stuff, because everybody's stories got all caught up with each other's, because record is across the board. You know, so much stuff is interactive, and in public, there's just, you can't get rid of your little bit of something. It's caught up in other people, so you can only really come to terms with what your truth is. Otherwise, you're just going to be wasting your life chasing something you're never going to get, and then you're just going to die knowing you failed. And that's totally predictable, because it's the only outcome you've got, because you're going to lose control. Even if you think you're in control now, which you're not, you will lose control, and you will not be able to control the narrative. You won't be able to take anything to court. All that will be left is the truth and your reputation. So, like, do with that what you will, but this is a new situation that everybody's in. Okay, so there's no point in pretending that it's not happening, because it absolutely is happening. There's nothing to refer to because it's not happened before. So you've just got to be sensible about being realistic now about what's actually going on. No one in here is going to tell you how bad this situation is, because nobody in here wants it to be as bad as it is. You're naturally going to feel angry at the people who are exposing it, but the reality is the companies that your little world, so that's not to belittle what's going on here at all, but the fake world, because it is fake, your fake world is based upon somebody's company that's in massive trouble with the courts. So this can all disappear overnight anyway, and just leave you out in the big wide world. But like, what are you going to do when you know that loads of people are going to see how terrible things have been, and you left things in a terrible state and did nothing to, do you know what I mean? It's like, everyone's got an opportunity to go, yes, this was a new thing, it was shit, we did some really fucked up stuff, like, how can we try and sort this out and all move together forwards as a community so that our kids aren't exposed to this mess, you know, and, you know, that we don't screw up the next generation, because it is terrible. Or you just pretend like nothing happened, and then you just never know who's going to see your worst bits. And I'm not just saying from me, like, everything's been recorded everywhere. It's not just what's going on around me. This is the same all over the place, isn't it? You can only come good with what you've done, that you know you've done. Otherwise, you're just going to be eaten up with stress and guilt and horrible things, and then you're going to die anyway, and all that's left then is still the truth, you know, and your legacy. So have you got children? Do you want them to have to deal with, well, why didn't you just accept that, yeah, that was fucked up, and then just get on with your life? Because it wasn't, you didn't create the situation. Whether you behaved poorly in it, that happens, but you know, you can still go, yeah, but I didn't create the situation. Yeah, okay, I was shit, but I know better now and I wouldn't do it again. But yeah, still, I didn't create that situation though. Let's look at that situation so that my kid doesn't get caught out doing the same shit. Or, you know, you didn't create games, you didn't create films, you didn't create the entertainment industry, you didn't create Satanism, you didn't create all of those things that were already fully developed before you were old enough to talk or think for yourself. And your parents were already conditioned, and so you can give yourself a break, but you have to make that decision to give yourself that break. Nobody else can do it for you, and nobody else can change. You can't change the reality. The reality is what it is already. All you can change is how you feel between now and when you die, and what you actually do leave for your children. Like, the truth is already there. Whatever happened has already happened. There's nothing that can change that. You can keep poking each other, so you keep going over the shit over and over again, or you can all agree that that's not actually the best way to behave. Let's not forget about what we've done, but don't beat each other up about it. And now how can we move forward together and not, you know, it is so simple. I'm not going to keep going over it. I'm going to carry on playing this. Yeah, this is really fucking horrible. I'm really getting uncomfortable about having to listen back to fucking years of vile shit like this, because this is, again, the reality. It doesn't stop, does it? So there's never time to stop and go back over what's gone on in the past. Why would you want to? The second you've got a break.
Yet she's taking snippets out of it and putting it out.
Yeah.
There is no case. Like, freaking, even the police can see that a freaking YouTube account isn't a Discord account. They're not that dumb to think that an account on a completely different platform would be the same account as on another platform.
Yeah. Yeah, it's how Jupiter now is running with Kaylee's bullshit. That's what I find amazing. And Moon getting sucked into it. Moon's sucking right into it. And why she is, I don't know.
I can understand the gas planet doing it.
Okay, don't apologize at all. Use this. If, like, put whatever you want. You can totally spam. If it's information that you want put on record, feel free. I can't necessarily see everything because I'm in and out sometimes, but by all means, don't apologize whatsoever. You can totally make use of having that space to correct anything. That I know how 24. I know how constant this is, and I know how other people make you feel like you're always going on about shit all the time because it's always happening, though. Do you know what I mean? So absolutely, just go for it. You don't need to apologize.
Yep, Kaz.
Oh, she's saying that she can't give out that recording because it'll jeopardize a case. Yet she's taking snippets out of it and putting it out.
Yeah.
There is no case. Like, freaking, even the police can see that a freaking YouTube account isn't a Discord account. They're not that dumb to think that an account on a completely different platform would be the same account as on another platform.
Yeah. Yeah, it's how Jupiter now is running with Kaylee's bullshit. That's what I find amazing. And Moon getting sucked into it. Moon's sucking right into it. And why she is, I don't know.
I can understand the gas planet doing it. That's why she's named the gas planet.
Yeah.
Nothing but bloody gas comes out of her mouth.
Oh, well, Easy's an incel now.
That's what the gas planet said.
Yeah, that's official. He's an incel. If Jupiter says it, that is it. Easy is an incel.
They're just tearing themselves apart. It's hilarious to watch, to be fair.
Yeah.
This here, YouTube's very much turned into the replacement for the asylums. Like, I'm pretty sure what they did is they kicked them all out of the freaking asylums and gave them computers and freaking mobile phones to come on to freaking YouTube with.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Jupiter is promoting Kaylee's channel, telling everybody to go and look at the video. There's evidence there. Kaylee's got evidence of the darkness account.
I thought that was hilarious that Jupiter was telling people to go look at Kaylee's account, and freaking I'd already taken Kaylee's account down.
Yeah, yeah, but but what they're running is now is you took it down because of that. I bet.
No, it was nothing to do with that.
Oh no, but that's what they'll run with, won't they? That's what they say.
These guys are so thick. They're just literally, they haven't got a valid legal reason to have been silencing me. They're just committing it to the internet and sadistically getting off on it in public. Having done this to me for years, they've already got a website with my face on it. I've been the degenerate of the month for how many years now? And they don't think this is going to come over as harassment to anybody that literally takes 5 minutes. Like, yes, we know the police, that it's a pain in the ass to get the police to, but there's so many question marks about what's going on with the police, you know, but I've never said that I'm sat waiting for the police to do anything. I've got lots of stuff on record with the police. And over the years, I've felt like they're less of a threat to me. But in terms of actual case, once a solicitor, somebody who's invested in it, you know, whether that's myself doing a lot of work until I hand it over to somebody, or it's a clear-cut case. Do you know what I mean? All you've got to do is, I suppose you didn't have, they didn't even have ChatGPT. Oh, bless. They didn't have any of the comments on the screens. When they started all of this madness, thinking, oh, we're in the shadows and we can get away with everything. They can't afford anything. You need coin. You've got fucking Alex is still literally posting today. This is how satanic they are, hiding in plain sight, and they just can't help themselves. This is actually so biblical, isn't it? And how it's kind of been the slippery slope, or like the toad in boiling water for them. Like, it was all in the shadows, and somehow it's become all out in the open. They can't stop. It's not even funny, but it's what's gone on, because I mean, Alex is literally committing it to the internet today that no, you're going to lose because we've got money and you haven't, pretty much, you know. Your overall intent is terrible, guys, and it's really clear. And Helen, like, how you say so bad. It's all patterns. It's literally all patterns. What have you got to show for any, like, for this period of time? What else do you have to show? Did you not think ahead, like, we're going to get 10 years down the line, and where this has all been in public and recordable, someone might actually ask me what I have been doing? Did that not cross your mind at all, Helen? I mean, I just don't understand where their heads, I don't understand where anybody's head's been at with the whole YouTube thing that hasn't been thinking, but this is going to be recorded. People are going to watch this back. Like, it's not to think that everyone's a superstar and like everyone, it's just anything that's recorded. Honestly, I don't know. I do feel like I'm on a different planet. Like, you know, things are really obvious to me that I don't know. How did? They're so arrogant. How could they just think that people are so thick that they'll just buy their shit and they'll just be intimidated by them, like, for the rest of time? And that's that then. Like, people won't get wise to the fact, well, they're, you know, like 5 years into this, they're just a bunch of wankers on the internet. Oh, God. And actually figure out the fucking law. I mean, I suppose nobody was supposed to last that long, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, because they would have thought, right, no one's going to last 5 minutes with all of the tools that we've got and how cruel we're going to be to them. And probably most people don't last 5 minutes when you're up against that sort of shit. All of this gang stalking stuff didn't start on the internet. Let's at least, you know, give it that. Psychology's been around for a long time, and this kind of horrible behaviour has been around for a very long time as well. They never had all of the elements of having like real-time chats on screens, and yeah, I suppose once you're ingrained in that type of behaviour, it's very difficult to snap out of it. But Eric's got this, Eric's got that. Do you think that's helping anything? I'm not going. Do you not? Right. Brian Leroy Hansford was the worst, and I know he's got money. So what could I have done already? There's no statute of limitations. So at any point, for what that man has done and what I've got evidence of, and now especially for everything that's happened, is based on what Eric and AJ and Lyndon and whatnot were doing before YouTube was even a thing anyway. Right, so literally everything, all of this shit that's going on is thanks to Eric and these guys. You know, the Ricky Dimon Protection Unit was before YouTube for me. So now that you're just like bragging that he's getting more staff and it does, it absolutely stinks of Pip, but again, can't prove anything. Oh God, you guys. Oh, honestly, yeah. So it's not going to help. So like every time you call me skin, every time you mock anything, all of that is just evidence to your sadistic nature and how your like Schadenfreude is just taken over to the point where you've just lost all concept of reality and law and repercussions of anything. This is so easily presentable for what it is. And now there's so many other legal situations happening to support so much of what I've been going on about and experiencing for so long and documenting. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh dear. But yeah, this is pretty difficult, but I'm glad. Oh God. Oh yeah, no, we are halfway, thank God. I just realised the chat box isn't part of the...
I took the account down due to the breaches of YouTube's terms and conditions. I could have took it down long ago, but because you took the account down.
Yeah. Yeah, but that but what they're running is now is you took it down because of that, I bet.
No, it was nothing to do with that.
Oh no, but that's what they'll run with, won't they? That's what they say.
I took the account down due to the breaches of YouTube's terms and conditions. I could have took it down long ago, but because Kaylee, I'd left it there because it made a fool out of Kaylee, all the content on it. But because of the fact that she decided to freaking disrespect my partner's memory, I thought, stuff it, you can lose your account now.
Well, yeah, that's what I was just going to say. The real reason is what she's been saying to you about being a murderer.
Just two creepy cunts on the internet in broad daylight laughing about the fact that they're silencing me by using not even a loophole, an automated response to fraudulent reports. I mean, well, it depends if he's still listening. I don't know if he clarified on this one, but I know that he's copyright struck me, but from the channels I've already seen. So he's using copyright mechanisms, the same as Alex, to silence me. That is a crime. And they're laughing about it in public. To be doing something like this all day, every day, for how many years, very much constitutes harassment. So again, anybody actually that is watching this that would like to support me and not reach into your pocket, you can just literally report these cunts to the police for harassment. Okay, we've got Brian Leroy Hansford and Adam Lashbrook there. You can literally report them to the police. This has been going on for many, 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 many years. They're gleefully, excitedly in public with women like Helen James, who got me sectioned last year and lied to the police about having tried to get me sectioned around here. Oh no, sorry, this is the day that she tried to get me sectioned. Fucking hell, this is so insane. So this is actually the day that Helen tried to get me sectioned, although she only told the police last year, is it, that she's only known me for a year. Am I getting that right? It's so much information to take in and keep in and to retain whilst it's all still going on at the same time. It is very difficult. I'm not going to lie. It's very stressful. And having to actually deal with what the information is as well. It's very, very, very hard work. So yeah, so they're gleefully. So all this time I'm separated from my children as well. My dad's done it. Has he died? Yeah, he's died. Of course, yeah, they were just going on about, of course, yeah, how could I forget? They're going on about my, and don't forget that Justin Ormrod had pretended to be Pixie Rose, who had shut out all of my followers from my account through that period when my dad died as well. After all of the things he'd already done. This is a non-stop Can you see how fucked up this is? This is what men do to women in broad daylight and assisted by other fucking mothers. Michaela on the Avosa of 7 Jane Crescent, Eltham, Rebecca, Elizabeth, Penman, Greenwich, John, Morocco, Barbara, Mackay, Southampton, Helen James, Windsor, to name but a few. Mandy Mosley is there. Apple Ray Charlotte is there. How did this happen?
Stuff it. You can lose your account now.
Well, yeah, that's what I was just going to say. The real reason is what you've been saying to you about being a murderer.
And even then, it wasn't the stream with her calling me a murderer in that I took the account for. That wasn't the freaking stream that I went after. It was a completely different stream.
Those comments to Darkness are still on Danny's videos, right? On Danny's live that he done. Anybody can go and view it. It's not a problem. But the only thing you won't see is Darkness, because that Darkness deleted his account, so you won't see his comments. But you'll see where like Apple talks to the person Darkness. I've even talked to this person Darkness.
I'm not sure whether I was even in that stream. If I was in that,
don't know.
If I was in the chat of that stream, I more than likely said hello to him as well.
And yeah, so Manny just said about the Darkness, how many Darkness accounts are there? Well, that Darkness account does not match up with the one that Moon's put out. So it's two different accounts anyway.
I suspect that there's actually thousands of Darkness accounts.
Well, there is, isn't there?
Yeah. What is it? Something like it's in the billions, the amount of accounts on YouTube.
Yeah. It was only because when I done that Sabina video, it's the first time I ever went live or done something or premiered or something.
Yeah.
And it was only about, I don't know, 10 or 12 people come in there. Most of them was on Danny's. And these accounts were coming in. I was spanner and I spannered the Darkness account by mistake. So it wasn't until like, I don't know, when all this Darkness shit come out, I got a feeling I know something about this fucking Darkness. So I went into my account, into my spanner list, I've only got about 6 people on it. Sure enough, there was the Darkness account. And that is how we found that account, because we had the avatar picture.
To be fair, like freaking this here whole notion of because someone's given an account a freaking spanner, they must be connected to that account is ridiculous. Because Kaylee a fool on her face with that one herself. Does she know everyone that she's given spanners to? No.
Exactly, no.
Like, she gave Jason a spanner.
Yeah.
Like,
or Pix.
Like, she gave the mouse a spanner as well. Like, so freaking for Kaylee to be running around trying to say, oh, you're connected to each other because you've given someone a spanner, or you're connected to this person, you know who it is because you've said hello to this person, or you've been talking to them in a side chat. It's just utter madness.
Yeah. Now that Darkness account we found, right? Now this is just my opinion, right? But that Darkness account, and it is only my opinion, is Bleeding Heart.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Right, because all the people that Darkness account was friends with was people that you'd only know from that side of it, the internet, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There was old accounts there who they were subbed up to.
There were accounts in amongst that list that I completely forgot even existed.
Yes, exactly. And there's only somebody like her who would have known that. Secondly, right, there was a picture across, you know, the picture on your YouTube account across the top, right? I'd done a reverse image search on the picture.
Yeah.
The picture came back. This tapestry thing that was in the picture was of an Irish, the only place it is found is in an Irish church. So that's what gives me the idea it's her.
There's Mandy.
Hello, Eric. Can I just say something?
Hello.
After you found that darkness account on YouTube, do you remember when you posted the Russian soldier picture and whatever and what it meant?
Yeah.
My sister posted a comment on Red Pill Phil's video on Manic Manx and said, Mandy and Athena sent me here because we sent my sister the video. And that darkness followed my sister that day. Because Athena had got screenshots of some of the accounts darkness was following, and I'd got the same screenshot from the day before. And in between, what Athena had got my sister's YouTube account, which my sister just has got music on there. So she does use YouTube, but not on this side of YouTube at all. She's never on here.
Yeah.
But the screenshot I've got of the same accounts, my sister was missing out of that list. So that darkness account was definitely following people.
Yeah.
For it to sub to my sister because on her YouTube account.
Yeah, it was his account. I spent some using it as a troll account.
Mm.
And that's bleeding nice touch. That picture, I reckon she slipped up with that picture, that tapestry in that Irish church.
Yeah.
So that's the only come back to. And that's what it was. It come from an Irish church.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was a religious thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then people were saying about Plisco running about with the same sort of avatar. Plisco never changed his avatar until after that darkness thing came about.
No.
So it was no match at all. Because you remember rightly, Plisco lost his YouTube account on the same day.
Yes, he did.
At the same day as well, when I put what Jupiter calls that hit piece video out on her, the one that she's now going around saying that Danny's made, Danny didn't make that video. I made that video of her saying she ramming a bottle up her.
Yeah,
and that video was never made to make it sound like Danny was saying that, to make it sound like that. That was just sound clips that I put together.
But the obvious question for me, and I know I realised it was Psycho Bunny just laughed at me when I asked him. I didn't even think about it. I asked him, like, what is your purpose? And he literally just laughed in my face. But to me, I'm like, what is your purpose on YouTube? I have to. She was paying people. They were smearing people, abusing people, conspiring against people, paying for other people to go and see other people. So to me, that's just a lot of fucking meddling. And now to do all of that with a mouse and a Israel flag and call yourself the kosher mouse. I don't know, you hear all these things about the Israeli lobby, and I don't know. I'm just at that point. I think I'm just at that point where I'm just like, well, okay, right, what the fuck? Who are you, Mandy? And where did you come from? Like, why have you got so much money in YouTube? How did you end up on YouTube? What's your purpose? Brian, Leroy Hansford, how do you know Ricky Dick? That's where we're at, actually. Fuck it all. Yeah, fuck it all. We're there. We're just there. So I think this is what's going to happen next, actually. I'm just going to... Look, you can all fuck about and pretend that I don't exist and you'll only speak to a solicitor if a solicitor... But I will probably just write a few letters now. And how and why were you on YouTube, Brian Leroy Hansford? You seem to have enough going on in an actual, like, real life of yours with, a business and family. How did you end up being such a massive part of what destroyed my life? Why? Did that just happen organically because these tools became available and so many people had issues and it was just something that organically happened, which may well have happened just because of my character and the fact that I didn't come into this for entertainment and it was just the place at that point in time just so happened, and it would have been somebody else if it wasn't me. Absolutely could be that. Or is there something more to it? Like, did something really sinister happen and people were literally spoke? I don't know. How bad and weird and dodgy is it? I know so much has gone on off of YouTube. yet you all congregate here. There's loopholes that you all seemed to know about right from the beginning that it's taken me years to figure out, to be able to, and like fucking knows, God knows how many people didn't ever figure out how to, do you know, how many people never got Streamyard and how to figure out. I feel like I can express myself now via Streamyard, via Shorts, do you know, like I feel like I've got my voice back even when it was taken from me. A lot of people are not going to have been able to have done that. Like this is, as far as I'm concerned, this has been such a weapon. All I can see is a massive weapon and a load of people that got taken along for a ride that didn't need to happen. So although some people have done some really lovely stuff with YouTube, it's not all bad. It's really not all bad, but it was unnecessary as a platform. The infrastructure could have been, like, there's a million different ways we could have had long form video available that didn't have all of the intricacies and the potential for harm that YouTube has allowed. You know, the practicality of having long form video could have been done different ways, you know. So somehow this happened, this phenomenon happened, but who knows? But we're gonna have to start asking Brian, how do you know Ricky? Lyndon, how do you know Ricky Dimon? Or how do you not? How is it that so many of you decided, well, more Brian, because Brian, we've got messages, or you claiming that you were literally the middleman. Is that the case? Was that never the case? Are a lot of you just using Ricky Dimon because it's just a character in a story that's been relevant to be? I don't know, but you're going to have to come up with some answers, because apparently Alex is representing Ricky Dimon as well, and I can't just keep having all of these weird fucking men destroy my life for Ricky Dimon without Ricky Dimon ever saying it's for him, or the police, or, you know, a solicitor or anything. It's not going to work, is it? And besides, we're just going to go ahead and investigate the case anyway. So all of this drama, if it is in pursuit of shutting that down, that's not going to happen. So it would just be in everybody's interest now just to grasp, okay, the truth's coming out one way or another. So, like, what do we do about it now? Do we keep fighting the truth? Or do we just accept, right, some really fucked up shit has gone on, but now we can just breathe and all go, right, okay, we're going to have to move forward from here. I think that's what we need to do, but I don't know how fucked in the head everybody is. So I don't know. I don't know how possible anything is anymore. Honestly, don't know. So we'll just carry on listening to these gentlemen.
Just saying that, you know, like, to make it sound like that. That was just sound clips that I put together.
I mean,
so they're just fucking mad.
Just made to show her deviancy.
Yeah.
And when that account followed my sister, I was really surprised, because I think that was the first time my sister had ever commented on a YouTube channel, and it was only because I sent the video to my sister. I said, have a listen to this. It was about Ellie Williams.
Yeah.
So my sister posted underneath, Mandy and Athena sent me here, that day that Darkness account followed my sister. But it doesn't mean it's the same account from Discord, because the avatar was different.
Yeah, totally different. Totally different avatar, and the name's totally different on the handle name. Yeah.
Isn't it something like Chenti or something? And that's a Russian word. And then it also got on the top of it sweaty, which is Sweden.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, because when that come out, I went into Google, well, to DuckDuckGo to see what it meant, and the one Russian meaning was from Georgia.
Yeah.
Kaylee's asking about how people knew of the Darkness account in January. Well, it was back in December that Darkness account was running about, because it's subbed to Sabina's account back in December.
Yeah.
How I come across the account myself to start with is because Sabina had been looking at the account that had subbed to her. Sabina had no freaking videos on her channel whatsoever.
No.
She couldn't understand why someone was subbing to her channel.
And the reason people were talking to the Darkness account is because the Darkness account was running around saying that Moon was a cunt, Jupiter's a cunt. So people was talking to him.
Talking about Kaylee, freaking.
Yeah.
So obviously people are going to be talking to the account when that account was coming out.
Again, I just have to swing this back to reality. Okay, we're talking about an account that the point here is the amount of fucking time that's being wasted over something that may or may not have anything to do with another account and another platform that may or may not. It's absolutely irrelevant to me. It's just literally time wasting. Of all the relevant things that we should be doing and should be talking about, this is the problem. It's the fucking time wasting. It's trying to find anything other than dealing with uncomfortable reality, such as the Hampstead case, such as half the things that aren't even on the fucking news. You know, such as like dealing with, we've got actual protocols for if we're not happy with politicians, aren't happy with, so there are a million things that we could actually do with our time that aren't this. Speculating over some nonsense and then twisting it somehow to affect Kaylee's. Like, this is all again about your intent and motive. What are you trying to do with your day? You're waking up going, how can I fuck Kaylee up today? Loads of you are doing that. I don't wake up going, how can I fuck anyone up? Do you know what I mean? YouTube's kind of created that atmosphere. I shouldn't know most of you exist. Yet you wake up wanting to fuck up my day. I didn't create that. Do you know what I mean? It's that simple. What is your, when you get out of bed, or do you even go to bed, what are you thinking about doing? Are you going, I'm going to go and look at the flowers today, or I'm going to help my neighbour today, or I'm even going to build something, or I'm going to paint a picture, or I'm going to learn how to play a song on the guitar, or I'm going to, do you know, we've got the fucking internet. You can literally, oh my God, this is so ridiculous. How are you waking up and doing anything that is affecting anybody else? You've got everything you need. Unless you're already caught in something that you can't get out of. That's quite a likely scenario, I feel, at this point. So just, well, doesn't make sense, does it? Otherwise, you guys fucked up so many years ago, and it's not just me. It's just now at this point, it is bursting. You know it's bursting, and what can you do other than double down as far as you're concerned? You need to hand yourselves in, I think. Who to? I don't know. You need to make the police realise that the police are going to need to be doing the police job. It may well be that you're walking into somebody that you know is not going to do anything about it. I don't know what the situations are, but we need to start going through the motions of shit until it's working again. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, this is just fucked up beyond anyone looking at this. Well, this is, I suppose this is what I need to keep doing. Yeah, so we're just going to keep going over all of these deleted streams, all of this shit that's been going on for so many years now, and we're just going to keep reminding people through it. These are real people. This is still going on in real time. There is no statute of limitations for harassment, for cyber stalking. No statute of limitations, not in the UK. You can report to the police the people who are known. You can report to the police the people who aren't known. If you can find a tag, most of these people, we do have their pages, their channels too. Why are they not running a million miles away if they're innocent and this is just murky? And why are they just not going away? Maybe the police need to look into why they're not just going away, how this is being, how this is happening, how this is still going on all day, every day. Why is it that you can't get hold of a human at YouTube? And I'm not prepared to dedicate hours of my day trying to get around that one. That's their responsibility to make sure that there's a human being available to deal with the shit that they've created for people's lives. Sorry, I've got a case with YouTube as far as I'm concerned. I'm not wasting any more fucking time with your machines. Thank you. YouTube's fucked my life up quite enough already, Neil. Yeah, sorry, I felt like I was making a point that I didn't quite finish there. I'm sure I'll come back to it again if I was. But yeah, so we'll know the police. So we've got Adam Lashbrook here, Brian Lee Hansford, Linda Morden is Hoax Police, Helen James from Windsor, the one that has been lying to the police, lying to that lie, just lying to get rid of me. This is so bad. This is the stuff that, like, if I heard about it, I'd be like, oh, that's so, you know. No way. Really? Honestly, this is the stuff that films are made of, isn't it?
It was stuff that was relevant to the degenerates.
She's saying you definitely said you knew you knew who it was, Mandy.
Well, I didn't.
No,
Yeah.
we can all sit here going, you know.
We can
that is.
we can also when an
We all do
account
that.
when you say hello to an account and they say and you say to them, "Do I know you?" and they say, "Yes, Mandy, I know."
No. She's twisting it, and it will come out. I'm not sure 100% what live it was on off the top of my head now to get it, but it will come out because it was recorded. It was with Simon Lord. You were on Simon Lord's, and it was one of these situations, Mandy. I know who the darkness is, and Simon was like, "So do I." It wasn't obviously. I'm para giggling, but you know what I mean. It was one of those situations. It wasn't like, "Hi, darkness. Everybody else is saying hi, so I'm going to be polite." It wasn't one of those. It was literally on a separate live with Simon in the small hours. You like to do those, Mandy Mosley from Birmingham. Rat. Sorry, I'm allowed to. That woman has paid so many shekels to Luke Horan from Preston, little cunt, to silence and abuse me right round when the war started, funnily enough. But anyway, so yeah, it was one of those situations, Mandy. I know who the darkness is. And I'm still not saying it was anything to do with the other darkness. I'm still not saying that there's any link whatsoever. I'm still saying this is all bullshit and wasting time. All right, but unfortunately, I'm here under duress because all my other thousands and thousands of people that had no idea any of this was going on, I've got no contact anymore with them because you keep erasing me. You've been erasing me for very many years, and to be fair, I don't know that I'd want to take this back out to anybody as it is. You know, it's pretty stressful, sordid, gross stuff. So let's just try and sort it out and get it all cleared up. I think would be a good idea.
You really well. You can all think of what you might think of it is. Doesn't mean you know who it is because they didn't confirm it. So no, I didn't know who it was, but they apparently knew me. But then that account was subbed to me as well.
That's what a lot of people make mistakes. They sit on channels, they see an account, they go, "Oh, I know who that is. That's so and so." What they should say is, "My opinion is that is so and so."
Yeah.
Instead of saying, because they don't know. These people don't fucking know.
And this is an occasion where I will make Brian Leroy Hansford entirely correct. And it is ridiculous for anybody to assume you know anybody on the internet. Even if somebody is pretending to be somebody, you have to assume somebody could be lying. Okay, it takes time to get to know somebody on a level where you just know if it's them or not. The way that you're conversing with each other in a chat, you know, you just can't know nothing. But then these people are online creating the exact trauma and disharmony and discord. They're creating it all intentionally is what they're doing. They're trolling. So he's speaking some truth, but he's gaslighting, because this is exactly what they're creating. All of this, they're creating all of the problems, and then they're sat there trying to tell everybody how to manage it. It's a bit like the government.
Knows these accounts are.
No, because Eric, when that account said to me it knew me very well, I was like, I think I know who you are. I didn't say I definitely knew who it was. I think I know who you are. So but you know, I've discussed this with Athena on Twitter. Sheena knows who I thought it was, right? But it was completely wrong because I asked that person, and because of the avatar, because I couldn't see because I was on my phone.
And that's the point I was going to make, because this is now another where she just loves to talk and tries to. She would have 100% may have just been talking shit with Simon in one of her states, talking nonsense, as this woman likes to do. So sat there going, "Oh, I know who it is." I know, could have been just absolutely talking shit. People do this all the time. Yeah, I know that. I know this. I know this. None of this is real. None of this makes sense. Anybody who's trying to live any kind of a routine. I mean, people that are doing this all day, every day and playing games. What the fuck is wrong with you? Especially if you have children. Like, where is reality for you? Yes, I'm talking to you, Rebecca. And telling me about, oh my God, I can't even. This is not how you are supposed to live your life, in this bubble of nonsense, creating shit for other people's real lives. We've got the law to prevent you from doing that. There's a box that you would have ticked That's Rebecca. There's a box you would have ticked. Now, Helen James, there was an entire phone that you pushed 999 on, and you went ahead and told them I took a fucking overdose, that I was dangerous with knives. This is all whilst being gang stalked and abused around the clock by your fucked up paedophile gang, and then picking out where I respond to then report me to hopefully get me sectioned or arrested. You are just so fucked in the head, and now you've gone and committed to the police so many lies already from what I can tell. You really need to go and sort that shit out. Hopefully that's why she's been quiet. Hopefully that's what she's doing. That would be the most sensible thing for Helen James from Windsor to be doing, going and setting the record straight with the police, and maybe then speaking to a solicitor about how to make amends for the damage that she's already done.
Right, but it was completely wrong because I asked that person, and because of the avatar, because I couldn't see because I was on my phone, all I could see was a black dot, so I couldn't really see the avatar until I expanded it to photograph and enlarged it, and I was like, that's a strange avatar. But no, I didn't know who it was. I thought I didn't know. We can all surmise who someone is.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we know for definite.
And we shouldn't do it. We shouldn't say, oh yeah, that's so and so. We shouldn't do it. She just wrote something mad in the chat now. Why does he call you wind maker? What is it? Fucking how's that, Kaylee? She's obviously referring to the darkness. Or could it be Widowmaker? Your spelling gets a little bit bad, Kaylee, some days when you're taking it.
She sounds quite agitated today.
She's flapping. She's flapping today.
But I couldn't give a fuck what she posts or what she says. It's irrelevant. She's irrelevant. Kaylee, you're an absolute cunt. Record that, because you are. Phoning the police saying someone's killed their partner who passed away is the lowest of the low, and you're a piece of shit. Record that, because you really do need help. If you actually think that, you are sick in the fucking head. You're worse than fucking bleeding heart Niesel.
Oh, she's a lot worse. She's a lot worse. Yeah, 100%. She's a lot worse.
She.
And she I missed some of that. I was in the kitchen, but reprimanding me for speaking to the police about my feelings again. So you lot sit online discussing me in my absence. Okay, I'm not on the panel, yes, but I'm there in the chat. I'm not blocked, am I, from that? Well, oh, to be fair, no, at this point it was still all very much I was still engaging a fair amount across places, wasn't I? But what had already happened to get to here, and why is Mandy the same as Babs is now, the same as how have you been involved in this group of people? How did you, what is your purpose other than paying people? Now, is it your own money? Is it just that you've got money and you're just a meddler and you've got nothing else to do, and you happen to be, I don't know. People are going to need to know what the fuck you've been doing, how you've, like you were paying Chris, how many other people, there have been loads of people over the years that you've, but that's exactly what Helen's doing now, isn't it? How organised is it? I don't know. It is just really so creepy that women would decide to spend their time around the clock, like Apple Charlotte did as well. Wendy has done. Like, what the fuck? How do you get involved in a group like this and dedicate so many years of your life to it?
Probably really needs a mental health check, to be fair. I'm not being nasty, Kaylee. you do.
Do I? All these people that I've never fucking met that pay people to join in abusing me, you stupid cunt, phoning clubs where I'm. You're meddling in my life, Mandy, aren't you? You don't need to be phoning anywhere else about me. Yet you're, yes, another one, telling the whole wide world that I need mental health help. Another woman who I shouldn't know exists. Have you ever heard so many people running around saying someone that is never there? Well, in this case I am, but for the last few years, so many people in somebody's absence, and when so many of them now especially have never ever fucking spoken to me. All clubbing together, like almost in a, I don't know, I don't know how to explain to have a large group like Michaela, for instance, has always got like about 100 people, has done. There's been up to 200 people. To always having my name just thrown out, like it's just, it's so fucked up of a concept for somebody who never set out to be on YouTube. You don't have to be on YouTube all day, every day, Michaela. You've literally reported 17 YouTubers to the fucking police, yet you're the one sat on YouTube all day, every day. And you don't think the rest of the world are just going to do the maths with that and just apply some logic here? Well, if you weren't on YouTube every day, do you think you'd have phoned the police on those 17 people? Do you think you might be the problem? It's so fucked up. I can't even be bothered to keep talking. The whole thing is just so fucked up. YouTube really needs to, yeah, they've got a lot to answer for.
Because what you're doing at the minute isn't right.
According to you, you're fucking weird cunt.
I had to laugh earlier when freaking Slippermouth and Kaylee were going on about A1000, making out that me and A1000 are supposedly friends when we're not, and then making out A1000's an OAP when A1000 is 36-year-old.
60 years old.
Like A1000 and myself are pretty much the same age. Yet Slippermouth thinks I was in my 40s years ago.
Suffolk Police, Helen. Suffolk Police.
I mean, AJ, some of the shit I've heard, because Athena will say to me, have a look at this, all right? Because I'm not subbed to any of them. So when they tag me in it, I don't see it because I'm not subbed. And you click on there for a couple of minutes. I can't listen to more than about 30 seconds because I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Because it's just madness. Repeating the same things over and over again and expecting a different outcome, and it's not, is the definition of madness.
Yeah. So you know, Kaz, take care.
It's been the same thing for years and years. They've been repeating the same bollocks, hoping for a different outcome.
Yeah.
It just gets
what does that comment actually mean? Lol, your name's on my wall. That'll be hilarious. Please call them about the police. What? So Katie thinks because she's written people's name on her wall, the police are going to go, oh, it's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, the police are going to come and read it and go, oh, yeah, we've got to go after this person because it's on Kaylee's wall. She's fucking nuts.
She thinks it's something to be proud of because an ex-primary school teacher approves of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just find it quite bizarre, to be fair.
All the police are doing with her, they're having to pacify her. They've got to. When she says something, they have got to react. They have got to by law. And that's all they're doing. They're going, yes, Kaylee, okay, Kaylee, we'll look into that, Kaylee.
Can you imagine the call handlers on the floor laughing when she's on the phone?
Yeah, here we go. Nutter's back.
Yeah, that number must flag up like a fucking Christmas tree, to be fair.
Yeah, yeah. And that's all they're doing. They can't refuse to listen to her. They cannot. They've got to. And that's all they're doing. They're just pacifying her and just telling her what she wants to hear. And that's it.
they're begging for me to put out the call with myself and the mental health team. But unlike Kaylee, I don't call freaking the mental health team because of a concern for someone's mental health and well-being and then go put it out on the internet. It's just freaking absurd that anyone does that.
Yeah.
It just shows that if someone's putting it out on the internet, that just shows that they're just doing it for content.
I just think it shows that they're not well, AJ, because
Do you know, I think I need to take a break from this. This is just making me feel so sick. And still, Danny West as well. The fuck? Do you think after all of these, oh God, he's still... What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God, you lot, honestly, I'm so dumb. So many years. Can you imagine, like, how where else does this happen that so many people will just sit around for hours? Older people will just sit around for hours, concocting in their head. I've never come across, the internet's not happened, but I've just never seen. I've never had a chance to go anywhere else on the internet though. I've not heard of. I don't know what to make of this situation. It's not normal, is it? For so many people for so many years to be so obsessed. Like, what am I supposed to? It's pure harassment. The pattern's established. It's there in black and white over years, okay? People have just been sitting around slagging me off, lying about me, belittling me, laughing at me, clearly engaging in Schadenfreude, bragging about it, conspiring, all in broad daylight as though it's fucking normal. And not just a little bit, like it's a full-time, around-the-clock vocation somehow. How? You say that you first saw me in 2018. You literally put up the picture of the pub. I think it turned out to be 2019 though, although you said 2018. That's what we went with originally, but I think the year was actually 2019, I think. But you actually posted only last year when I was sat outside the library, I remember. You actually posted the picture that you keep, like somehow it's a fucking, like a achievement that you've got a picture of me from real life. Like somehow that was going, what was it going to prove other than obsession though? And you're doing it, what are you doing? You're so damaged. Again, like, and just ridiculous, childish, but dehumanizing names, just absolutely common. So many of you, all day, every day. How the fuck has this happened? How is it that Michaela, in one breath, is saying she doesn't talk about me, but she's fine to just go into monologues, slating me. The audience are fine with it. Half of them even turn up to mine. Some of them have got 100,000 followers, telling me I'm a paedophile. I'm supposed to what? Just that's not going on. That's not really happening. Clearly aware of me, these 150 people. If they're just going to keep hearing my name getting trashed, but that's all right. It's Kaylee. But then I'm to be ignored as though I don't exist. Don't go to her channel. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't acknowledge her. Don't listen to anything she's got to say. But listen to me slate her, though. That's fine. And then go and tell her she's a paedophile when hardly anyone else is there because nobody else is allowed to go and say, what? What? Something really fucking fishy is going on here. And it seems to have a lot to do with the Hampstead case.
Recording the emergency services like she's doing and other people and putting their calls out is just wrong.
It is. It's disgusting that the people that work for the emergency services are there to help people. They're not there to be freaking abused like Kaylee abuses them. The amount of money that in national resources that Kaylee's wasted over the years is ridiculous. I have multiple freaking recordings of Kaylee on the phone to the freaking NHS.
Sorry, I've not wasted any time to the emergency services whatsoever. I've made legitimate calls either to 101 or just other public service numbers. I've got 100, again, just pure stalking and recording of everything I do. Like, that's fucking normal. You're bragging to the world that you've been stalking and recording and surveilling me for years, okay? Now we've got this clown. I did correct it there, so I'm assuming you wrote that before I'd corrected it, but I did already agree, and don't believe I said you weren't there because you're anonymous and you're a gang stalker, right? So you're a troll of mine. I shouldn't know you exist. I only know you as a fake person on the internet. So how could I say you weren't somewhere? You keep saying I've said things. You keep saying I've threatened your family. You keep saying I've some of your monologues, like, we've destroyed your life. Me and my team over here, we've destroyed your life somehow. Well, literally, nobody cared about who Danny. Only you care about being called Danny West. You cared so hard that it very much looks like you are Danny West. But the things you've accused me of are just outrageous. So I don't believe I said you were, because I wouldn't know if you were there or not. But see, again, you've twisted it to make it that you only put it out because of something I did. I guess you only took the photo because of something I did. Yeah. I mean, you twist whatever you want. So you wanted to put the photo out. So whatever happened didn't matter. You wanted to put that photo out. So you would have found a reason to make it my fault and put the photo out. This is how you lot work. You want a result, so you try and twist whatever to make me the cunt, to stitch me up, to make me the bad guy, to make me fucking exhausting. And you really need to go. You should have got a life a long time ago. This is just, it's not on, is it, to dedicate your entire life to trying to fuck up somebody else that you shouldn't even know exists. It's really not on.
The freaking mental health freaking facilities, to freaking the police and all. It's beyond a joke.
Jafar, I couldn't give a fuck if I'm on Kaylee's hit list because she's not right in the head. Bless her. If my daughter was like Kaylee, I would be devastated.
Come and say that to my face, you fucking cunt, Mandy. Seriously. Who the fuck are you? Who are you people? Who the fuck are you people? And Danny West now calling me nonce girl because I've got a short memory because I can't remember all the details of an interaction with an anonymous fucking creepy cunt on the internet when there's like a million of you. So you get to reprimand me again, nonce girl. You're thick. You can't remember everything I did, even though I'm creepy and I don't really exist. See the fucking mentality of these people. You lied and said I was not there. You're imaginary, though. You're not a real person, right? So you're literally trying to fuck up my life and then trying to twist whatever's going. We're proven gang stalkers of imaginary people and paedophiles. This is just fucked up. So far, yeah, because begging you to be here, yeah? I did ignore you for the first fucking hour at least, I think. But clearly gang stalking you the same way I'm gang stalking Alex, yeah? And his client and the kids.
I've said that numerous times on live streams. Eric and AJ and people in the chat can confirm it. I would be devastated if my daughter was in that position because it's really fucking sad.
In that position, do you mean a position of being silenced and tormented and tortured by paedophiles who you're sat with and joining with and assisting and helping by calling the club and lying about me? You fucking gaslighting cunt. The fuck? It's really sad. Poor Kaylee, it's really sad. Let's all fuck her up. It's really sad. I'd hate to be her mum because she's so fucked up. Fuck her up. She's so fucked up. I'd hate to be her mum. It's so sad. Fuck her up. The fuck, Mandy?
Kaylee reckons that her housing agents are her biggest fans. I think what they're actually doing is freaking just being polite instead of freaking saying what they actually think. Because I'm sure the actual landlord of the property wouldn't be happy with what you've done to the place, Kaylee. That their backyard is disgusting. Like their wooden bookshelf that you've got in the freaking hallway next to the stairs. That there's only going to result in bugs and an absolute mess while it rots away.
It'll cause dry rot.
Yeah.
I'm sure the agents will be really happy when they go in to get a surveyor to look at the damage and go, you're responsible for this damage.
It ain't gonna go well for her. Eventually, she will eventually get kicked out for the amount of complaints that she gets. And she's running around using her neighbour's freaking name on freaking when she jumps on people's panels, thinking that makes her look sane and makes her look normal. And she was saying that Amber's taken out cases against people. Amber's got no case against no one other than Kaylee.
Now, actually, desperate Justin Armrod, the creepy cunt, had contacted her and made her feel really fucking uncomfortable. It wasn't an intentional thing. I'd used, they'd lent me a phone between phones. I think that was how it happened. I can't exactly remember. Or no, I think she helped me sign up to open a channel one time. I think that's what happened. I didn't intend to use her name. It was just one of the accounts that I used when I went on a stream was in her name already. Yet you lot decided to, so Justin then decides to get in touch with her and make her feel weird. So that is all harassment to try and get her to fuck with me. Okay, but she just came straight to me because this is what you lot do. You go to anybody that you fucking can to try and get in, and some are stupid enough. But this is what you do. You go into my real life to try and fuck up as much as you can. This is why people end up isolated and not having relationships with their children and families, because they know what you're going to fucking do. This is how it works, and you're going to fucking pay.
I mean, to be fair, AJ, when she jumped on Danny's last night, I just muted up and I went and cleaned the cat litter trays. So I can't listen to her. It's like I don't want to engage with her. I wouldn't speak to her on the live stream. You know, she's in the chat. You know, I'll answer. I'll tell her that she needs help while I'm sitting there. But I don't want to speak to her.
So we're already at that. So she's just literally admitting that she's just sat there slagging me off, slandering me, engaging in harassment, whilst blocking me from my right of response again, and then going to tell me that I'm fucking crazy. She'll only engage with me just to tell me I'm crazy. Because she's the fucking authority on life, isn't she? Mandy Mosley from Birmingham. Fucking rat.
So, just like, you know, Den says, oh, I had a conversation with Mandy. No, he didn't. He jumped in the live stream while I was talking. I didn't respond to that cunt because I wouldn't bother. He's an absolute thick as fuck fool. And I've got, Eric knows I've got no interest in speaking to him. Eric knows that I was on the wind up when I went in his chat that day, don't you, Eric? Because you and Danny were in the Google Meet thing, and I jumped in and I was laughing because you were like, couldn't work out what you were doing. I was like, just to piss him off.
Eric's dropped out a minute. He's on the phone, I think.
Yeah, but it was just to piss him off. I posted a comment in one of his live streams, and then all of a sudden he wanted to speak to me because I was the only one who told the truth. And when I did tell the truth, he called me a liar. Work that one out. I just find him. It's like having a nursery school child who just doesn't know how to behave, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Kaylee really and truly does need to go and get therapy. She's making out that she's a therapist, but no, she's not a therapist at all.
AJ, when I think she was on someone's live stream and she was on about being at college and doing this course about mental health during the summer holidays when all the colleges were shut. Right? Everybody believed her. And I'm sitting there thinking, there's no education establishments open during the 6 weeks holidays, apart from some open for foreign students to come in and they live there and blah, blah, blah. But for educational purposes, for UK residents, they're all shut.
It was an online course, Mandy. It wasn't in a residence, sorry. It wasn't like a full term. This is how fucked up these people. Again, these things are easy to prove. When it comes to me having to prove what I've done for all these years, I've got the record of it all. Everything's got a digital footprint now, hasn't it? So it's very stupid to claim that I'm lying about easily provable things over and over for so many years. Again, we've not just got one instance of defamation. That would have a statute of limitations. We've got harassment. We've got conspiracy. We've got cyber stalking. We've got fraud. There's no statute of limitations, you stupid cunt. And we've got a massive long pattern. Mandy, Moseley, Birmingham.
And she's sitting there saying about her tutor at college, discussing this and that today. It was like sort of mid-August, and I'm like, what? And nobody picked up on it. They all swallowed it like a good one.
It's unbelievable, to be fair, how stupid some people are and naive. Like, those that are lapping up Kaylee's nonsense are just showing how naive they are.
Yeah. As soon as she came out with it, AJ, I was like, what? I went over to Twitter and put a voice note in for Athena, and I'm like, I can't believe this. They're all sitting there on about her college course she's doing. Well, everywhere's shut. They don't open until mid-September. Right? So it's like, what the fuck are you on about? What coursework are you doing in college when they're shut? Please tell me.
What? Sorry, I was just out of the room. I've just run back into that. So she's gone straight over to Twitter to message Athena because she thinks that I've not gone to a university over the summer, which I never said I was doing. I'm doing an online course. I didn't say with who. I don't need to. When it comes to court to say that that's what I did, I'll just show them. It's not for me to have to defend. You've made a claim that I've lied, so now you need to prove that I've lied. You can't prove that I've lied. I can prove that I haven't lied, though, very easily. But you've gone to Twitter to tell Athena. Are we starting to understand how fucked up this is and how this is a little bit more complicated than meets the eye?
I think it's just freaking the paperwork that she's being given by a freaking therapist that she thinks is coursework.
Probably. Oh, look, just for you, Mandy, I'll get my tutor to make a vid for my channel. They've watched loads of you. Yeah, right, Kaylee. You know, getting one of Den's mates to do a video for you, Kaylee, doesn't exactly bode well, does it?
She's still convinced that you and Athena are the same person.
I know, it's sad, isn't it, AJ?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they all around, you know, that's down to Den and Pink Panther, because Pink Panther says that I'm my sister, I'm Athena, and I'm me. Then Apple was thrown into the mix of being me. Then Simon was. But Pink Panther has posted pictures of my sister, right? Of my sister's garden, of my house, and my pictures. So how the fuck are we the same person?
It's beyond belief, really, the stuff they come out with, and then they want people to think that what they're saying is believable. It's like they've destroyed any credibility that they could have had.
Yeah, absolutely.
I highly suspect that freaking she says that what's going on YouTube is some sort of social experiment. I suspect the experiment is the mental health that they are creating for themselves.
Yeah, YouTube psychosis.
Yeah.
All addicted to the internet. The only reason I'm here today is because I haven't gone out. And so I'm just sitting in the house on my own, so I'm just flicking.
Again, I missed a fair chunk of that. I can tell already that I'm definitely going to be hearing this one more than once. So other people, so they're sat there all day literally gossiping and conjuring up nonsense over other people, but they're sitting there. This is exactly what Michaela does. They're then going to judge other people because they are addicted to the internet. I mean, what is wrong with people? Like, what is wrong with people? Michaela, I don't even know if she really does anymore. That woman is just a caricature of something that went really wrong. But she just literally just said the only reason I'm on, like, again, they're different. Like the way Adam and Brian are talking about everybody else, they're above. It's like Michaela, she feels elevated. What is wrong with these people? Is it a little bit of attention on the internet? So they've had their egos straight. I don't know how Brian and Adam got into their position. I'm not 100% sure, but have they propelled themselves, put themselves on that pedestal, or oh fucking hell, why, Barbara? You're doing it again. You're coming here to harass me with nonsense, okay? With your opinion, just to harass me. You silly cunt. Have you heard the latest about Helen phoning for a welfare check? So, like, with 3 years in between, are you still going to stick to that she's only phoned the police on me once, Babs? Are you still going to stick to that? Because this is the big problem we've got. You've told so many lies between you. Nobody's going to believe a word that any of you have got to say about anything, nor should anybody. So what are you doing? You've already shattered your entire, your own credibility. You can't. Oh, fuck's sake! This is such a mess, right? This is coming to an end, Babs. I don't know how much more matter of fact I can possibly be about this situation. It's coming to an end. You must be able to at least feel and see and notice the very real fact. Here we go again. Yeah, she actually said, I've got the recording, Babs, of her. This is the difference between truth and lies, Babs. Fuck's sake. Right? The difference between truth and lies in this instance is that I hadn't taken any tablets. Okay, and Helen phoned the police and ambulance and told them that I had, and I hadn't. Okay, the truth from the other side is I woke up and Helen was online and told everyone that she had taken too many tablets, which must be a lot because she takes 38, I think, every day. So that would be an awful lot of tablets, but you would lose count. So maybe she wasn't sure. We'll give her that. But anyway, just to be safe, I called for a legitimate, because she was very stressed out because she's been being exposed for quite some time. So she's feeling quite desperate and uncomfortable at the moment. So suicide is definitely something that will be flying around a lot of people's minds, probably Helen's sometimes, to be fair, with what you lot have done. It's logical that would be flying through a lot of people's heads now, suicide, because of what you've done and all the death and suffering of all of those children that's on your fucking filthy hands, you whores of Satan. I'd imagine suicide would sometimes cross your minds. So she did anyway say that she'd taken too many tablets. So I did phone for a welfare check, but that's because she did say that. I didn't say that because I didn't take too many tablets. See? That was a lie, Babs. That was a lie. Helen James from Windsor lied. Right? She said that I'd taken tablets when I hadn't. So that's not true. Okay. I'm not even going to justify that last one with an answer. You vile prick. All right. You're a grown up, Babs.
Into YouTube channels. Athena said you were live, so I jumped in. Normally, this time of day, I wouldn't be around because I've got a life like everybody else has. This is really rare for you to be live.
Right. I'm normally not really live at this time of the day because I'm normally doing stuff, but
yeah,
the car's in the garage at the moment having a bit of work done to it, so I thought, well, whilst the car's in the garage, I'll spend a bit of time online.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sitting here. I'm going to get off in a minute because I've got shit to do in the house. And then tomorrow, I think going over to my brother's farm to see how he is because he's been poorly. So I won't be around tomorrow much either. But yeah. Okay, my brother has a farm. He's lovely. He's got 17 acres. Think of your size you could have on there.
Yeah, the latest that they're running around. Apparently, I've got a baby now.
Yeah, I heard that the other day.
Like, I think that's absolutely hilarious. Like they're running around thinking that I've got a baby because I mentioned about, I think it was like 3 weeks ago or something, I was on a live stream and I told Chloe to shut up because she might wake the baby up. Because I said that, they think I've got a baby. They're deluded. It takes 9 months to create a baby.
Yeah, I know. I've had 2. It's absolutely, AJ, the mental health of people is just beyond help, I think, sometimes. I'm just glad that I brought up 2 well-balanced, hard-working children that turned into decent adults, have got great jobs, have got a lovely lifestyle, and don't have these issues. I'm really thankful for that because I would hate to be in the position of having people around me like that. And you cross over the road to avoid them, wouldn't you? If you knew them in real life.
Yeah. 1 sec. On the screen now is Kaylee's estate agents.
maybe she'll be needing a new one soon.
I suspect she will be.
I can't see that someone who owns that property would be happy seeing what it's like.
I feel for her neighbours, to be fair, having to look out their windows and see the state of what she's done to that garden and all the chalk all over the walls and that. In a village that's meant to be a tourist attraction, an historical village. People are drawn to that village because some of the scenes from the Harry Potter films was filmed there. And shortly after Kaylee moved into that village, she decided to run around graffiti in it.
I find this quite funny, Kaylee. Is that a threat? Wow, you guys need Jesus. What a therapist long. I thought you were Jewish, Kaylee. Jesus is what? Okay, fair enough.
Oh, look. Let's have a look at Kaylee's flat. Kaylee's given me a video tour of this before. This is a nice sized living room. Ooh, skipped one there.
Was.
Yeah, wasn't a bad looking flat one.
Yeah.
Before Kaylee moved in. Kaylee's wrecked garden is in behind this fence.
Is that where it is?
Oh, that's not Kaylee's flat, that's number 2, but it's one in the same building,
Yeah.
so it's pretty much the same layout as Kaylee's. Before Kaylee starts whinging about her being doxxed, Kaylee has given me express permission to give out her address, her telephone number, and everything. I played the recording of her stating it on this channel. I think it was a couple of days ago, at the beginning of the live stream. Kaylee's given me consent to use all of her content as well. The thing is, she's stupid. She gives us consent to talk about these things, and then she cries about it when we do it. It's like, is it yesterday or the day before, I did a live stream in which she came on and said that me and Danny can talk about her children all we like. What sort of mother does that? She can't be bothered to be there for them, yet she pretends that she's for the children. If anyone's disgusted what Kaylee's done to the property, there's telephone number and email address to contact them.
Babs McKay, I'm really pleased that you brought up 4 beautiful children. I didn't know how many children you got. I knew you had because you got a grandchild. But fair play to you. You know, and that's what being a parent's about, isn't it, Babs? Because you know, you want your children to be happy, healthy, well educated, having lovely jobs, having lovely lifestyles, and that's what being a mother's about. Kaylee failed.
I respect anyone who's stood by their children and done what's right for their children. I can't respect anyone running around the internet making out that they're for the children when they've abandoned their own children.
Apple, that stray kitten is currently asleep on my cat tree in the lounge. But it's getting a bit cold for it to be outside. We couldn't rehome it, so I'm keeping him because he follows me everywhere. So bless him. He's now mine.
Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide
Stood by their
Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web.
Babs McKay, I'm really pleased that you brought up 4 beautiful children. I didn't know how many children you got and you had a grandchild. But fair play to you. Yeah. And that's what being a parent's about, isn't it, Babs? Because you want your children to be happy, healthy, well educated, having lovely jobs, having lovely lifestyles, and that's what being a mother's about. Kaylee failed.
I respect anyone who's stood by their children and done what's right for their children. I can't respect anyone running around the internet making out that they're for the children when they've abandoned their own children.
Apple, that stray kitten is currently asleep on my cat tree in the lounge. It's in the house now. The other 3 are okay with it, sort of. But it's getting a bit cold for it to be outside. We couldn't rehome it, so I'm keeping him because he follows me everywhere. So bless him. He's now mine.
I'm surprised Kaylee hadn't bothered trying to come on. She was claiming earlier while she was doing her stream that she wanted to talk to me. She was saying that she wanted to talk to me, Eric, Plisco, and Danny all at the same time. But then she only wanted to do it on her channel where she's constantly muting us.
To be fair, AJ, I wouldn't give her the airtime because all you're doing is feeding her and she thrives on it. So for me, the best thing to do is not go into a chat, not to communicate with her, to ignore her completely and just let her ramble on her own, because it's making her worse. And Den Tarragon, if he was a good friend of hers, would be helping her, and he's not. He's encouraging it, he's facilitating it, and that's not a good thing to do. If you're a decent person, you wouldn't be doing that. So for me, I wouldn't go in Kaylee's chat. I wouldn't go on a live stream. I wouldn't talk to her. I want nothing to do with her, because she's not a well individual, and all she's doing is causing herself harm. And unfortunately, people going into a chat, and as much as some people take the piss, right, and I get it because it's annoying, the best thing to do is ignore her.
The problem is you ignore her and it just gets worse and worse. Like, she gets more bitter and twisted.
Yeah.
Like, it is a case of she can't cope unless she's getting attention.
Yeah. So ignore her. You know, don't give her the attention.
Let's think rationally, shall we? Do you think that's ever happened? Everyone's just ignored me. It's a bit late after you've fucked up someone's life anyway, isn't it? To just ignore them and just expect them to go away, like fuck them up and then just ignore them and then blame them for not ignoring you after you fucked up their life and they inconveniently didn't die or stay sectioned. You are so fucking backwards. You cunts are dangerous and should never have been allowed to be on the internet. I don't know how connected you are to what, where your money really comes from, but there will be a paper trail, digital footprint for everything. Common sense. I don't know what to... The fucking gaslighting, I mean, this is such a typical trait, and I hate to say it, but and I'll say, well, I have to be very careful about my words here, but I grew up very aware of gaslighting. Very aware of gaslighting. It's like it's ingrained into the psyche for understandable reasons, really, when you have an honest discussion about the psychology around certain things. And I think this is more a trait of character than a specific race of people. Same as the religion isn't responsible for the politics. Certain people just look for someone to blame, look for a cop-out, look for the easy way, look for somebody to exploit. That's just some people's nature. Satanists, as far as I'm concerned. People that think they're God of their own universe and that anybody else is just there to be used. That's just a horrible natured person, and they tend to club together, and that covers all sorts, from paedophiles to all sorts of unwholesome things. But you chose where to be. You chose to keep trashing my name, to keep meddling, to keep normalizing it to each other. How fucked up is that? How fucked up is that to try and normalize the dehumanization and targeting of somebody for so fucking long? For whatever reasons. Now, how did that happen? Was it all subliminal? Was it all something that just morphed out of I don't know what? Is it something that was absolutely instructed by somebody with a devious plan? I don't know. But we're like 3 years down. This is just, it's so fucked up. Helen's still, oh God, oh, I'm so angry. I am so fucking angry. Babs still running in now. Danny West still here now. Hey, Bab Marsh, I hope you're good. Still now, I mean, anyone knows. Sorry, I was going to sneeze. Anybody knows one person stalking or harassing anybody, that's a crime. Everybody knows that. If it was happening in front of, like in the physical real world, just one person stalking another person. Now, there's limited access in the real world for a start, and only one person. You're going to get breaks from that. Obviously, you never know. The whole point is it's a psychological thing, so you never know where it's coming from. They do say that stalking is murder in slow motion. I'm 100% understand that, but it is worse on the internet, especially with, you've got anonymity, you've got the sheer numbers, you've got duplication, so people who don't like you can pretend to be 50 people at the same time. You've got all of these unknowns that adds to what is already one of the most traumatic forms of oppression. It is, well, not the most, there's so many different, I'm not trying to compete at all here, there's so many different things. Actually, in fact, that's bullshit, because there's so many different ways to suffer, right? So it's yeah, no, I keep myself humble in that at this present moment on this planet there are people suffering a hell load worse, like especially physically, than I am. So I have to keep it in perspective, but it is what it is. This is so bad, this situation, especially from your point of view, from your fake comfort, you lot that are gamers and just sit in your rooms and don't ever go out and do anything, don't ever challenge yourselves, don't ever put your head above the parapet, don't ever sacrifice anything, get your McDonald's delivered and your games and whatnot, your life's comfortable. Michaela, you've got your husband doing it all. Rebecca, same for you. You just kept it's a really sad existence, if you ask me, a really sad existence, having to ever take care of yourself, but it doesn't leave much room for thinking or for empathy or for anything real, does it? It's a really, really sad existence. And to think that you would just literally, from your position of comfort, then deny somebody just their right of life, their right of their own voice, their right to retain their own work, their opinions, because you don't like what they're saying. So you just literally destroy a life, and then everybody affects other people, don't they? So what I choose to do with my life can affect hardly any people or loads and loads and loads of people. If my time is my own, we can all affect thousands and thousands and thousands of people positively all the time, especially now with the internet, that's limitless. We can all positively affect the whole world every day through the internet. That's a massive, massive, massive thing. We can all positively affect the whole world all the time through the internet. That's massive. Now, what you can also do is create them just immense harm. What you can also do by silencing one person, you can stop one person changing the whole world. Think about that. In this day and age, with what we've got access to, one thing can influence the whole planet. This is the concept of going viral. Things go viral all the time. You know, all sorts of things can go viral, can't they? So the right thing can influence the whole world. So by you shutting down one person, you don't know that that one person isn't the person that's going to save the whole world. What right have you got to ever shut down anybody's voice? You don't. And then for Onion Boy to make out that no solicitor would be interested in this concept. No. I think they might. I really think they might. Especially with everything that's happening legally at the moment. This is so bad. I want to try and get to the end of this, because how long have we got? Oh, still quite a bit. Right, we're going to get to the... Oh, actually, I'm going to speed it up ever so slightly. Make it a tad more bearable.
She graves, because then she'll just fade into the background. She probably won't. She'll probably still be there. But if no one goes on there, people unsub, but don't watch her. Just ignore her. I just think that's the best advice, because she's not well.
I went at least 8 months without even talking to her or saying anything.
Yeah, I know. I know quite a few of you did, AJ, but now, because everyone goes in the chat and you and Eric jumped on the live stream, it's pointless, because all you do is get Den booming over you, right? You get silenced, you get muted, and it's absolutely pointless, because she's getting more and more manic with every live stream she's doing at the moment, and I just think, stop feeding her. It's like having a junkie. You can't provide them with the access to drugs.
She sounded like she was either on drugs or drunk last night.
I am really, really struggling with this. I'm really struggling with this. Who the fuck are these creepy cunts just dismantling everything about my life all day, every day? This has already gone on for so many years by this point. This fucking Mandy turning up to have any opinion on me and my life when I've been dealing with these cunts already for so many years. I am so fucking appalled at so many women. I can't even articulate it. I can't. I'm disgusted. So fucking disgusted how especially mothers have ended up in a situation enjoying the schadenfreude along with fucking nonsense for years on end. You sick cunts. The shame on your poor fucking children. Vile, vile, vile pieces of shit.
I listened to a few seconds earlier and she sounded absolutely manic. She was speaking so fast, so agitated, and that's not good. So for me, just stay away, AJ. Let her waffle on. You've reported her. What she said about Sabina was the most horrific thing I've ever heard. People running with it is awful, and you best stop ignoring her again. Seriously. Absolutely. Okay. I'd die for my children too, to be fair. My children are my absolute life. If my children are around, I'm not on the internet. I don't pick up my phone. I might be on Twitter with Athena typing in messages. That's as far as it goes. And anyone who knows me will tell you that, because I just can't do it. My kids come first. My family come first.
This disingenuous piece of shit cunt Mandy Mosley from Birmingham. If my kids are around, I don't go on. Forget about all of the shit I create for my life and all of the trouble and everything that I create. That's what I actually do. That's what my motive is. If they're around, I pretend that everything's okay because I'm a really good mum. So I pretend when they're actually around, I pretend like everything's fine. But when they're not around, my true self comes out and I'm a sadistic cunt and I'm online with paedophiles trying to fuck up another woman's life. You're a fucking whore of Satan, Mandy Mosley from Birmingham. My explicit blessing, you fucking dog. No, that's an absolute. I don't know where that came from. I sounded like Arthur. Where did that come from? Sorry. No, that was wrong. That was wrong. No offense to dogs. I absolutely, this is again, influence is really bad. I don't know how that jumped in. No, I was going to say moose. Where did that come from? This is all just from conditioning, isn't it? How did that happen? We started insulting animals. That's not fair. No, you're a piece of shit. We can still say shit, even if it's animal shit. You're just a piece of shit, man. You're a piece of shit.
For anyone in their right mind, their children are main priority, and then family, then pets, and then anything and everything else comes afterwards.
To be fair, AJ, with some family members, I think my pets are probably more important because you can choose your friends, not your family. But that's how it goes. Unfortunately, some family members are absolute cunts. But for me, my priority is my children. Absolutely.
Right. It is very much with me. It's family, Chloe.
I feel so sick listening to these cunts. So sick. Excuse my language, but this is just the most disingenuous bullshit in the world. If you care about you just wouldn't be doing what you're doing. It is so much more than just pretending you're not on the internet when they're around, Mandy. The internet is just one vessel for your intention. It's actually, how dumb do you think people are? It's not like watching TV. It's not like I don't watch TV with my children. That's different. I don't disrespect them by having my attention diverted by the television. That is completely different than when they're not around. I'm actually meddling and scheming and fucking up other people's lives. That's a totally different thing to I watch EastEnders when my children are at school. That's absolutely just a completely different thing. You sick fuck. Okay, that's not going to wash whatsoever. Okay, I didn't choose the internet over my children. This is just where all the shit happens. Okay, this is where my reputation's been destroyed. This is where my character's been destroyed. This is where my voice has been stolen from me. This is where all these men are torturing me on a fucking conveyor belt, and this is the place where I can see who these cunts are. So what do you expect me to do? Where should I go, Mandy? Where should I go in the real world? I should get offline because it's my responsibility that all of these people are acting this way for a start. So I'm supposed to remove myself because nobody else can control their own behaviour. So I need to remove myself for a start. No, that's fucked up, isn't it? Just for a start. I mean, your logic's just so flawed. Your own behaviour is the fucking problem. What is your purpose? It's just going to come down to that for every single one of you. What has been your purpose online? A lot of people on the internet have got some content, have got something decent to share. Okay, I'm still not the biggest fan of people that are on the internet that can't see that potentially there's something really bad happening here as well, and people's attention are being just completely diverted away from all the really important things going on. But there is some really good work. Really, even entertainment, I'm just struggling with. If it's not educational entertainment, I do struggle with it. Just frivolous stuff I'm struggling with, but like plenty of stuff is really good. Like Dr. Campbell and everything that's developed around his channel is invaluable, you know. But generally speaking, like live streamers, what have you got to show for anything? Just gossip, gossip and opinion. Now, what is that really? When you've had the stage and you've had access to people, possibly been making money, whilst people just in other places really needed you to be speaking about their situation. Because if it were the other way around, surely if you were suffering like that and it were that there was nothing you could do about it, and you knew that all these people had all of this access to all of this technology that could spread the message, could organise, could get all the supplies that you'd need, could sort out the arms that's being sent over to create the problem in the first place. All of these things are within our control. So we've got all the technology, we've got all the infrastructure, we've got all of the protocol that we need, the procedure for everything. If we got organised to do it, we could do it. Like, how would you feel if you just knew that half the fucking world would do shit like mukbang, for fuck's sake? What? Do you know what I mean? Like, but I mean, at least that is still focused and not real. Like, yeah, sure, there's still a lot of harm, especially if they're eating meat. But that's not as harmful as the sort of shit you lot have been engaging in, like conspiracy to destroy people. That is so bad. You've used the internet that can be used for a million different things, the same like any other tool that's ever come along. You've used it, twisted it for your crimes, and then gone, oh, but that legislation doesn't exist yet, so the crime doesn't. No, the crime always existed. If you're harassing somebody, if you're causing alarm distress, if you're stealing from somebody, if you're silencing somebody, if you're exploiting somebody, any of that, they're all crimes. The concepts are still criminal. Just because trolling hasn't been written in as a solid crime yet, it doesn't matter. A massive element of trolling is harassment. That's a crime. You need to understand the law, but before you laugh at it, you literally need to understand how it actually works. Not just the litigation where you can play around with some words and manipulate this bit or that, but you need to understand the actual basis of law, its actual fundamental, the root, what it is there for, the purpose of it. It's there to serve the innocent and the vulnerable. It is not there to serve the greedy, the manipulators, the deceivers. It's not there to serve you. You cannot bend it out of shape. You can only bend it around those who choose to be ignorant of it. You cannot make it work for you around those who understand it. So all of the name calling, all of the stuff that you just seem to feel like is, oh, it's just not okay. It's prolonged, it's harassment, it's as simple as that. And that's what it's going to be acknowledged as sooner or later.
And then everything else after.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, bless Kaylee. Is she saying we're giving shekels again, is she? She can say what she wants about me, Jafar, on the live stream. I don't care. You know, she's irrelevant. She's Nothing to do with me. I do feel sorry for her because she's not well. I don't really care what she says on the live stream. It doesn't affect my life. It doesn't impede on what I do day to day. Couldn't give a shit.
No one's paid anyone to keep Kaylee quiet. To be fair, it's completely the opposite.
If you've got a multinational game, Babs and McKay, I hope you win it. If you've got one of the link-up games in the bingo hall, I hope you win it.
This anti-Semitic stuff, like freaking Kaylee's claims in recent weeks is showing that she's very much anti-Semitic. Whereas I don't see why anyone should be against any sector of society. The only thing that's real problem is governments.
AJ, most people live near in houses nearby with each other from every race, every religion, every culture, and everybody gets on. The problems are the elites, and governments. They're the issue because they're the ones who cause the problems. Most people don't give a shit. Most people like their neighbours. If you've got a bad neighbour, I feel sorry for you. I've got great neighbours, and most people that live in my road I've known since I was a kid. And we all get on and we all look after each other, and that's how it should be. We've got a great community here.
Yeah, my neighbours are excellent. Like, I can't fault any of my neighbours. They're all very good. Like, but then I don't really put myself in a position where I would annoy my neighbours. Like, whereas Kaylee probably has problems with her neighbours because of the fact that she's always screaming and shouting, and that's why she ends up with the police around hers over noise complaints.
Yeah, but AJ, how many people sit on here and scream their heads off at people, abusing people, and you think, what the fuck do your neighbours think?
You hear that? You hear it from Brian Hell and all them all the freaking time.
Yeah. I mean, the woman who lives next door to me, AJ, a few years ago, she had a breakdown like when the children left home, and I didn't particularly get on with her because I didn't know her, right? And she had a breakdown, she played loud music, and she was in the house shouting and screaming, and it was like, who's she screaming at? So I phoned the mental health unit and the police and her doctor. I went round and knocked the door, me and another neighbour, we had a cup of tea with her, we sat there talking to her, and she said, I didn't think anybody cared. And that killed me because she shouldn't have felt like that as a woman who was on her own now because the children had left home. But if I heard her screaming again, I would go around again and say, are you okay? And I check on her every couple of days and see her in the garden and speak to her. And she's lovely. But she had an absolute mental breakdown when her kids left home, and that was awful. But she was the only one I didn't particularly know because I didn't know her when we were younger. And she's now a lovely neighbour. But if she needs help, I'll be there. And so will everybody else who lives there. I mean, it's a little cul-de-sac, so it's quite close knit. But everybody here will look after her when she needs help. And that's to me how it should be.
To be fair, that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Like, I suspect that a lot of these people that come online, like freaking shouting and screaming all the freaking time, and they're doing it because they don't really have a social life at all.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but AJ, if you like me and you go to the pub a few times a week or go out for dinner a couple of times a week and have a good social life, you get called a raving alcoholic. I rarely drink. I might have the odd gin and tonic water when I go out, but most of the time I have a coffee or a soft drink. I don't drink a great deal. I never have them because I don't like it. But I go to the pub. My partner likes to beer, right? And I think he drinks too much sometimes, but that's his choice as an adult. But then you get this lot saying, "Oh, she's in the pub, she's an alcoholic." No.
They're talking about alcohol, like just because someone's come across a picture where there was a bottle of, well, they're claiming vodka. Like, I know of a picture with a bottle of whiskey, and I don't know about a picture with a bottle of vodka. But they've been running around saying because they've seen a picture with a bottle of vodka that I was pouring vodka down Sabina's neck. Freaking the madness that comes out of their freaking mouths. There's no way anyone could have forced Sabina to drink anything. Like Sabina wouldn't really drink apart from if we were to go out for a meal or something. They should have a glass while we're out having a meal.
Yeah, yeah.
Or Christmas special occasion, she would have a glass. But other than that, she wouldn't drink.
I drink occasionally. In my lounge, I've got a drinks cabinet. There's probably 100 bottles of alcohol on it. Vodka, brandy, whiskey, Southern Comfort, tequila, coffee tequila, flavoured gins, blah blah blah. They're all full because no one touches them, and it's like I'll give them away to people and go, yeah, I'll try that because they're never going to get drunk. And you know, people will come in my house and go, fucking hell, it's not of alcohol. Yeah, but it's all full. And I think the only bottle that's open is a bottle of brandy because I use it for peppercorn sauce when I make the sauce. That's it.
To be fair, my dad doesn't drink at all. So every time I go down to Cornwall and see him, he gets, because of the job that he used to do years ago, he gets at Christmas time freaking bottles of whiskey and bottles of rum, stuff like that as presents. So every time I go and see him, he gives it all to me.
Yeah.
I've got a cupboard full of spirits. 90% of it's never been opened.
Yeah, it's the same as mine.
Right.
I mean, some of the spirits on my drinks cabinet have been there for like 8-9 years. Easy.
Like, talking about freaking tequila, I brought a bottle of tequila last Christmas just gone, and I still haven't even opened that.
I mean, the one bottle of tequila on my side is a Patron coffee one that they stopped making about 3 years ago. You can't get it anymore. And my daughter bought it years ago, and she said she's saving it for a special occasion. Although when that comes, I don't know, because it's still full, it's still in the metal tin it was bought in, and not been drunk.
I've got a bottle of freaking wine in the cupboard that's from 1986.
Yeah.
Like, that bottle will never get opened.
Is that the year you were born?
Yeah, 1986.
Yeah, 86. Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm in my 40s.
Yeah, I know you're the same age as my son, aren't you? So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when my son was younger, the only time alcohol would be used would be if he was going to a friend's, and I'd come in and I'd go, so I like sauternes and I like dessert wines, so I'll buy them and keep them because I like them. Right? And I do open them occasionally, and I'd go in the cupboard and I'd be like, "Where's my bottle of sauternes?" And he'd be like, "Oh, it was in there for ages, Mum, so I had it." I'm like, just because it's in there for ages doesn't mean it's fucking yours. And he'd be like, "I thought you wouldn't mind." I'm like, "I don't mind." I said, "But I would like you to ask me first, to be fair." So now when he comes in, he'll go, "Oh, can I take this?" Yeah, of course you can. I don't mind.
Oh.
But when they used to open the cupboard and like 4 bottles of wine would have got, I'll be like, "You absolute arsehole." Because his mates would, when he was younger, like young lads will just fill a big bowl up with all the booze and pour it in, it tastes like shit. They used to do that, and I'd be like, "You just wrecking a good bottle of wine." So I wanted
I'm going to answer a question that Kaylee's got in the chat, and she's not going to like this answer. She's saying, why was I commenting on her streams when my partner had just passed away? Now, the reason I was commenting on your streams, Kaylee, when my partner had just passed away, is because you were slagging off my partner, and I was keeping my mind occupied, dealing with a degenerate that was harassing and stalking my partner.
But AJ, quite a few of us didn't know that Sabina had passed away until the day of the funeral.
Well, majority of people didn't actually know about it until after the funeral.
No, I mean, I saw the picture of the flowers that Danny bought and sent to the funeral, and I was like, shit. And that was the first time the penny dropped that Sabina had passed away. So I was like, fucking hell. And that was really sad. But yeah, people say, oh yeah, people were on live streams when Sabina died. Nobody knew.
Well, it was the family's wishes that no one would find out about it. So I had to carry on without giving away that Sabina had passed away until March.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you explained all that, AJ, in the hangout with me. To be fair, why you didn't say nothing and the reasons why behind it. You don't need to go into detail here. So yeah, I understood all of that.
Know the full reasons, but it was the family's wishes.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I'm going to go with the family's wishes over what people on YouTube think.
Absolutely.
By rights, I never had to tell anyone on YouTube that it even happened.
I mean, I remember being in the hangout with you, and I asked you about Sabina at the time, and she'd already passed away then. And a few people in the hangout were like, "Man, to leave it." So I was like, I wasn't in there for long anyway, and I was like, okay. It didn't dawn on me for a minute that she passed away, to be fair, AJ. And then when I found out, I felt an absolute cunt for asking you that day, because I was like,
how are you to know? At the end of the day, all you knew she was ill, so you were showing your concern.
Yeah, I know that, AJ, but it didn't stop me feeling an absolute cunt knowing afterwards what happened, that I was in the hangout saying, yeah, I Sabina, give them my best, blah blah blah. And when I realised it, I was like, Jesus.
I had months of people asking me about Sabina and how she was and stuff. And I just basically tried to either ignore it, I'd leave the chat, or I would give an answer like along the lines of not good.
Yeah, so, but I'm just saying why I felt a cunt when I asked you. Once I realised what had happened, because I was like, oh shit. And I said to Dina, I feel fucking dreadful.
And the worst part of it all, worst person really, was Kaylee and her constantly going on, oh, Sabina needs to leave me alone. Well, Sabina had died months prior.
Yeah. I mean, people need to learn to, everyone deals with things differently. And when you're asked by family, keep it quiet, don't want anyone to know for their reasons, which I understood, right, and they were right. But when you've got people sitting there accusing you of not being bothered because you were sitting on a lounge and putting the comments, it was probably taking your mind off it.
Yeah.
And dealing with it the best way you could, because we all knew after that it was bloody hard, and these assholes still going on about it.
It's literally a case of people seem to think that when you have a loss like that, that you're supposed to come offline, sit there and freaking sit in misery.
Yeah.
Like, how is that good for anyone? It's not.
It's not, because
you've got to keep your mind occupied, and you just got to carry on with life.
Yeah, absolutely.
They seem to forget that there's children involved.
Yeah.
Right. So at the same time, I had to keep strong for the children.
Absolutely, OJ.
If I was there breaking down and falling apart, how would the children have felt?
Well, yeah, they had to deal with it as well. So it wasn't just you, and it was fuck all to do with anyone else, OJ. You dealt with it. That was best for you, best for the children, best for Sabina's family, and fuck everybody else. That's my opinion. And that even includes us, because we weren't dealing with it, you were.
And to be fair, what happened after people found out online just goes to show it was the right thing to do, not to freaking let people know about it until
absolutely
for it to be. I think one of the most disgusting thing about the whole situation was the day that freaking the tribute video was put out. Some people showed just how low they were.
Yeah. OJ, it was shocking. The behaviour of people was absolutely shocking.
Right. I'm going to have to end the live because I've got a few things to do. I've got YouTube wanting a conversation as well at the moment.
I mean, I'm going to have to jump out with children.
And then I'm going to have to take Chloe for another walk because she's restless today again. She's running around the living room with a bloody tennis ball, chucking it in places that she can't get to.
That's why I've got cats. They can't do that.
She seems to do it. She'll come over, she'll look at me, and then she'll put it down somewhere that she knows that she can't get it back out of.
Because you've got to get it.
Thanks for coming on, Mandy.
It's okay, and I'll speak to you later, AJ. Okay.
All right.
Have a good day, and
I will.
All right, speak to you in a bit. All right, bye.
Okay.
Bye, everyone in the chat.
Bye.
has happened before. We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here. Take it easy. You take it easy. Quiet.
representation of the Red Queen.
You have to get out.
Modeled after the head programmer's Goddard. She'll try to deceive us.
I wouldn't advise this. Disabling me will result in loss of primary power. I implore you.
Implore away.
Please? You're all going to die down here.
Who are these 20 special
There's
children?
Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Sorry, I had the loop still on from the last song. I hadn't been paying attention to the chat for a really long time. I'm still actually trying to digest what I've just, oh God, there's too much. It's just too much from too many different angles. There's too many different people involved. This needs to stop. This really, really needs to stop. And we need to really think about what we're doing as a species here in terms of how we engage with one another and what's acceptable and what's not, what we can realistically expect our police to govern, and what we should really just be doing ourselves by just remembering what the law is. You, Danny West, you're so frantic. I've only read that last one, but it's just gonna. It's like why I don't bother reading DJs unless I just get drawn to one for some reason. Sometimes it just feels like there's a reason to read one. But with you, you're just doing the same frantic stuff that you've been doing for so long, and we've just got so much of you with Mandy, who we've just been listening to there. So Mandy is Kosher Mouse, not Kosher Mouse Club. Kosher Mouse Club is Athena. Athena still isn't known as anybody other than a voice that was only accessible via Lyndon Warden on Twitter. Now, if anybody else has had other contact with Athena over the years, still feel free to notify us. But as far as we know, still the only contact Athena's had with people has been via voice message through Lyndon Warden, which raises all sorts of questions. And we just heard there, didn't we, not long ago, Mandy say that she did run straight off to tell Athena about the course that she believed I wasn't doing because she'd determined that I was actually going to a physical place to do it. So she'd decided all on her own that it meant I was lying, and that needs to be passed around Twitter, no less. I mean, it's a bit weird, isn't it? Athena has been around paying people like Chris CFC for years, got on record, but loads of other people as well. Loads of other people have come and gone over the years around the movement, but Mandy and Athena were known for paying a lot of money. But silly bollock convid here, who is Danny West, was right in bed with them in the thick of it around the same period. Well, you were in the chat there, I think, weren't you already? They were saying, you are a well-known liar. To who, though? To who? Nobody, in fairness, nobody knows I'm here, do they? Nobody knows me. Nobody knows me. So, other than Jake, like, literally nobody knows me. I'm stuck in this situation. I was married too young. I didn't know my husbands. My husbands didn't know me. Do you know what I mean? That happens. I'm not saying it's right. It happens all the time, you know. So they've not known me. My mum, unfortunately, is in her cult, so never got to know me. So I've not really had anyone get to know me, and you know, yeah, there just hasn't been anybody. So nobody would know my character to really tell anyone about me, to be honest. And I think I don't think I'm the only person. I don't think a lot of people are known by a lot of people. Everybody's so caught up in their own stuff and traumatized and whatnot. I think a hell of a lot of people are unknown to other people around them, even if they are even living with people sometimes. You know, to everyone, line of who has ever come into contact with you, like, this is just so fucking insane, isn't it, that this is still going on at this point. Late August 2026, you are still going anonymously still, and all of you're absolutely flapping. Obviously I've missed loads, and all I can see that the emotions, that the emojis have been flying up. So am I Pongvid? Please say emoji. You're just all over the place. You're so frantic. It's really awkward to witness, but you are representative of how a lot of people are feeling, no doubt. So we will have to accept that this is what's going on. And what do you think, Danny West? I mean, we've tried over the years to see if you'd like to actually speak with your voice. So you're not speaking with your voice and you're not identifying yourself. At that point, you're the only person who's got those controls, but you're not valid until you do those things. Like, that's the law. You're not valid until you do those things. You're perfectly able to, should you wish to, if you want to be relevant here and you want to really enforce your opinion around us and want to be taken seriously, you have to have an ID. That's just the law. You can't be everything and be the boss and be in charge and get your say in and matter if you're unknown. You can't be affected. You can't claim that you're affected by anybody. It's absurd that anonymous people are crying about being stalked. Literally makes no sense, and the law backs that up. It's very easy to ask. Again, you've all got ChatGPT. You've all got access to the internet now. You literally don't need to spend any money. Oh God, she's wearing me out. Time for it. Yeah, well, again, the fact that you even still write sentences like that, as though you can't help yourself but be here. You're trying to tell people that you're not enjoying the experience, but you can't help yourself. That is pure drug addict talk. That's so fucked up. That is so fucked up to just keep telling somebody how shit they are, but you can't stay away from them for years on end. That is so fucked up. And there's loads of you as well. That is beyond fucked up. It's really creepy as fuck. Look at him. You are going to get so fucked up. Like, what is wrong with you? You'll just look, you keep doing what you feel like you need to do, you stupid cunt. We've got all the evidence we're ever going to need. And you are still, right up until this point, going to keep bringing my kids. Like, you are shit and only come to laugh at your lies. Again, like, you've not in all of these years been able to talk to a solicitor about whether or not it's legal to choose to do that with your time all day, every day, whether or not that would constitute harassment to the other person. All of these years, you've not been able to find 5 minutes to ask ChatGPT. You don't feel uncomfortable when other men come in and say, yeah, I'm just getting my kick, my schadenfreude, and then I'm off for the day. You don't find that weird? It's not, almost like coming in just having a collective wank and fucking, it's pretty fucked up, isn't it, what you're doing? You lot really, well, it's not pretty, it's well fucked up. It is just well fucked up. No, that never happened, though. Do you want to keep making these statements? And look, let's talk about who's a pussy. Let's talk about who's a pussy. Who are you? And I'd love for you to say that to me with an ID. You're not going to do that because you're an actual fucking pussy, and you're going to get known, and you're going to get fucked up because that's what you deserve, and you know you deserve it, and you know nobody's going to help you. Sorry if you can hear a Jill. I'm assuming they're going, I wonder if it's too late. Okay, no, we can hear her, so it's not too late. That was a Jill. That never happened. So why on earth would a grown-up man... So I've got noise cancellation, haven't I? So it's probably not as bad as it is for me. But why would a grown-up man choose, after a stream like I've just played, because you're in it, because it shows that you've been doing this for how many years? So now you've got nothing else, have you? You've got no other mode. You don't know what else to do with yourself because you have become this. It's what you've been doing all day, every day for so long. Doesn't matter what you call yourself for 5 minutes here or there. It's your behaviour. It's what you've been doing, isn't it? So here you are. Sorry, that is really disconcerting for me. I can barely hear myself. I don't know how bad it is for you. That's really loud and it is late. He's actually saying that as well. So this is a real live person who's been harassing me, gang stalking me, going on and on and on about my kids day in, day out, about my dead father. That was really funny, wasn't it? You and Mandy, who have just watched it, going on about my dead father. You're just so sick. You're so fucking sick, you sadistic, satanist, nonce cunts. You deserve to suffer with my explicit blessing. This is where we're at, because I'm under psychological duress. I clearly have been for many years. You're lucky that I haven't killed a lot of you already. So, like, what do you want me to pretend this isn't the case? Do you want me to lie? You're very lucky I haven't killed a lot of you. But the thing is, we're not sure who Danny West is, but we do know who Michaela Onyavosa of 7 Joan Crescent Eltham is. We do know who Rebecca Elizabeth Penman of Greenwich on Morocco is. And we do know who Helen James of Windsor is. And we do know who Barbara McKay of Southampton is. We do know who Luke Horan of Preston is. We do know who Brian Leroy Hansford there of Bridgewater is. We do know who Adam Lashbrook of somewhere in Lancashire is. We do know who Jamie Barnes of South Ockenden is. We do know who Clayon Millward of Greenwich is. We do know who Mandy Mosley, of course, of Birmingham is. We do know who Gary O'Brien from Birmingham is. We do know who, maybe we know who Daz is. We know his voice is very recognisable and he's just a normal guy from Wigan. We know who a lot of people are, okay, but we don't know who you are, Danny. So where are all the people with their ID? Babs keeps coming in and flapping out a little bit. Yep. Okay, but there's a lot of them aren't doing that now because they know better, don't they? Because accountability and all of that jazz. Yeah. So to call us pussies as an anonymous pussy is just, it's very, very weak. Very, very weak. And it's just not going to help all of those known people, is it, at all? So carry on if you must. I mean, it's sad, but carry on. Yeah, this kind of vulgar talk is just really helping the situation so much. Matthew, with the very recognisable face and that really creepy nonsense voice talking about me getting sectioned many years ago from the clip I played earlier. That was Matthew. I mean, look, what are all these people doing on here? That's Matthew. Matthew on screen there. How many years, Matthew? Keeps telling people that he knows me or he's known me for all this time and I've changed so much. I don't fucking know this creepy cunt. He's tried speaking to me a few times away from YouTube. I don't fucking know him. He may have watched me like the other creepy cunts that have watched. Does this mean I know everybody and I'm now somehow like... It's just, it's can you imagine how creepy and fucked up this is? Can you imagine how creepy and fucked up this is? All day, every day, no time off ever. Ever. So many women joined him. Pretty fucking sick.
Individuals who have actually been making, who give the impression of stalking and harassing these, still promoting this
conspiracy that they'd be involved in a sort of cult sort of thing is yourself and Kaylee Ironers, who I think is your girlfriend now or something.
So yeah, you've been mislaid. You've been misrepresented the truth here regarding what's occurred.
Right. At the end of the day, it's stuff which has been put onto the internet.
No, but I'm saying your premise, the premise of what you're basing your suggestions of misinformation is in turn the inversion of the truth. So there is this active. They were involved in child sexual abuse, trafficking, and the murder of small babies.
Well, that is your opinion, of course, and I respect your opinion.
No, it's proven. It's proven.
Well, the thing is there has been investigations, there has been court cases.
No,
I think
incorrect.
Have been
Sorry.
in court.
No,
I think you have been in court.
The evidence wasn't.
Stuff.
No, I was not charged with any any wrong intention. I was charged for only offending in the wording that I used against Ricky.
Okay, so let's put aside this debate of whether what has happened sort of 10 years ago. What is your position now? You know, everybody's had their chance, had their say, etc. about all this. What I want, from my point of view, as their representative, I want all mentions of Mr. Dearman and also his children to cease. You and Kaylee are at this moment in time the two key people throughout the world. I mean, there's been hundreds and hundreds of people on this sort of promoting this thing, but it's kind of like died down as things do. The circus has moved on, but you and Kaylee are still promoting this, and it's not giving the kids in this and Ricky Dearman any kind of peace. And I'm just asking you if you can.
But you're not listening to what I said. So you're asking me to what? Sorry, to cease.
I'm asking you to stop mentioning them.
Yeah, so you've just presented some incorrect points as well to say that every side's being heard. So the case was covered up in the private family court. It should have gone through a criminal investigation. The boy describes how he's seen pictures of his dad doing sex to him on his devices. He describes how his dad gives him white powder to sniff out of a big bag that puts it into a smaller bag. None of these points were addressed. The hair sample, which would have had those, went missing. The mother never saw the hair samples with that drug test. So there's just so many incorrectual points that you're making that you really need to go back to the drawing table and figure out actually who's telling you the truth.
I'm not interested in everybody's had their investigations. The police have done their
No. I just told you. It got funneled. It got funneled to a private family court. It did not go through judicial process to the criminal courts like it should have done.
There was a social services investigation. There was a police investigation in this, and both the social services and the police did not find anything to prosecute, charge, or do anything.
Incorrect. So you're either involved or you've been mislaid. You misrepresented the information. So whatever you want to do going forward, you do what you want to do, and you'll be held accountable along with the rest. So are you with an organisation, or is this just a freelance activity you're doing?
My company is called Castle Corbenek, and I represent clients like Ricky Dearman and the two kids. I've been appointed to deal with this.
Castle
Corbenek Limited.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I deal with creatives, yeah, and one of my clients is Ricky Dearman and also his youngsters, and I've been asked to deal with this. Now, what I'm asking in a positive spirit to let this go. So if you proceed to continue to post about Ricky Dearman and his children, then things are going to get more serious for you. In the situation of court action will be taken against you, plus there will be referrals to the police.
He would have done that already by now, mister. So you are being used or you are involved, one or the other. Which is it?
Their representatives. So,
but
I'm asking you to...
What does that mean? What does that mean? You're willing to lie for people and threaten people? Is that what you're saying? You're threatening me?
I'm asking you to stop mentioning these
Why
people.
are you not going with the truth, though? Why are you willing just to relay these incorrect statements?
Well, from my point of view, there's been 10 years for you and others to actually prove your case, and you haven't proved your case.
Yeah, we have. Yes, we have. It's not been refuted. The evidence is available. Yeah. Have you seen the medical reports? Have you seen how he says that his dad is best friends forever, BFFs, with Lewis Hollins, the school teacher, and the inconsistencies in the retractions, quote unquote, where the daughter, Elisa, says... no, my father's never met Lewis Hollins, doesn't even know him. And then this is the year 3 or 4 teacher, and then Gabriel in the same supposed retraction. It's meant to be a solid retraction, which has been verified by many ex-police and people who are very trained in children investigation, that these are impossible to coach that level, and they were not consistent, the retractions, whereas the allegations were totally consistent. And the boy, he said, yes, my dad comes down from Sheffield and stays with Lewis Hollins. They're really good friends or something like that. Like, he reiterates what they've already said in the previous disclosures of over an hour each, near an hour and a half. And then they are clearly sedated or under some sort of very heavy psychological pressure and intimidation. And they then make these very flimsy, non-correlating, non-full retractions at all. You have been misled, or you are... by the sounds of it, you're not involved, because you do sound too naive to it. But I'm telling you, 100% factual, that Ricky Dearman, bless him, I do not know malice, because he's obviously gone through something to become in this situation himself. But he is, sadly, a paedophile and involved in child murder.
I can only give you certain facts, and the first fact is there has been a police investigation.
No, incorrect. No, it was not a police investigation. No, it was a police cover-up.
Steve Martin was actually the head of that investigation.
Steve Martin, it got upheld. It got upheld by the Criminal Case Review Committee. No, sorry, the IPCC, the Independent Police Complaints Department, before it got changed to the IOPD. Suspiciously, because they upheld twice, once in 2015, once in 2016, that the interviewing officer appeared to lead the retractions. There needed to be further investigation, a full investigation, it stated, and the mother, Ella, my friend, has never heard back from the the IPCC. They changed their name to the IOPD, and they have ignored her, and we are going through every other process. We're dealing with the I won't give away all our information, but we've been pursuing this every single day for 10 years. This is a very high level paedophile cult, a generational incestual cult, and you are either involved, and you've made yourself involved now, and by relaying these facts just for money, just because you're being paid to work for somebody, does not wash. And like Henry Milner wrote in his book, there are no lawyers in heaven. I don't take that vein literally. Henry Milner is not very good appearingly involved, being threatened on us by other Satanist paedophiles in this cult. And also, this is coming. The justice is coming. So you either got to make a decision now. You either are involved or you get out of it.
Well, my point of view is that I'd like the stalking and harassment of Mr. Dearman and his children to cease. I have been appointed for 3 of these individuals. The youngsters have asked that you also cease to mention them. So I'm representing them as well. If they're now adults, of course. So if they're not under any influence of anybody anymore, they're doing their own things.
No. That's totally irresponsible thing to say. You think an adult can't be under psychological pressure, intimidation?
Well, they're not.
No, they absolutely are.
If there was any issues, they would have gone to the police themselves as adults. This hasn't happened.
That doesn't happen. That's not when you've been threatened with prison for killing babies and raping children from a young age. You are under immense psychological pressure. So either you are in the same situation, and I have utmost compassion for you, I feel for you, and I wish you all the best. I can continue this call as long as you want, but it's only going to go round in circles.
Yeah, well, it would be a waste of time, but you now know my position, okay?
If that's what you want to...
This stalking harassment must cease, otherwise I will take legal action and there'll be police sort of involved as well. So that's my position, and I've tried to resolve this diplomatically, in a friendly, open, transparent manner with yourself. We're having this conversation as a result, and it is frustrating that you are moving down a pathway where you're going to continue the stalking and harassment of my client.
No, you're projecting. You have called my sister to call me, to threaten me on people that if there was an issue, they would have gone to the police. They would have brought this up with the actual avenues of what we're supposedly doing. But because my court case, I was innocent on 138 posts out of 140 posts. I was innocent on a total whole charge of giving out leaflets at the church synod in Westminster with the named children, with the named father, with the named location and the accusations. They only managed to get me through fear, because me and my solicitor, we were too scared and too but at the time we were too, under the pressure and confusion of the whole situation, because it is bizarre. And if you aren't, let's just take it on face value that you're not involved. It is terribly confusing. I'll give you that. It is terribly bizarre. But that does not give you an excuse to lie about the facts in hand.
Well, all I can say, I thank you very much for contacting me and discussing this. My position doesn't change, and I'm sure your position doesn't change. I can only state what will happen moving forwards, and that's how we must leave it, I guess. You know, it's appreciated for calling me. You have my telephone number. You can contact me at any point, in the future, and I'm happy to receive your call. But I don't think we're going to be getting anywhere in this conversation today.
Interesting. Oh, well, we'll see where we go, hey?
Okay. Thanks so much for your call, Jake.
Thanks, bye.
Okay, bye.
Oh yeah, I didn't even try to I just took that as an opportunity to leave something for the eyes whilst that was on, while I had something to eat. I'm not going to try and read Harry Monkers. I might put it to AI and let AI deal with it, and for the sake of the record, just... But I have to read Pips, though. Yeah, it is going to be glorious with it. It needs to be sorted. It's just so always quoting the Bible and everything. I've just seen King James in it. These people certainly are on the highway to hell, driven by their egos. Well, mate, it's the same thing. It's fantasist projection, isn't it? Who needs to run around psychoanalyzing? Like, I know I've got it in my title, but it's because I'm in this situation of all these other people that have run around making out that they are the judge and jury on my life based on stuff that's been made up by nonsense in the first place a lot of the time. So this basically, YouTube created a kangaroo court, didn't it? And then it gave a load of wankers the controls. So it's just been a battle of having the law established in the court That's what YouTube really has been. It's been like a free. Where does court come from? It comes from humans engaging with one another and then having disputes. Okay, so we're supposed to use our words very sparingly for warning, for rejoicing, for communication, for collaboration, but not to abuse, not to create chaos, not to lie, not to scheme, nothing like that. We're not supposed to ever do that. There's no need to do that. We don't have to ever speak. That is a want of attention. People like this, the ego, this is a... shouldn't have to be explaining any of this. You never have to speak ever. You can always choose to not speak. That can be uncomfortable sometimes, and you can be in situations where that might even get you into trouble, but you can still make that choice. It's still a choice you've got to make, to just not speak. You do not ever have to lie. You do not ever have to, so, I mean, again, there are extreme versions, and there are times when, there are times when you are going to be under duress and in difficult situations to speak when you're not wanting to speak. But in terms of coming onto a platform to gossip 24/7, well, not 24/7, but between a gang of people, to make sure that there is a gossip stream engaged all the time for so many years, you don't have to do that. You don't have to be harming anybody else. You don't have to be silencing other people that did want to use their voices for the positive things that we're supposed to use our voices for. Because our voices are very important tools, and they guide our actions, they guide other people's actions, they influence other people's actions. And when we say we don't care, but we're going to silence the people who want to influence things positively, we're going to silence those people because we just want to gossip and tarnish their reputation and then do nothing of any worth to fill the space. Like, what? Man, they're just all fantasists. How can you have a Satanist and a Christian philosophizing about people they don't even fucking know when they've got teddies named after them going back 3 years as well? I didn't know that guy even knew. Another one. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine how uncomfortable this is? All these random creepy cunts I didn't know knew I existed. Never mind, I didn't know they existed. I didn't know that they knew. Well, God, obviously I didn't know they existed, so I wouldn't know that they. But can you imagine discovering all these people and then finding out they've got fucking teddies named after you? Do you know? That is fucking well. And it's not like I'm a singer or do you know? A singer. It's not like I'm a famous for anything. The sort of people that get the sort of, have teddies named after them. Do you know? They're so fucked up. So fucked up. All the bad attention, like all the worst bits you can get. I've got all the shit that you would get out of being famous, and none of the perks at all. Only all the bad bits. That's not fair. A workman is worthy of their hire. At least famous people get rich. I didn't get any money. None of it. None of the perks. I haven't got any holidays. Nothing. Just fucking teddies named after me and getting sectioned. Like, this isn't... I really got the short straw here, didn't I? Oh, mate. We need to really change the direction of what the internet's done. Yeah, so many creepy weirdos. Like, what the fuck? It is really, really bad. It's really bad. And again, it would be really bad if it was 1 or 2 or 3. And again, am I crazy for thinking that everyone was AJ for a little while? Is it that mad to think if you're getting the same sort of fucked up attention over and over again, that's got to be the same person? You don't get that many fucked up. Well, yeah, you do. You do. That's why suicide's not an option, because as long as the planet is still like this, I can't go anywhere, because this has to stop. This has to stop. It's so free. But it is what it is. It's clear. To me, it's very, very clear. There's only 2 sides now, isn't there? There's just literally 2 sides now. You're either on... There's no ignorance. You can't pretend, or at least once you've seen that there is this battle going on, there is a very real battle going on for good and evil. Call it what you will. But you are either for the children or you're not. You're for their future, the safety of their future, their well-being, or you're not. You're for good influence for our children, or you're not. That goes into everything. That goes into work, that goes into food, that goes into school, it goes into everything. You're either there to protect them and to literally really protect them. You're there to teach them the law, teach them how to protect themselves, how to arm themselves with the law. Not just life skills, but all of those things as well. It's a proper job to raise a human properly and to equip them with everything they need. Some people will never be able to make up for the lost time if it wasn't done properly. Most people won't. I consider myself to be really lucky to have seen the conflict that created so many issues where it wouldn't have been so obvious in certain situations, to be able to catch it, to be aware of it. I feel I've been able to. So a lot of the unfortunate traumas and triggers and habits and all the bad things, a lot of bad things that came not out of ill intent necessarily from my parents at all, just confusion, conflict, all of these things. That was just circumstance, but I managed to be able to recognize, I think, and be able to decondition. Despite all of the madness going on, I do feel like I've done a good job at deconditioning a lot of the bad conditioning, that not just from my mum and dad. I'm not saying it's all their fault at all, just from being on this planet and not being conditioned well as a child. So I feel like what I've been able to do for myself, I can help other people to be able to do for themselves as well at a grown-up stage of life. Most of this comes down to taking out any animal consumption or harm toward animal from everything you do. Not just your food, but just any harm toward any other sentient being is so integral to your own well-being. You can't understand that until you actually live that and do that, and that might be difficult to do in terms of having an addiction to food to begin with. Plenty of people will admit to the same difficulty, but you have to get past that. If you, from a selfish point of view, even if you've just not got compassion for the animals yet, you have to still break through that for your own well-being. There's just so many different reasons. You have to finally get to that point. You have to. There's no questions about it. As far as I'm concerned, that's my opinion. That you can argue if you want, but from my own personal experience and just from a deeper understanding, I feel like it's fundamental to eradicate, 100% eradicate any cruelty to animals, any other sentient being, any exploitation. So everything, like from what we're wearing to everything, we just need to make sure that exploitation is cut out, everything's exposed, that we never turn away, that we never pretend we didn't see, or just say, oh, I'll ignore it again just for now and I'll do it later, or all of those things have to be dealt with now, because when we're allowing something in ourselves to carry on and not be addressed, then we're also allowing things outside of ourselves to carry on and not be addressed. And that's harm. And every day, every second that there's more harm, there's a knock-on effect, a ripple effect, a reaction, a pent-up aggression. There's just more harm. And every day that we pretend that that didn't happen, or we don't go back and fix that one, as long as that person's alive, as long as they then go on to affect somebody else, it just perpetuates harm after harm, more harm, more harm, more harm. You have to go back. You can't pretend you didn't see it. You can't pretend you didn't do it. It doesn't matter how long down the line, that harm is still continuing until you go back and deal with it. You have to go. You have to, any little thing that you can remember doing that you know wasn't right, you have to go back and say sorry to that person. You have to. I know it's so personally now. I know that things can't be right until things are acknowledged and apologized for. It's not about money. It's not about compensation. It's just not about those things. It's just about acknowledgement. It's just about a recognition of truth, of how you've affected somebody, you know? Recognition that your choice harmed somebody else. Recognition of the after effect of what that harm has created for that other person's life, for other people in their life. Then realizing how important every little thing you do or say toward anybody else is, how it affects everything else then in their life and everybody else that they encounter. And then really how important every little thing we all do is all the time, because the environment that we're all in is created by all of our actions all of the time. We can't escape that. We can't pretend that isn't the truth. In fact, it is there in religious texts, in philosophy. It is so important how we speak, what we say. It's just so important for so many obvious reasons. There is no, it's just words, it's just hurt. There is none of that. None of that ever washed, ever. Imagine ever walking up to anyone in the street, ever, and trying to negate something that you've done by just saying, but it was just words. Like you would, because a lot of what we do when we engage with each other in person is still down to words and what we do in conversation, right? So that is still much of the basis of what comes from it. So a lot of the harm caused is still caused by words when we're in person. It's not always a physical altercation that creates a dispute. More often than not, it is words, even if you're in a physical space with somebody. But you wouldn't say that it didn't exist in real life. Say you had an issue with somebody face to face, like a bit of road rage or anything else, a dispute about anything that didn't involve getting smacked in the face. To say, no, that doesn't count because there was no physical element to it is just absurd, isn't it? Again, it's like the balaclava thing. Again, like I did a piece very recently on that you wouldn't downgrade a crime because you wouldn't like a burglary or something like that because somebody, or a mugging, because somebody was wearing a balaclava. That would not constitute a reason to not investigate the crime or to not take the crime as seriously. You know, like we have to start thinking more rationally and logically about the real life harm caused by the internet, and that we cannot give ourselves a buffer or leeway just because we want to, because we might have already fucked up, because we might have already taken advantage of these new buttons and facilities that we've got to be able to control other people that we shouldn't have any control over. We've taken advantage of something that was really unfairly put in front of us, which what do you expect? If you've got people that have had, again, I don't want to start sounding like I'm patronising people at all, but it is unfortunate a lot of the sorts of people that do end up in like heavy gaming and stuff like that are oftentimes people that would find more physical social gatherings maybe more difficult for all sorts of different reasons. There's very legitimate reasons for people to get involved in online worlds versus the offline world, and especially in this day and age with safety is just such an issue. Just safety, if nothing else, is such an issue. So it is safer, physically safer for a lot of people to engage online. That is a truth. You know, you can't pretend that that's not the case. But I've lost my train of thought a little bit there. I think the anonymity, is what I was going for again. How it's just created something that it's just so dangerous and can't be ignored. And it's created an atmosphere of people feeling like they can that's more where I was going with it, feeling like they can get away with things just because it's novel, just because you haven't got the the visual or the impact, you're not seeing the impact of the harm. Blocking somebody is so bad. Do you not ever think what happens to that person when I've just shut down their speech? Like, how frustrated does anyone ever feel? Like, how can you make somebody so much less than yourself? How frustrated do you feel when somebody shuts you up? Imagine being shut up for your whole life because that person, then that person, then that person, then that person, they all decided one after the other that they don't want to hear you speak, so they've got the buttons to shut you up now. So on the street, no one could shut me up. You can't actually shut someone. You'd have to actually. What would you have to do to actually shut me up? You can't shut people up on the street. You have to take it back to the street. You cannot just walk up to people and cover up their mouth. You have to be able to use your words to win an argument or walk away from it or have a fight or, do you know what I mean? You can't just put your hand over someone's mouth and they won't do anything. You will either get punched or there'll be an altercation, something will happen. Right? So you don't tend to do it. You don't take advantage of the fact that you can go and put your hand over someone's mouth, but you're going to get a reaction for that, aren't you? You absolutely can just go and put your hand over someone's mouth, but what is likely going to happen if you do that? You will get headbutted or you'll get punched or something will happen or they'll phone the police or security or something will happen. Somebody else will step in, usually. Well, maybe not so much these days, but would have back in the day, 50 years ago or so, would have done. The internet has just removed the recourse. And then putting a balaclava on as well. So putting a balaclava on and going and putting your hand over someone's mouth. And then if they dare do anything back, you phone the fucking police and getting sectioned. What? What? Think about what you're doing, please. You can't just silence me and then get me sectioned if I punch you. You come and violated me. You've stolen my voice. You've just burnt my books. Basically, this is what you're doing. So you're burning my books. You're putting your hand over my mouth. And then you're going to phone the police and try and get me sectioned if I punch you. Or if I call you a name. Think about it rationally, what you've actually been fucking doing. This is what you really need to start doing, because this is what your solicitors will try and explain to you. Well, let's think about this in real terms. What have you actually been doing here? The internet isn't, you can't just go, oh, it's the internet, so that none of that counted. No, the law applies. So let's think about this relative to the real world. What's actually going on? What are the dynamics of this situation? How does this relate to the physical world and the law that we've already established? That's what everyone should have been doing from the beginning. But again, YouTube should have been making that really fucking clear. That shouldn't have, because again, in school, we're not being taught the law. At home, we're not being taught the law. On TV, we're certainly not being taught the law. So really, YouTube really, at that point, should have been going, right, guys, we've got this whole thing going on, but we need to, right, this is the law. Make sure you know that and then go do your thing. That YouTube could have easily done that. It didn't. It went, right, we've made up some fucked up YouTube, some terms and conditions to confuse the law, and then we've given a load of cunts buttons to block out anyone else. What? Who did this? Why? They weren't thinking of, they were, or it's, well, somebody's head needs to roll. Well, it looks like already a few, again, look, karma's already going to do what it's going to do, so we are where we are. But, what else was I going? There was something else I was going to. Well, actually, I've got a few things still in the back there. What's the time? All right, I'm going to take a little break and just decide what I'm going to do now for the next chunk. I'm not 100% sure yet, so a few minutes.
fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense.
Hey, I know I play this one quite often, but Daz was in here again earlier, and I feel like it should be in the same stream as Adam and Brian and Mandy, just to give an idea. Oh look, there he is. But God, were you just sat waiting for it to be played, or had you already commented and I just hadn't seen you? Was that just one of those moments again? Were you literally just sat there waiting for it? You were 100. What do you mean you were 100% right? Did you just come along just by chance at exactly the same time that I played your video? That was freaky. That was really freaky. I hadn't seen him. Was he here before I played it? Because I didn't see him. Well, yeah, okay. Oh, he was. Oh, I didn't see you. That's it. I can feel you when you're there. I didn't even see you there. That was just like, right, I'm just going to play that for a second because you were in earlier and I just want it in the stream. Well, there you are again. So I don't feel like I needed to. I was like, I should interject and explain why, but there you are. So I didn't need to stop, did I? I just kept on playing it then. You're always there.
And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Bushman was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big gain. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Bushman was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice. Turn it off. Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you so
only do you
much.
do that,
You take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming
children,
to be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't go
attention.
and
That
report
is so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could just hear the end of this.
Doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's upon me?
Well, you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your
twisted
statements
you
really
are.
helped
You're
us
the one that
to get
started
a clear picture of this problem.
after he got
We
caught
wish
with all
you
those
well
images.
for your work, everything the best.
You're the one that's
even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
banned from being
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm looking forward to join you here again when I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what
And
happened?
always so welcome.
You want to put the record
know.
straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen, to the police station, what's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of satanic paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around
There
his
isn't a
area.
gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Well, Danny West,
not
Danny
India,
West, Danny-
not the other stuff, but me
Lyndon.
and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn at the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones, okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know I'm not.
And I know the other people
what's he done
out here, you accuse aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. Well, you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
what is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
For these nonsense? Why are you always making apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't like
Justin,
about
why are you making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sabine
Over people,
McNeil studied
telling
computer
answering
science
questions.
and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and
I'm telling you,
mathematical
Jake, if you
artist.
carry on with this,
In London,
give
she
me an
volunteered
address,
as a
I'll meet you at your
McKinsey
home.
friend,
I'll come
which
to your
is the
house, mate.
equivalent of a
How's
lay
about that?
legal advisor.
I'm sure you maybe would.
will.
Yeah.
I'll
The
tell you now,
process,
I
she
will
came
turn
into
up.
contact with victims
Me
of
and you,
sexual
the eye
abuse
to eye,
and
mate,
child
face to face.
abduction,
I don't
who
have
were
a
not
problem with
helped
you
by the
looking
justice
to my
system,
face
but
or
harmed.
showing me ID, and I'll
Sabine
knock the
McNeil
living daylights out of you.
No, you probably come round with some sort of
No, I
firearm.
won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating
No,
one out.
mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting
I
it,
am
bruv.
telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No,
calm.
none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more,
I'm
Darren
not
Williams.
exposing anything, Jake.
Darren Williams.
I'll tell you what, honestly, mate,
Darren
I am
Williams.
going to come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Little shit won't
We're doing
turn
this
up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way?
began to
What do you mean
publicize these
bullshitting all the
cases
time,
on the
running and
internet.
not actually doing
She
anything?
campaigned with
You're
great
full of
dedication
shit, man.
for
I
children
tell
who
you,
were
you
taken
are
away
full
from
of
their
shit.
parents by the state. And
You're the one.
You can do the right thing.
Banned from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, right.
raised this issue in the
I'll tell
European
you what, Jake,
Parliament.
come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah,
why
come
we are
and
here
meet me.
today.
I won't hurt
We
you.
are
Come to the
here.
police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're
I'll
clearly,
admire
you're clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
No, I'm not
individual.
very unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep
No.
bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No,
I'll
you're the
prove
one
it's not me.
abusing a
I'll turn
woman.
up.
You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing.
She suffered
Wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Asking somebody to go and
30
report their abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody
very
will go and report that.
You
and
are
you
shitting it.
are telling her not to.
So why do you abuse Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
What, the
work?
one that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the court and abandoned them to those people. I wouldn't abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
It's
just
right
one
through the
section.
video.
No, and that's totally in context.
Yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in
He
context.
is coaching those
This is
children.
why we
He
know you're a
hurt those
paedophile.
children. He
This is why we
hurt
know you're a
those
paedophile.
children.
Because you will not listen to the
hurt
reality.
Those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. No, legally, nobody knows about it.
No.
But that's his private home.
That's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christchurch, Yes, primary school and church.
And yeah.
And church.
Also,
And this HCC swimming pool. So Christchurch
school in Hampstead, primary school in Hampstead, Christchurch.
That bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Daz, I think you're gonna go down in history as like one of the literally the most pathetic pieces of shit that ever walked the planet. I mean, like for a start, there's no getting out of the clip that we played there. Other people are going to hear it, okay, and they're not going to care how many times you write what you think about me or what you think about Justin. What they're gonna see some demented Nazi cunt that is just there 24/7. You're to try so hard to remind other people of things from their past. I mean, some of the things are just complete fabrications and not even true in the first place. But even if they're things that are correct about some people's pasts, what does it say about, are you God? Are you God then? Because you know what the rest of us know about people like you is that when you're trying so hard to trip up other people and to show them up for their previous bad behavior or their previous sins or the previous shames, you're trying so hard to focus on theirs because you want to deflect the attention away from yourself. So that's why you try so hard to keep going on and on. So it's all of them as well. Like you all do it to Convid especially. You're threatened by him because he has done something bad in the past and he's not let it define his entire future. Whereas you lot are all stuck as absolute degenerate criminals, and it looks like you're set on being that for the rest of your lives. Convid's clearly not doing that, and he's appreciating nature. He's able to laugh, have fun. Do you know what I mean? He's not shackled by his previous sin. You're trying to shackle him with his previous sin, but he can't be shackled because he's already forgiven. If he's forgiven himself and moved on, then he's already forgiven by who it matters. Forgives him, like God, universe, decent people forgive people if they make a mistake and change their ways. That's how we're supposed to operate as human beings. But people that are too scared to deal with their own shame, their own mistakes, their own fuck ups, or are still caught up in something because they're addicted, they're dependent on it, they're getting kicks out of it, and they don't want to admit it's one of the gross things that you're not supposed to still be engaging in. Those sorts of people are going to go and try and pick up on everybody else's faults, whether it's current or previous or whatever, because they just want to focus on somebody else's faults rather than focus on their own. It's not waffling, it's basic psychology. You can run it through ChatGPT, you can go and ask a solicitor, a lawyer, a psychologist, whatever's relevant to whatever thing I'm speaking about. You are free to go and fact check what I'm saying. What I'm saying in public. You're free to go and fact check it. If you think what I'm saying is boring or irrelevant, you don't need to be here. If you think it's dangerous, there's a million different ways you know how to report and maliciously report so as well. So there's things to do other than just waste your time. That shows that you're the one with the problem, because you don't think you're benefiting from listening to me speak, yet you're here like a drug addict 24/7, even though you try and tell me that it's shit. So you're just like a drug addict that's not even enjoying the drug. And then we come to blah, 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 because you know I'm right. We've done this how many times? Blah, blah, blah is default for I've got no words, isn't it? That is literally 3-year-olds speak for I can't beat you in an argument. And then we give all of these cunts block buttons. And the world went to shit. Because sensible people were silenced. That's pretty much it, isn't it? Not even just the challenging voice is so important to everything. For everything. The second somebody thinks they've got all the answers, they're not only are they fucks, but let them be in charge of something, and that's a big problem. Look at Donald Trump. You know, you've beaten me every time. I mean, you've not even given your ID, you weird cunt. You're just so fucked, mate. Your voice as well, just so recognisable. It doesn't matter what your actual name is or what you even look like, because your voice is recognisable enough. Somebody's going to recognise you and go, oh, I know that cunt. Aren't they? That's going to happen for most of you at some point, isn't it? Someone that you've crossed, especially if you're... I'm sure most of you wankers have upset at least one other person in your lifetime. So all it's going to take is somebody that you've really upset to hear your voice and go, yes, I do know her. Send an email. Wouldn't be the first time either, would it? I did warn you that this would happen, you know. People get like, again, like Hoof, and although watching that earlier, it does sound like Hoof doxing him the next day may have been for personal reasons. They were slating him a bit, weren't they, in that that live? I mean, how dangerous is that? How dangerous is that? If you were in Brian's position and your identity is known to some people, wouldn't you be careful? They were very... Well, we are where we are with that lot. You're very well liked. Really? Okay, I mean, I'll take your word for it. People can and do. People very much do put on a false persona, don't they? The internet's been a bit of a... What would... It has been a bit of a little dirty weekend for some people kind of atmosphere about it. I feel like the sort of thing that they would never let anybody or talk about in real life, but indulge in happily. You know, it's just something that is in a space where other people can be harmed, especially if they can be targeted and be harmed, and then beyond that be influenced by it. Kids can be influenced by it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, I hate to do the stereotype thing, but Daz, you do sound exactly like a nonce. Like, if I don't believe that you are, well, again, you may pull off a completely different persona, and again, like sticks with like, doesn't it? So you may well be liked by a load of nonces. That doesn't mean that this is where Team Alex, legally, yeah, you might feel secure with your numbers on the internet, but when it comes to credibility and reputation and that group in particular, the benefit that you may feel on the internet, I'm not sure is going to transpire into real life with professional and serious people, especially like legal professionals. You know, it's that the law is, a court is not YouTube, and the law is not YouTube's terms and conditions. Okay, and ultimately that's where the reality for a lot of people will be. Whether you're there or not, you know, like judgments can be made. And it depends specifically what we're talking about, but just in general, people have just completely mocked the notion of the law. He studies law around the gang stalking. He actually studies law. Do you study the BOPS style law? And you help? Yeah, I've heard about you helping. Yeah, everyone can do a bit of mechanic. Again, doesn't mean that you're completely lacking in knowledge or intellect or ability to do 1,000,001 things. That is not dependent on you not being a Nancy troll. People do it all the time. In fact, many paedophiles do just go about their daily life, and you would never know until they're caught out. You know, murderers the same. You know, rapists the same. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't necessarily know. So that's not what it's like. I can only tell you what you present as to me. That's the thing. I can only tell you what you present as to me. You don't ever need to be around me for me to ever give you my opinion on who and what I think you are. And you're the one that can prove who you are. And you're the one with the vulgarity and the venom and the ill intent, and you're the one who's stalking me 24/7, and you have been for very many years, and you're one of very, very, very many people. So my patience is definitely gone. I'm under like psychological duress. I've got no issue telling you that I'm happy for you to get killed if necessary. If you can't sort your shit out, I'm more than happy for you to be taken out, however necessary. If that means somebody kills you, I'm happy, more than happy. No issues at all. And again, you can go and tell the police, that's fine. You can let them know why. I won't pretend I didn't say it. It's fine. I'm literally ready for you to be murdered if necessary. Okay? I don't think it is necessary because karma will sort it out. But I'd be okay if that just happened to happen. I'd be more than all right with it. Because I'm under psychological duress, and I have been for very many years now. Okay? And I'm just done. All right? That's just where we are. It's not a threat or anything. I'm just more than happy for you to be taken care of now. So... No, it's not projection, though. I can't handle you. I don't need to handle you. You're stalking me. You're an anonymous creepy cunt, okay? We're going to do the things that we need to do. But if, in the meantime, anything else needs to happen, then it needs to happen. And I'm okay with it. Do you know what I mean? You're deciding to be here 24/7 still at this point. And I'm just out of patience. I'm out of patience. And you deserve to be tortured, really. You actually deserve to be tortured. And I'm all right with that as well. It's just whatever happens, happens. But the main thing is that you're stopped, you know. And if that means you need to be killed, then okay. Like, I don't know. I've told you I don't beat around the bush or mince my words. So I'm not projecting. I'm really not projecting. You've had years and you can't stop yourself. So hopefully the police will do something. If not, then I am fine with whatever else needs to happen, whether it's a tree or a machete, or I don't mind. Don't mind.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Becca.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Press release. Joint Leaders Statement on the E1 West Bank Settlement Plan, the 20th of August, 2026. Joint statement from the leaders of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, the European Commission, the Netherlands, Canada, Norway, Australia, New Zealand, Sweden, Belgium, Spain, Austria and Greece on the E1 West Bank Settlement Plan. From Prime Minister's Office, 10, Downing Street and the Right Honourable Andy Burnham MP. Published the 20th of August, 2026. Last updated the 21st of August, 2026. See all updates. The Israeli government's decision to publish construction tenders for the E1 settlement project is unacceptable. The international community has long opposed this settlement expansion and has voiced their grave concerns privately and publicly. The E1 settlement will undermine the prospect of the two-state solution by driving a wedge through the West Bank and harming the territorial contiguity of the Palestinian territories. International law is clear that Israeli settlements in the West Bank are illegal. This is the position of the international community reaffirmed by the United Nations Security Council. At a time of grave instability in the West Bank with unprecedented levels of violence by settlers against civilians, and serious restrictions on the Palestinian economy, this decision is even more concerning. We urge the government of Israel to retract these plans immediately and end its expansion of settlements in the West Bank. Not only will they take us further from peace, but they further undermine Israel's international standing. Businesses should not consider bidding for construction tenders. They should be aware of legal and reputational consequences, including the risk of involving themselves in serious breaches of international law. We reiterate our commitment to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the two-state solution. We will continue to act in its interest.
I think they're just getting us all confused into the same person now, I think, aren't they? Oh, they're just all their spamming nonsense is just merging into one entity. Daz, do you want to just take a breather? You're spurging. I'm the Suffolk one. I think you've been reading too many of Alex's posts. Oh, damn. I mean, you can't blame him. It is pretty much getting ingrained into people's heads thanks to Alex, isn't it? The Suffolk stalker. Weird bastard. Daz, in all seriousness, this isn't normal whatsoever. You know it's not normal whatsoever. There isn't anybody else now. Notice that AJ didn't turn up at all for this stream. It was his stream. Notice I didn't get a strike. See all the massive changes in dynamics of what's actually happened. I haven't got a tirade of abuse. They're kind of one at a time, but it's even like they must even know themselves now. If there's like 2 or 3 of them, it's just so ridiculous, the whole thing, isn't it? Whether or not anybody else is calling them out, but I mean, even if there are now, we've got a few people that will just be counteracting. So where it's gone from me being targeted by what may seem like 20, 30, 40, it depends who's multiple accounts, and to a degree sometimes just be over exaggerating in your own minds because you're trying to make sense of everything that's going on. It's also dramatic, but a hell of a lot of people constantly, and it's just not happening anymore. I've now got, look, it's totally lost the plot. I'm Suffolk. I'm in Suffolk, you weirdo. What is wrong with you? Why are you doing that? Who are you trying to impress with? Daz, listen, who are you trying to impress with pulling up anyone's past? But like by constant, you're right. When somebody learns something about somebody, you can only learn it about them once. After that, you are trying to weaponize it, and it's clear as day to anybody else, right? So you can only shock somebody with the information one time. Once anybody knows the information that you're telling them, the impact's gone, but all you're doing is showing how obsessed you are with trying to dehumanize and belittle that person. So automatically, that person is going to ask, well, what is it you're trying to shut down about that person? They're automatically going to say, well, that person's probably got something relevant or something that's made you feel uncomfortable. So what is it with you that makes you uncomfortable with them being heard or being taken seriously, you know? What have you got to gain by bombarding anybody else with history about somebody else? He literally is, isn't he? He's completely lost the plot. And yeah, Daz, I'm not going to waste any more time stating the obvious around this situation now. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just missing the party somewhere. But I feel, Daz, that it's really quietened down a hell of a lot. I mean, Luke, where's all Luke's? I mean, for what was going on in his head when he was treating me like shit along with a load of Nancy bastards, and, you know, just what was going through his head when he was just literally giving the okay for entire groups of people to just be... He mocked it. He fucking mocked it. The sick cunt, they mocked it. Wendy mocked it. They all mocked it. Banksy mocked it. Michaela platformed them mocking. Tommy fucking Robinson mocked the pager situation. Literally mocked slaughter of innocent people. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Tommy Robinson, Bab's fucking hero. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Sadistic, so sadistic, and dread to think. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna, I think, play an Alex thing before I finish up. But yeah, Daz, I don't know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say other than repent for your own sake. You know that you're wrong. You know that the behavior itself, what you're doing, is harassment. It literally doesn't matter the content anymore of what you're saying. The intent to know and the capital letters aren't going to change reality either. You don't get to chase people around as a gang and then make them the aggressor because they didn't die or suffer enough and go away. All these statements. Oh, actually, yeah, no, I won't say that out loud, but I just thought of something there that would be interesting. Yeah, he needs help. So many people. Well, YouTube needs to take responsibility for what the fuck they've helped create here and help become part of the solution to this problem. Oh God almighty. They're just the cringiest gang. Whoever thought that hanging out with Mouse would be cool in like 5-10 years time? Sparkle, Helen. Fucking hell. So tragic.
The balaclava problem, when online anonymity becomes a shield for criminality. There is a fundamental problem in the way criminal behavior on the internet is often approached. Anonymity can become an unofficial shield against enforcement. The problem is not that anonymity exists. There are legitimate reasons why people may wish to remain anonymous online. Victims, whistleblowers, vulnerable people, political dissidents, and ordinary members of the public may all have legitimate reasons for protecting their identity. The problem arises when anonymity is used deliberately to facilitate wrongdoing, and when the fact that somebody is anonymous subsequently becomes a reason why nobody is prepared to investigate what they have done. That creates a very dangerous inversion of responsibility. Imagine somebody committing a crime in the physical world while wearing a balaclava. The police would not ordinarily respond by saying, "We cannot see their face, therefore there is nothing we can do." The balaclava would be recognized as an investigative obstacle, not as a defense to the underlying crime. Yet this can be remarkably close to what victims experience online. Someone can create an anonymous account, impersonate another person, threaten somebody, repeatedly harass them, stalk them, publish malicious allegations, coordinate abuse, interfere with their employment or reputation, or engage in other potentially criminal conduct, and when the victim reports it, the immediate obstacle becomes, who is this person? If the answer is I don't know, the matter can sometimes appear to fall into a gap between policing, civil law and platform moderation. But that is precisely where the problem begins. An unknown offender is still an offender. The identity of an offender is an important part of an investigation. It is not, however, the definition of whether an offense has occurred. The correct sequence should be, what happened? Is what happened potentially criminal? What evidence exists? What investigative steps are available to identify the person responsible? It should not effectively become, we do not know who did it, therefore we cannot do anything. That would be an extraordinary principle to apply anywhere else. If a person breaks into a house wearing a balaclava, the fact that they have concealed their identity does not transform the burglary into a civil dispute. It does not make the victim responsible for identifying them. It does not give the offender immunity. The concealment of identity simply makes the investigation more difficult. Online crime should be approached according to the same fundamental principle. Anonymity can compound harm. There is another important factor. Anonymity does not merely make an existing offense harder to investigate. In some circumstances, it can increase the likelihood, frequency, and severity of harmful behavior in the first place. A person who believes that they cannot be identified may perceive the consequences of their behavior as substantially lower. That changes the risk calculation. A person who would never walk up to a stranger in the street and repeatedly threaten them, publicly accuse them of serious wrongdoing, follow them, contact their family, interfere with their livelihood or encourage others to abuse them may nevertheless behave in exactly that way behind an anonymous account. The screen does not remove the behavior. It removes the immediate visibility of the perpetrator. And when anonymity is combined with the perception that law enforcement will not investigate unidentified offenders, the result can be a particularly dangerous feedback loop. Anonymity, perceived impunity, increased behavior, greater harm, greater difficulty, identifying the perpetrator, reduced enforcement, further perceived impunity. That is the cycle that needs to be broken. The victim should not become the investigator. There is also an important question of responsibility. A victim can provide screenshots, URLs, usernames, dates, messages, recordings, witnesses, and other evidence. They can preserve information and report what has happened. But it cannot be reasonable to place the entire burden of identifying an anonymous offender upon the victim and then conclude that no crime can be investigated because the victim has been unable to identify the person. That would effectively create a class of offenders for whom the first stage of criminal accountability is outsourced to their victim. The internet makes that particularly problematic because platforms may hold information that an ordinary member of the public cannot access: account registration information, login records, IP information, device information, timestamps, and other technical evidence. Whether such information can lawfully be obtained will depend upon the circumstances and the applicable legal processes. But that is precisely why investigative mechanisms exist. The question should be whether the available evidence and legal powers justify investigation, not whether the victim has somehow managed to unmask the anonymous offender themselves. The police have an important role in closing this gap. This does not mean that every anonymous account should become a police matter. Nor does it mean that anonymity itself should be treated as evidence of criminality. It means something much simpler. Anonymity should never be allowed to become a reason for automatically downgrading potentially criminal conduct. Where there is credible evidence of an offense, the fact that the perpetrator is unidentified should be treated as an investigative challenge. Indeed, there is a strong argument that repeated anonymous offending should be treated as a particularly important investigative problem, because anonymity can make offending easier to repeat, harder for victims to escape and harder for conventional deterrents to reach. The appropriate question is therefore not, can we identify this person immediately? It is, what evidence exists, what offense may have occurred, and what proportionate investigative steps are available to establish who is responsible. That is a very different approach. The platform cannot simply become the new blind spot. This also brings social media companies directly into the discussion. Platforms provide the infrastructure through which anonymous accounts operate. That does not make platforms responsible for every unlawful act committed by their users. But it does mean that platforms occupy a crucial position in the accountability chain. If a platform permits a person to operate anonymously, it must also recognize that anonymity creates particular risks. The principle should be straightforward. Privacy for legitimate users, accountability for unlawful conduct. Those principles are not contradictory. A person can be anonymous to the general public while still being potentially identifiable through lawful investigative processes. That is the important distinction. The answer is not necessarily to abolish anonymity. The answer is to prevent public anonymity from becoming investigative anonymity. An offender may conceal their identity from their target and from the public. That should not automatically mean they become unknowable to every institution capable of investigating serious wrongdoing. Evidence preservation becomes critical. This is why the preservation of digital evidence matters so much. Online abuse can disappear in seconds. Accounts can be deleted. Posts can be edited. Usernames can change. Content can be removed. Entire accounts can disappear. If the consequence of anonymity is that the evidence required to identify an offender is allowed to disappear before anybody takes the complaint seriously, the system has effectively created its own investigative dead end. The response should therefore be capable of recognizing patterns rather than treating every incident as an isolated piece of unpleasant internet behavior. A single anonymous message may be insignificant. Hundreds of anonymous messages, multiple accounts, repeated targeting, impersonation, coordinated activity, threats, publication of private information, persistent unwanted contact or a sustained campaign against one individual are an entirely different evidential picture. Persistence and pattern matter. We need to stop confusing anonymous with unaccountable. This is ultimately the conceptual mistake that needs to be corrected. Anonymous does not mean harmless. Anonymous does not mean civil. Anonymous does not mean unverifiable. Anonymous does not mean impossible to investigate. And anonymous certainly should not mean immune from criminal law. The internet has created an environment in which a person can conceal their physical identity while simultaneously having an enormous ability to affect another person's life. They can reach thousands of people. They can publish allegations permanently. They can repeatedly contact a target. They can mobilize others. They can impersonate people. They can create multiple identities. They can destroy or manipulate reputations. And they can potentially do all of this while remaining invisible to the people being harmed. That is an entirely new enforcement challenge. It cannot be solved by pretending that the identity problem does not exist. The principle should be simple. We should establish a much clearer principle for online policing. If anonymity facilitates suspected criminal behavior, anonymity is an investigative problem, not an exemption from investigation. The more difficult an offender makes themselves to identify, the more important it becomes that appropriate investigative mechanisms exist to establish their identity. The police should not be expected to investigate every unpleasant anonymous comment on the internet. But where there is credible evidence of potentially criminal behavior, persistent targeting, threats, stalking, harassment, intimidation, fraud, malicious communications, impersonation or other unlawful conduct, the fact that the perpetrator is anonymous should not be the point at which responsibility disappears. A balaclava does not make burglary legal. A concealed face does not make assault legal. A hidden identity does not make threats legal. And a username should not become a digital balaclava that places an offender beyond accountability. The challenge for modern policing is therefore not simply to ask whether an online offender can immediately be identified. It is to ensure that when there is evidence of a potentially criminal act, there is a meaningful pathway from the evidence of the conduct to the identification of the person responsible. That is the missing link. And until that link is properly recognized, strengthened and used, anonymity will continue to function not merely as a feature of the internet, but in the hands of people deliberately abusing it as an instrument for impunity.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children. She's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
After a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany finally in 2021 that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big gain. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany finally in 2021 that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 2021 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice.
Turn it off.
Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you so
only do you
much.
do that,
You take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming to
children,
be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't go and
attention. That
report
is so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could just hear the end of this.
Doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's upon me?
Well, you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your
twisted
statements
you
really
are.
help
You're
us
the one that
to get a,
started
a clear picture of this problem.
After he got
We
caught
wish
with all
you
those
well
images.
for your work, everything the best.
You're the one that's
even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
banned from being
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm looking forward to join you here again when I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what
And,
happened?
You're always so
you meet
welcome.
me and stuff. You want to put the record straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen, to the police station. What's going to happen to you? Yeah.
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of satanic paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around his
area. There isn't a gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester.
Well, Danny West,
not other stuff, but me and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn at the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones, okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know I'm not. And I know the other people out here, you accuse aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. Well, you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
what is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
For these nonsense. Why are you always making apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't like about
Justin? Why are you making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sabine McNeil studied computer science and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and mathematical artist. In London, she volunteered as a McKinsey friend, which is the equivalent of a lay legal advisor.
I'm sure you maybe would.
I tell you now, I will turn up.
Contact with victims of sexual abuse and child abduction.
I don't have a problem with you looking to my face or showing me ID, and I'll knock the living daylights out of you.
No, you probably come round with some sort of firearm.
No, I won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating.
No, mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting it, bruv.
I am telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No, none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more, Darren
I'm not
Williams.
exposing anything, Jake. I'll tell you what, honestly, mate, I am going to come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Shit won't turn up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way? What do you mean bullshitting all the time, running and not actually doing anything?
She campaigned with great dedication for children who were taken away from their parents by the state.
You can do the right thing. Banned from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Raised this issue in the European Parliament.
Jake, come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah, come and meet me. I won't hurt you. Come to the police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
No, I'm not very unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No, you're the one abusing a woman. You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing. Wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Somebody to go and report their abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody will go and report that. And you are telling her not to.
So why'd you abuse Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
the one that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the court and abandoned them to those people. I wouldn't abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
it's
just
right through the video.
No, and that's totally in context.
Yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in context.
Is coaching those
this is why we know you're a paedophile. This is why we know you're a paedophile. Because you will not listen to the reality.
Those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. No, legally, nobody knows about it. But that's his private home.
Yes. That's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christchurch Primary School.
Yes, Christchurch School and church.
And yeah.
And church.
Also,
and this HCC swimming pool.
So Christchurch
School in Hampstead. Primary School in Hampstead. Christchurch. School in Hampstead.
Is that Hampstead or Hampstead Heath?
Hampstead.
Yes, Hampstead.
And
W3. And next one was probably it took place in the church itself. What's the church called?
Church is just next door to the school. It's actually like.
What is it called? Church.
Christchurch.
Okay.
Christchurch. And it's located on Christchurch Hill.
Just next to the school.
On that chat.
Yeah. And and that's still NW3.
NW3, exactly.
Okay. And I think I heard about McDonald.
Alisa. Yeah. What is the address? What's his address?
15 Angel. Yes, but it's since it's 16 Angel Road.
Yeah, again, you're just not helping your case whatsoever. AI works on the available information, Daz. That's the whole point of how severe this defamation and I took the comments off the screen. How severe this overall defamation and harassment is. It's been non-stop. So you've erased all truth about me between you, and now all that's available to AI is all of the smear and the bullshit that you've all put out for all of these years. This is why the case is so big. This is why I've got such a strong case against YouTube, and now you're just literally just reaffirming, if that is even the case. I mean, it's again, this is just how dumb it is. I interact and work with AI all day, every day, so it's just not a personal thing like that, is it? It's taking information that's out there with my name attached to it, which is the defamation. So myself and AI are engaging all day long, and it's not handed me into the police or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? It's so ridiculous what you're doing. But if that is the case, did you say you're posting it? Yeah, you're going to show this response. So you're going to show what you've entered in, and you're going to show what it's responded. All of that, yeah. That's fine. And then we'll just take it back to AI, ask it for it, where it's got the information from, and take it from there, won't we? I mean, that would be, if you were sensible, that would be what you would do. You'd ask it where it's got its information from. And then you go, oh, look, a legitimate source said so. But all it's going to have got is the information available from you lot, because you've erased me and the truth about me. You've just literally got a fucking website, the nonsense streams, the bullshit posts, the updates, do you know what I mean? The fucking hoaxed it, all of that. That's the information pool that ChatGPT will be working from. And that's the entire point of the crime that you lot have committed, erasing the real person and then just destroying the reputation. That's exactly what the problem is, Daz. So, I mean, I don't know why you're jerking off over there in the chat like you've discovered something amazing, if you're literally just saying that it's that bad that ChatGPT is just regurgitating what you lot say. Well, I mean, I wouldn't expect, what else would I expect? Is that supposed, I don't know, is it supposed to break my heart? But if you go asking for information, and I'm fully aware of what you lot have done to me. I know the situation that I'm in. I know that you've erased the real me and that there's been all these fucking nonsense and smear rats just filling the airways with bullshit about me. So what would I expect? AI went public before I did. You're asking AI to gather information on a name which has been absolutely defamed for years, and then you finding it hilarious that AI would pull up the information that's been left by all of these cunts. And that's hilarious, is it? That my reputation, you're finding it hilarious again, yeah? You're finding it hilarious again that the shit that's come out of AJ's mouth have been repeated by whores like Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, Michaela Onyavosa of 7 Joan Crescent, Eltham, Helen James, Windsor, Barbara McKay, Southampton. So all the shit that's regurgitated, that's what AI can pick up, and you find it hilarious. The best laugh you've had in years. And this is what obsession looks like. Yeah, this is what obsession looks like. You're here 24/7 to laugh at me because the shit that you lot have dedicated your lives to spreading about me, that's all you do with your time. Kaylee, it's made me famous. You are just so... Carry on, Daz. Just carry on. I mean, look at this sickness. You just are the poster boy of nonce at the moment, as far as I'm concerned. He's just beyond a weird. He literally is a nonce, like as much as you could imagine a nonce to sound, a nonce to behave, the way he's flapping, the literally having a wank because he reckons ChatGPT has repeated their bullshit about me, literally getting off on it here to who I will, and thanks for the permission, doing exactly what we, yeah, you're just so fucked. The thing is that I'm not even, there's just no stress to be had because you're so recognizable and like you've just pushed it so far. I don't think even any police anywhere would even listen to, you know, like I think they would agree you just need to go. Most normal police, I think, if they've got children especially, you're just one of those that would be best to not see or hear at all. Just so sick, and this is just so worrying. The sick fucks like this are out there waiting for our children. He needs to be taken out, eliminated, like properly eliminated. Never to be seen again, never to be heard again, never to bother anybody again, never to be a threat to a child again, never to be a threat to any innocent again, never to fucking stalk me again. He needs to suffer, really, really suffer, so then the others learn that this is not okay. It's really, really not okay ever. He needs to be tortured to death.
Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jay.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you so
only do you
much
do that,
you take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming to
children,
be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't go
attention.
and
That
report
is so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could just hear the end of this.
doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's
Even
upon me.
While you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your statements really helped us to get a clear picture of this problem. We wish you well for your work, everything the best.
You're the one that's
even in your retirement, you're taking action. Yeah. Thank you for your great educational work. We love you.
Under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm looking forward to join you here again when I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what happened?
I was so welcome.
You want to put the record straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen, to the police station. What's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of satanic paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around his
isn't
area.
A gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Well, Danny West,
not other stuff, but me and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn to the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones, okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know I'm not. And I know the other people out here, you accuse aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. Well, you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
what is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
For these nonsense? Why are you always making apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't like
Justin,
about
why are you making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sabine McNeil studied computer science and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and mathematical artist. In London, she volunteered as a McKinsey friend, which is the equivalent of a legal advisor.
I'm sure you maybe
will. I'll tell you now, I will turn up.
Contact with victims of sexual abuse and child abduction
I don't have a problem with you looking to my face. I'll show you my ID and I'll knock the living daylights out of here.
No, you probably come round with some sort of
firearm. No, I won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating.
No, mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting it, bruv.
I am telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No, none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more, Darren Williams.
I'm not exposing anything, Jake.
Darren Williams.
I'll tell you what, honestly, mate, I am going to come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Shit won't turn up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way? What you mean bullshitting all the time, looking and not actually doing anything?
She campaigned with great dedication for children who were taken away from their parents by the state.
You can do the right thing. You from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Raised this issue in the European Parliament.
Come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah, come and meet me. I won't hurt you. Come to the police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
Oh no, I'm not very unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No, you're the one abusing a woman. You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing. Wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Somebody to go and report their abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody will go and report that, and you are telling her not to.
So why do you abuse Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
the
work?
one that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the court and abandoned them to those people. I would abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
it's
just
right through the video.
No, and that's totally in context.
Yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in context.
He's coaching those
this is why we know you're a paedophile. This is why we know you're a paedophile. Because you will not listen to the reality.
Those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. No, legally, nobody knows about it. But that's his private home.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christchurch.
Yes, Christchurch school and church.
And yeah.
And church.
Also,
and this HCC swimming pool.
So Christchurch
school in Hampstead, primary school in Hampstead. Christchurch school in Hampstead.
Is that Hampstead or Hampstead Heath?
Hampstead.
Marking contract.
Said, morning Frisco. Have you been outside today? It's very important to get some fresh air and vitamin D and to take your shoes off. Are you listening to myself and Kaylee Ignaf Umbrella B. Thomas. Said, could I suggest something better to listen to while you play the game? Beatarbus, said, Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Channel chatter, said, the map is believed from the parts of the 50 plus comments on the channel. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord in vain. Eine Umbrella Beatarbus, said, Thou shalt not kill.
Deadbolt actual to strike team. Locate and recover Dr. Jansen. No diversion.
Said, Thou shalt not commit adultery. Angel, said, Go down, you can copy and paste. Channel chatter, said, Warning Angel. Kaylee eine Umbrella Beatarbus, said, Thou shalt not steal. Angel, said, Thou shalt not bear false witness. Kaylee eine Umbrella Beatarbus, said, Thou shalt not cut.
Into the game, I've fallen from the bridge again. Bugger, let me load it up, but what is this? I'm out of luck. The checkpoint was before that part, and really I cannot be asked to play it all again. ran into a boss today, but Laura couldn't get away. She ran out of her health, you see, cause she can only carry 3, and now she's used her ammo up, so I am really out of luck. Send me a save. Going back to Venice soon to end this game of doom and gloom. Crystal D, this is a sham. Laura is now Shadow Man. This isn't CR, it's not cricket. I suggest you go and stick it where it hurts.
We are the stock yielding envy that falls from your proud, precious mind that they never see. We are the hope that they take away from your innocent mind that they cannot see. They bring you down. They bring you down like. They bring you down like you believe. Like heaven's sun, sun, sun. I've been losing sleep at night, 'cause what you did set my world alight. Set my world alight. Set my world alight. You know what's coming to you. I was searching, I was breaking, I was picked apart, never in your sin. I was breaking, I was left out. You know what's coming to you. I was waiting to be played in. I was left to tell the devil that he can't win. I was searching, I was left out. You get what's coming to you. You get what's coming to you. You get what's coming.
Is it wrong, in the year 2020, for a parent to feel that they are solely responsible for their children's upbringing, education, and medication? Is it wrong, in this day and age, for a parent to believe they have the right to know exactly what laws and guidelines surround their children, whether they're in school or out? This is the continuing efforts of Kaylee and other mothers to find out where the tests are being done and what the rules are regarding their children being tested without consent.
Hi. Hi there, have you registered? I haven't got an appointment. I need to ask something because nobody can answer a question.
Yeah, I know the website's real down at the moment as well.
Right, no, it's just basic. Oh, so, hang on. So it's I've been in touch with the school, right, based on the guidelines that they've given us, saying that the children need to get tested if they've got a temperature or whatever. Yeah. But I've been around all the government departments, including the Department of Health and Social Care. No one can tell me who's doing these tests. With the
here.
Yeah, but what company or what laboratory actually does the testing and what science is behind it? Because we can't actually find any of that information, and nobody can tell me.
To be honest, we're literally here just to do the testing.
Yeah, so that's what I assumed. So, that's what I assumed.
Our company's G4S, but that's not a...
You haven't got any literature about where it goes or anything, or any inserts from the tests themselves or anything? Because it's just they want the kids to have it, but we just want to kind of know where it's going, you know, like who's actually responsible for...
we can get our leaf. Where's our leaf?
What's the question? Basically, it's just... There's so many of us trying to find out exactly who's doing the test, like what science is it actually based on, because they want our children to have it.
So where the labs are, basically?
Pretty much where the labs are, what company's doing it, because I've been through all of the government departments to try and find out. The health secretary, the school don't know, my MP can't tell me, you know.
I don't know, to be honest, I think it's kept quiet.
You do think it's kept quiet? I think it's kept quiet too, that's the problem, that's why we're asking.
It obviously can't get sent too far because they literally are sent away 3 times a day.
Yeah.
And come back the next morning.
but you've got no clue as to where they go.
The Royal Mail, and we're not to know where they go.
Right. Okay. No. I had to come and exhaust it. So I've been on the phone to everyone.
There's been loads of school children coming through, though. I am aware of that.
Yeah. Because I mean, it's in the guidelines, isn't it? And it then goes straight to the government website, which is the same advice it gives to everybody else, and it's got nothing on there. No, it's fine.
But no one on here would know.
No, that's fine. No, I appreciate. I just had to exhaust it because I was driving past, and I thought I may as well ask.
Just keep the window.
Are you getting a test?
No, not until they can tell me who's doing it. No.
Just do. I'm trying to. Okay, yeah. So you're meant to go out here, but there's a car behind. Nigel, can I? Yeah, we'll just get you. If you
yeah. Okay. Sorry to take your time. I just had to try it. Thank you.
The following calls are to G4S, a curious security firm that seems to be holding the COVID tests, and Boots, the only named company on any website that does COVID tests.
Good afternoon, G4S. How can I help you?
Hiya, I just got through to you a second ago. There wasn't actually anybody there and it just went through to voicemail. I've tried actually a few different numbers just to get to the switchboard, so I've had to go through this way again. I don't know who you'd need to pass me on to, but I just need to ask a couple of questions about some of the things that are on the website. Who would I go to? Or do you have a legal department, or that I could be?
Yes, the only problem that we've got at the moment is because we're obviously all working from home.
Right.
I can only go by first name and surname. So obviously, if I've tried to get you through to a PA and it goes through to voicemail, it could be that she's either dealing with another call, or she could just be in a meeting. Voicemail activated. So I can certainly get you through again and just leave the lady a message and she will come back to you.
What's going on? Has this happened before? We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here. Take it easy. You take it easy. Quiet.
Why do we never believe them?
These people know. These people know.
Who knows?
The governments know. This has been well planned. This is Agenda 2030. This is the Great Reset.
Somebody mentioned to go onto Google and go into the news section and then type in "died suddenly." And lo and behold, here's a whole listing of people, of articles of people within that last week who died suddenly. Older people, but a lot of younger people around the world.
And then you find out they were vaccinated. And so it's like, okay, so it's the vaccine might be causing this.
Most people don't want to know what's in the vaccines.
But yet when we open it almost 2 years into this, we find that it still says intentionally blank.
In fact, nobody wants to know what's in the vaccines because, look, if people understood what was in the vaccine, they'd go apeshit.
It's just there's something different about the blood. Something's causing this, and something needs to be said. Somebody needs to look into it. I talked to other embalmers that have 30, 40, even 50 years of experience. Have you guys ever seen this stuff before? And the answer was always, I've never seen anything like it.
Why is Bill Gates involved in public health? And why does public health spend the first part telling you how the world is overpopulating?
And at first glance, this is a bit scary.
U.S. life insurance companies have reported an overwhelming and unexplainable increase in all-cause deaths among 18 to 49-year-olds.
That's a 12 sigma event, 1 in 800 years, 12 standard deviations above the mean.
No one's even calculated that. It's apocalyptic.
I thought he was protected with that Pfizer.
There's a huge part of me that feels a responsibility for everything that's happened. I'm so sorry.
The doctor, after a while, came out and said, your son's dead, you can go home now.
Who knows? Young people are dying these days.
I said to Mr. Hirschman, this is different. This isn't normal, is it? And he said, absolutely not.
The dead can't speak for themselves, so therefore I have to speak for them.
We're connecting dots here. You know, there's no way that that type of obstruction would not cause stroke, heart failure.
My sister died. She was 58, and she died suddenly on Friday of a heart attack.
They will do with you what they feel like doing to you. It's the new bullet. It's the new missile. It's the new form of warfare.
I wanted people to understand that we're in a 5th generation warfare for the heart and the mind.
This is the greatest orchestrated die-off in the history of the world.
There's most definitely evil in this world, and evil like we could not possibly imagine.
You're welcome. I'm just going to try again for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Your call has been forwarded to the voicemail for Jean. No one is available to take your call. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press the hash key for more options.
Hi, Elizabeth. I've just been put through to yourself via the switchboard. I understand that you're Ashley's PA. I've got a couple of questions that I just need to clarify, if that's okay. If somebody could call me back on, I'd really appreciate it. Many thanks.
Good morning, you're speaking. Good afternoon, you're speaking to Lynn State Boots. How may I help you?
Hi, sorry, what was your name? Sorry?
Lillian, how may I help you?
Lillian, oh, hiya. Yeah, basically, I've kind of been around in circles for the last couple of weeks, actually, just trying to get hold of some information. And I finally ended up getting back to yourselves. Now, I'll just basically explain. I understand that it's actually Boots, the company, that are issuing and doing the testing for the COVID-19 virus. Would that be correct?
No, it isn't.
Oh, it's on the G4S website that you do.
So it may be, is it to do with light? COVID-19?
No. Basically, I've been to the COVID-19 test. Well, I actually started phoning around all of the government departments initially. My MP spoke to the school. This is all basically on the back of the guidance that we've been given for our children in case of assumed COVID-19. And basically, I just went on to look on the government's website, and it said the only one test that was actually branded and named, which I believe was Randox, had been recalled as problematic. Now, the other tests, it said that there are other tests, but they come under an umbrella term called the Kingfisher tests or something to that effect. But it had no mention on there of any of the information regarding any of the companies or the science or what the tests are actually called. So I've been around in circles trying to find that information and still hadn't been given it. So I actually went into a COVID-19 test centre a couple of days ago, and the lady there told me, and I mean, I've got that recorded, like she said that she works for G4S. The lad that worked there said that he thinks they're keeping it quiet, which is a bit suspect, but I was like, okay. But they couldn't tell me where any of it goes. Now, coming back and looking through G4S's website, it clearly states on there, her name is Jo somebody, the woman that's running the whole show. But it clearly states on the G4S website that the tests are all sent to Boots to be done. So we need to find out, because obviously my children are off school at the moment because nobody knows what these tests are. But it says on their website that they send them on to Boots for the actual testing.
Let me see if I can try. You just come through. I just do opticians appointments and vaccinations. I just do the booking in. Let me just take some details and I'll probably put you through to customer care. Can I just take your first name so I can introduce you?
Yeah, it's Kaylee. K-A-L-E-Y.
Kaylee.
Yeah.
Kaylee, thank you. Just down the line, Kaylee.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you.
Hiya, speaking. How are you?
Hi there. I'm very well, thanks. My name's Rob. I work with the customer care team. How can I help you today?
Basically, I was just explaining to your colleague, I've kind of been around in circles trying to find out some information regarding these COVID-19 tests. We've all been given, obviously, these guidelines, not only for ourselves, but for our children, and how to go about getting a test for them if they show any of the symptoms at school. Now, obviously, just as a concerned parent, we kind of would like to know where the tests are going, who's doing the tests, according to what science, just to kind of figure out what the actual test is based on. Now, the only test that was actually named on the government's website, which I've Randox, I can't remember off the top of my head, was recalled as problematic. And the other tests that were available, they weren't specified, weren't named, and they were just called a group under an umbrella term, which was Kingfisher, I believe. Now, there's no information regarding these tests at all on the government's website. I've been through all of the departments, Department of Health and Social Care, Public Health England. I've been onto the COVID calling centres, and I've been passed around in circles basically until it gets back to the first one, telling me to go back to the last one, how that goes. So I've been onto the MP. The MP's taken it up with the Department of Health and Social Care. Now, I thought in the interim, while I was waiting, I'd pop into a COVID centre myself, which I did a couple of days ago, and found out from the lady, they were actually really pleasant, the two people that I spoke to, they had no clue about anything. They said there wouldn't be anybody on the site that would be able to let them know. Now, she did tell me that their company is actually G4S, which is a security/surveillance company. And she made it very clear that nobody on site would have any idea about this information, about where the tests go. All she could say was that the tests went via Royal Mail and then came back the next morning. She couldn't tell me where to. And obviously saying that nobody else would be able to kind of suggests that there's nobody medical actually present on the sites, which is a bit concerning in and of itself. But anyway, all of that aside, that's just the backstory to where I'm at. So coming back, I've then gone and looked into the G4S website to see if there's anything on there to say where these tests will be going to, where they actually go to, who's actually conducting it. And it does say on there, the chair, or I can't remember her exact title, but the lady in charge of the whole operation anyway for G4S regarding the COVID testing centres has specified on an article from June, so only a month and a bit ago, that they get sent to Boots. They get sent to your company to be, the testing is actually held at Boots somehow. So I'm now asking you, Boots, do you have the information for us?
It's already very strange. I mean, I should say straight away, so I actually work with the Nottingham head office. The types of appointments we can book straight at the moment are, from a pharmacy point of view, just nothing to flu jabs. These have been sort of taken off the shelf for the time being, but there's been no communications about actually doing COVID tests from the ground boot. So that's quite strange. I mean, certainly what I could do is see if we can find any local boots opticians to you, and then ask them directly about it in case that's something that the stores deal with directly. It's not something I've heard of.
So you're not just the opticians. Am I speaking to just the opticians? Am I? Or,
no, we take pharmacy appointments.
It was the pharmacy number. Yeah, that is incredibly strange. That is incredibly strange. Perhaps you might need to get somebody to check on G4S's website, because they are naming your company. Your company is being responsible for all of this. Now, obviously, there's a lot of that's not just parents. Everyone all over the world has been affected by COVID. You know, and if G4S saying that it's you guys that are doing the actual testing and you are refuting that, that's quite a big deal, you know?
Yeah, no, of course. So which area are you based in at the moment?
I'm near Ipswich.
Ipswich, that's what look.
I mean, to be fair, I've been to the test centre myself. I'm in touch with my MP. I'm in touch with everybody already. I'm just literally trying to find where are these tests going to, and according to what sites, you know. And it shouldn't be that difficult to get an answer.
No, it's really odd. I mean, I'm just having a look. I mean, the first one that's come up for me is the Ipswich Tavern Street one. It looks like it's slap bang in the centre of Ipswich. But under their pharmacy services, it's not listing anything to do with those services. I mean, I'm happy to give them a quick ring, and we can actually speak to them directly, see if they know any more.
That would be handy, because I mean, obviously they have to be going somewhere, don't they? And if the company doing it is saying that it's you, but you're saying it's not, then there's a big problem.
They can be sort of odd with the appointments we book, because we don't actually deal with the sort of the product side of it. We just make the appointments, strictly speaking. So whether the store has different processes could well be the case, and we just don't deal with that bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, however we can find out.
What they say.
Yeah. I mean, if you could, that would be fantastic, because somebody will need to know if it is Boots. If Boots are doing this somehow, even if it's not, if it's something out of your remit or outside of your department, somebody ought to know, and somebody ought to be able to.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and then we should get this logged and sort of looked into anyway. Because you won't be the only person who's looking at that information as well. So it does need to be addressed. But yeah, I'll just get them on the line now, and we'll have a quick word with them.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Boots. My name's Adele. Can I say your name, please?
Hiya, my name's Kaylee. I just got cut off. I've already been through and was put through to a gentleman that was making another call on my behalf. I got cut off in the middle of that call.
Okay, at the moment, Boots are providing COVID-19 tests.
Sorry, say that again.
For those going to the UAE, as in travelling to the UAE, but to the best of my knowledge, they're only being done at Piccadilly, Oxford Street, and one of the stores in Manchester.
Okay, but Boots are handling those ones.
Only for the UAE, yes.
Right. Okay. All right. Could you then, in that case, could you get the name of the test and the science that's referenced that the test is actually based on?
I don't have access to any of that, unfortunately. I mean, I can give you the number for one of the stores. You could ask the pharmacist there; they should have that.
Yeah, no, that would be fantastic. Actually, yeah.
Okay, just hang on. I'll find you the number for the store.
Which ones did you say? It was Piccadilly.
Piccadilly Circus.
Yep.
And London Oxford Street. And I believe there's one in Manchester, but I haven't been told which one.
Okay. Brilliant.
And they're open till 11 night, so.
Oh, fantastic! That's brilliant. Okay, so they're actually, the tests are actually dealt with in store. Like, do they have like a lab in there? They actually conduct the actual test itself?
I don't know where they get them processed, if they process them in store or not.
Okay.
But that's one of the questions.
Yeah, that's perfect. All right then. Thanks ever so much for your help. Much appreciated.
100 Oxford Street Boots, how may I help you?
Hiya, sorry, is that Oxford Street Boots?
There are 4 Oxford Street. We are 100 Oxford Street.
Oh, that's fine. Anyway, you should be able to tell me. Are you the pharmacist?
I can pass for 2 pharmacists.
That's perfect. If you could, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, pharmacy. How can I help?
Oh, hi there. Is it Oxford Street branch?
Yeah, we're one of the ones on Oxford Street, the one by Bond Street.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, you're the main one. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're the biggest
Yeah,
one.
perfect. Okay, I've been sent to yourselves. I've been round in circles trying to get some information about the COVID-19 tests.
Okay, yeah.
And I've basically the one test that was named on the government website has been recalled. And we've been trying to find out, a few of us now have been trying to find out exactly who's doing the testing, where it's being done, and according to what science it's based, and like a company name or a brand's name of the actual kits that are being used. And we've been told that you deal with them yourself there.
So we do testing. Is it because you're travelling that you need the test?
No. See, the G4S website, which is the security/surveillance firm that's actually operating the whole thing across the country, only names Boots as the only people that are dealing with the tests. Now, obviously, as concerned parents, we'd like to know what the tests are, and what science they're based on, who makes them.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
Because we only do COVID testing on behalf of 2 airlines, so Emirates and Etihad. So the tests we do are through them. We don't do any of the testing other than that.
Do you have any information regarding those tests at all?
You want to know what brands they are?
The brand. Thank you.
So the brand name on the swab is Copan.
Sorry, how do you spell that, sorry?
Copan.
Copan. Just that? Just Copan?
Yeah, Copan Italia.
Is there any more information, just even side effects or anything like that? Or just any information? I don't even mean side effects. I mean, is there any extra information? Is there any insert or anything, or is it literally just a name on the test?
It's literally just the name on the outer packet of the test. The best people to contact the company that run it are called Pure Health. They're a company based in the UAE. Yeah, it's not a Boots. It's although we do the swab here,
right?
It's not a Boots service. It's nothing to do with Boots. It's just we do it.
Right, see, because the G4S website only states Boots, and it doesn't specify that that's only for travelling. It says that the tests are all handed over to Boots. That's what it says on the website. So that's
okay.
That's quite.
It may have been I'm not sure about that because we don't do general testing in this store.
Okay.
We only do it for the UAE.
Yeah, so you don't get shipments in from the COVID testing centres then to do it and then send them back? No, so that'd be an external lab probably somewhere, would it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've never done general testing either? Is it only for this airline?
Yeah, we've never done general testing.
Okay, is that company-wide, do you know, or just in your store?
As far as I'm aware, it's company-wide. I know that they shipped in some of the optician staff to do general NHS testing.
Good afternoon, G4S Switchboard. How can I help you?
Oh, hi there. Could I please be put through to Ashley? Oh, I can't remember his surname. I've not got the link up. The CEO of the company or his PA, please. I tried earlier a couple of times, but left a message, but I haven't been called back.
In the recent days and weeks, Kaylee has been in constant contact with the school. What you're about to hear is a compendium of those calls and the progress or lack of made over the period of time. Please try and remember these are calls that have been spliced together to make it easier on the ear.
I'm just asking, have you received I sent through some documentation and an email.
I'm sending a reply back to you today.
Okay.
But basically, I can't find anything until it's gone to the county legal team. Because it's talking about legal documents and things like that.
Yeah.
You maintain the school, so I can't do anything about that. I'm just sending up the copies of the county legal team.
Okay, do you know how long that might be to...
I don't know.
See, this is the issue that we've got. I mean, it's not just myself. There's lots of us parents that are really... Have you read the Commissioner's report?
Yeah, the one that you referenced to, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all very involved and everything, but we've got like DFE guidance and passive blue, what's on the guidance, full stop sort of thing. You know, and I can't find anything that says anything different to what's on the guidance that says me. You know, I mean, if we were an academy, we'd go to the academy, what's the legal things, and then as a county school, we're governed by the county legal team. So anything like that, to go directly to county, I can't find stuff like that.
Right, but do you understand the predicament that the parents are in at the moment with the situation?
Yeah, I understand that there are different points of view. I know I get that. You know, lots of people have different points of view on the whole thing, and I understand that. But from the school and me being an employee at Suffolk County, I can't different to that. You know what I mean?
No, I totally get what you mean, and I'm not hostile at all towards the school. You know, it's not that at all. It's just trying to put in some sort of a safeguarding to preempt.
I mean, the children would never be taken anywhere. I know there's something going around on Facebook about children being taken to hospitals and for tests by the schools. Well, schools wouldn't do that. You know, if there was any symptoms or whatever, the parents would then phone, and the parents would have to pick up the children and take them for a test.
That's exactly what we're trying to establish, because what's actually happened with the regulations is it's left it open.
Yeah.
You know.
We wouldn't do that. We would do
I understand and I completely appreciate that, but I just now got a cold. So I'm now in a really difficult situation as to what I'm supposed to do, because I'll tell you now, I've got our MP James Cartledge. Yep, he's actually on this with me at the moment, trying to get through to the Department of Health and Social Care to try and to clarify at this point.
Yeah.
So he's behind me, even, you know.
Yeah, well, that's good then, because then the DFE guidance will come down after that then. You know, and the schools will get advised accordingly, and then we put it in place. But, you know, we have like 40-page documents on what schools have got to do over the holidays, and then this is like revised stuff last Friday. I mean, there are all sorts of that we have to follow. And we have to follow that. But it wouldn't be us taking the children anywhere, you know, to do anything to them.
No, it's not even that the school would. It's not that the school would. It's basically the Public Health England, which Matt Hancock dissolved a couple of days later, set out guidelines to the public health officers, who would be the people that would be coming to kind of enforce that grey area between what Public Health England have told to the public health officials or officers, and now they've been dissolved as well. So there's not even any liability or accountability, you know, coming back to those guidelines. But they're very draconian. I don't know if have you read through those? Honestly, I would suggest that you read through them. You see the amount of times they say how to enforce your powers, how to enforce your powers, how, you know, it is very crazy. Everything that's going on is very crazy.
But look, if we've got a suspected case in school, you know, we have to phone Public Health England for their advice. You know, that's the procedure.
Right, okay, so you just clarified that that's what they've asked you to do. So what, would you do that before you phone a parent? Is that what they've asked? No, because the procedure at school is that if you've got symptoms, phone the parent, the parent comes and picks up the child. So then if there's any other confusion about what's happening with the testing and what have you, then you would make the Public Health England aware, and you would ask for advice if you need it, sort of thing. Okay, all right, okay, yeah.
It's quite clear that if the child's got symptoms, like a child's got a cough or got temperature, then you then phone the parent and you say, child's got this raised temperature, it's one of the symptoms, therefore we'll be asking you to come and take your child and go for a test. And, you know, then let us know the result of the test. The test is negative, child comes back to school.
Right, okay, right. Do you see now the problem that I've got? Because this is exactly what I've been trying to do. You know that the only test that's ever been branded or named has been recalled as ineffective. Right, okay, and then beyond that, the government's own website does not specify any other tests. Now, I've been around all of the government departments. I've got the MP, local MP, on my case with it, trying to figure out who is actually conducting these tests, according to what science, and who gets to determine whether they're negative or positive, and then who allows them to go back to school. Nobody can answer any of these questions. There's no information. So it's like, I know the guidelines are saying take them home and then get them tested, but if they can't tell me who's testing them, or according to what science, then who determines whether that test means anything?
Yeah, definitely not. I just have to get the result. I then tell the parents to go and get it tested, because you can go to cops, can't you, and get the test done.
You can go and get the test done, but if you don't know who's doing the testing, then what are you testing for in the first place?
Well, I don't know.
Do you know what I mean? This is
but from our point of view, that's the only thing I can say. But that's what is the advice in the DFE thing, and that's what we have to do.
Okay. Do you know what? In that case, until something can be in written confirmation, I just can't send them back. But I'm not prepared to do this test. And like I say, the MP is behind me, and he's challenging the Department of Health and Social Care on it, because I've not been able to get anywhere personally.
Yeah.
So,
with any of that.
So in that case, then we've got no safeguarding against if the public health officers have been given these guidelines where they feel like they've got these. It's actually ultra virus. It's not actually lawfully enforceable because it's been passed ultra virus. So these regulations aren't. This is where there's a whole murky area in the law. But when we're talking about our children, it's not something you can risk, you know. It's not something you can risk. So I'm in a really difficult position. I'm waiting for the MP to get back to me today. I'm hoping he's going to do so in the next day or two, so that this can just preempt any problems that we've got as well.
We just have to keep us in touch. If the children are not well anyway, then you will be keeping them in and you'll be telling us.
Yeah, I see. I'm going to have to do that anyway, because they're definitely.
Beyond that, you have to say, well, you were home educating them, and then it was like that'll be a whole different ball game, because it becomes elective home education.
Yeah.
Other than that, you'd then be having the education wellness officer around.
Yeah, and I understand I'm probably going to end up having somebody on my case at some point. Did you say you've passed it to your legal body so that?
Yeah, the county council, because we're Suffolk Local Authority School. Okay. The Suffolk Local Authority have their school team.
Yep, that's. Kind of, yeah, no, I expect so. If the teachers are allowed to sign off that what you've just said is what you're happy to do, then there's no problem, you know. As long as the parents are going to get called first, and we've got that in writing, that's literally all that we're looking for.
Yeah, we'll do. I mean, well, as soon as I hear anything back, obviously I'll let you know what they're talking about. I'll send you this letter back that just, you know, that the acknowledges that I've got it and all the rest of it.
Yes.
I can't sign anything. I'm not allowed to sign anything.
Right.
To say, but looking at what's on the thing that I have to sign technically, taking temperature, we wouldn't do anyway, other than doing it with like a temperature gun thing. But if you just want that, then we can do that. The screening they don't have, medical assessments or testing they don't have. Vaccination will be up to you, because you have to give your permission anyway.
Yeah.
So, and it says, concern arise when they're ready to see symptoms. Like, that's what, they'd only be isolated on the school premises. They don't use them anywhere else. All they do is if they've got a cough or a bit hot or something, they go into a side room with another adult, and then we ring the parents.
I'm 100% assuming that's exactly what you would do if that situation arises. You know, it's just, I mean, I don't know if you you know, I mean, I'm not saying for a second that the school would do anything along or allow for anything like this to go on. It's just there are gaps in the law. I'm curious as to why they've said that you're not allowed to sign it.
Yeah, it's just that schools don't sign things like that.
Are you allowed to put it in writing in your own words?
We'd all I can say is that we are following the DFE status. The guidance says, you know, if there's a concern in terms of symptoms, like it's got down here, they just take it to a separate room with supervision from somebody wearing PPE, and then we ring the parents.
But that's the thing is, the problem though is that they've told, they're the guidelines for the school, I presume, that you're referring to, are they? The guidelines for the school.
The education guidelines.
Yeah, see now, the issue is that's in conflict with the guidelines that are issued to the actual public health enforcers themselves. Or the officials themselves. I've read through that document quite extensively. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen the language that's used, and I've seen what it is that they're actually saying they are unable to do if they choose to. And you confirmed to me that you have to go straight to them for their advice first, which in effect just puts them in charge.
Yeah, only if you then said to me you weren't going to kind of them up, for instance, or you got symptoms.
But there's a lot of grey area. There is a lot. If you read the actual notes to the enforcers themselves, that's why I'm a little bit uncomfortable, because it seems quite like a worst case scenario. It seems quite different what could happen in theory according to their guidelines to themselves, well, not to themselves. It was the Public Health England that issued the guidelines to them, and they've actually dissolved. Like I was saying before, they've dissolved. So it's not even that nobody's even really accountable for why those. Because I mean, they were dissolved days after releasing that. It just seems odd that. Honestly, I would suggest just go read it, because you'll there's lots of parents that are really worried that have read those guidelines. You know, it's not just me being paranoid, or it does seem to be in conflict with potentially with what you'd actually consider to be the standard procedure and what you feel you've been advised. It's not exactly marrying up with what the actual officers have been advised, from what I can see.
I mean, from our point of view, all we would do is, taking the temperature thing. If you didn't want me to use like a temperature checking thing, then basically I would just feel their foreheads if they were hot. Then I would say, I'll give you.
Okay, that's not even. Oh, bear with me. I'm coming through on the other laptop. Testing. Okay. Yeah, that's not even halfway through that one video. That's just one video from 2020. And so much has come to light since then, and also so much has carried on as though none of that was even going on. It's really difficult to wrap my head around the reality of what so many of us were actually going through the COVID period, and then comparing that to this online experience that these fantasists have been having. Like so many different people like Alex, who obviously not having his own children, just no comprehension of actual real life, real stress. Now making out that my whole life is devoted to him, who's been around for. I'm just so fucking sick of so many narcissists telling me that I have come along to destroy their life when I was trying to protect my children. And then anybody else that wanted to know to protect theirs. But we all needed to be talking about it and not brushing it under the carpet like everything else. But anyway, I've just realised that YouTube does actually lose the last 5 minutes, so I'm into the last minute on YouTube, so I'm going to end it there now, but that's just scratching the surface. Thank you, Katie, for coming on and for all the links. We will get through the other live as well. I might do that tomorrow. I'll see. But again, it's very triggering, very traumatic, all of this, and we're only just starting, so people really need to take it seriously now, how serious this all really is, how it's always been serious, because real life is real life. Even if you don't want to acknowledge somebody else, their real life is their real life to them, and that's the same for every other person. So all the people you don't care about, every single one of them has got a real life that they care about. That should be obvious. That shouldn't need